fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their line, paths that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, paths that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. Oh, 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 oh. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined.
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Rivals Series. I'm your host, Tom F. Battinger. We were here yesterday. Congratulations to the North American teams that defended their spot. Now, we're on the European side of things. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and let's get into it. These are the teams that are going to be contending for an RLCS spot today. Endpoint and Karen, previously known as Team Solo Mid, and Stonkers, previously known as RCD Espanol. We'll touch on those throughout the day, but the teams are still the same. Endpoint will go up against Solary, and Karen will go up against Stonkers. Both of these matches should be pretty intense because these rival series teams are out of their mind. So I'm Tom, and I've got a couple of experts alongside me for the ride. In fact, I've got a whole bunch. But right now, I've got Subi and Supersonic here off the top, kicking it rival series style. How y'all doing, Subi? What's good?
Well, a lot is good. I thought you were going to say what's up, but I don't know how to have conversations apparently. But no, it's a beautiful morning for the European region to outperform NA yesterday because they put on quite the performance. So I'm ready to see what Europe can do.
Yeah, Europe's been exciting to watch. Super, you've been along for the ride as well. What are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to all the matches. Yesterday kind of was an eye-opener for me in terms of the play style differences and watching that happen. I want to see if it's the same here on the European side. It really feels like the rival series teams have these high offense levels that we watch throughout the season, and they're really aggressive, but they tend to leave their back line open a bit more than these RLCS teams have. And I'm wondering if that's going to be true here on the EU side of things as well.
It certainly could be. This, of course, is the promotion tournament. If you're joining us out of a cave, let's educate you as far as what's going on. So this is what it all comes down to. We've worked for the past couple of months to find out who is the best of the best, or not so much in the case of the RLCS teams. Now, the number one team has already ascended to the RLCS, and the number 10 team, unfortunately, has to go back to the drawing board. So we're looking at number 2 and 3. Those are the rival series teams that are contending with the RLCS squads. That leaves Endpoint and Karen, ex-Team Solo Mid. These guys are the 8 and 9 seeded teams from the RLCS. So due to their performance, or lack thereof, during the regular season, they've got to defend their spot. Should they win here today in our double elimination tournament, well, they stay RLCS teams. If not, though, 3 players' dreams will be made. Our first matchup is going to be interesting here. This is going to be Solary versus Endpoint, guys. We've seen them throughout the regular season, both at the RLCS level and down here in the rival series. Endpoint being represented by Relating Wave, Nachitao, and Virtuoso. And then, of course, across the way, we've got the guys from Solary with Exotic, Meloshisu, and Tyrion. So Solary, largely French, Endpoint, European in general. We love to see, I like both sides of the coin in all honesty. So I'm going to go to Subi first, and I'm going to ask you to talk to us about the RLCS team, Endpoint. They were 2 and 7. They were number 8 in the regular season. What do we expect to see from them this weekend?
Well, if you've been, sleeping this past RLCS season and you just woke up, it's a different name, but this is the team of Discombobulators from the rival series last season, and this was a team that promoted up to the RLCS through the promotion tournament. I had very high expectations for this team, but I just don't think they could quite get it together. One thing that they used to their advantage in the rival series last season was their speed, and when they went up to the RLCS, speed wasn't, the thing that they could really rely on because when it comes to RLCS, I've said it a ton, the speed there isn't the same as the rival series. So they just couldn't quite figure out the gameplay in the RLCS, and 9 games isn't a lot of time to do it in, but hey,
Sure.
it's time to make that money. You got to show up when it's the time to perform, and they just couldn't do it. So this is where maybe they can start to get it going again because they're facing some rival series teams, but these teams are no pushover, that's for sure.
The 9 games, before I ask you, Super Subi, 9 games, not enough to get the wheels under them as far as the RLCS, but do you think that they have improved a little bit versus what they were last year to better contend with the rival series teams today?
it's hard because there's such a different litmus test when you look at teams in the RLCS versus teams in the rival series. You can look at stats, you can look at like, oh my gosh, this guy's shooting percentage is crazy, and then they go to RLCS and it doesn't translate the same. So I think this has been a good kind of a wake up call for them to show them what the RLCS truly is all about. But I think today is the day that they're going to do just fine. These are teams that they're kind of used to playing against. This is more their speed that they're used to.
Well said. Solary across the way. We've got a chance to watch them throughout the regular season. Super. What can you say about this team?
This team is a high-powered offense. You've got the number 3, number 4, and number 11 shooter in the league all on the same squad. You've got Kyrian that's the solo play specialist that'll do these crazy self-passes out of the corners and get these double taps from areas you're not expecting. Melo Shisu, who can also solo it all the way through, but they also make great use of passing. 75% of their goals coming from passing plays. So you don't know where they're attacking from, but as I said before, they are a team that's going to be high offense, which will leave them open on the back end sometimes for these balls to come over to the top of them and get behind them, which might create issues, which I think is one of the issues that happened for discombobulators in the RLCS. And one of the things I'm thinking is maybe discombobulators have picked up speed a little bit or gotten used to people playing at a faster speed. And when they come back down, it may benefit them versus Solary in the sense that Solary is not moving as quick as the RLCS teams. They may have that extra moment to react. We'll see how that balances out.
It certainly makes sense. The table's been set. We're going to get into the game in just a little bit. But before, quickly, I want to touch you guys for the predictions here. Pro League team coming in, similar play styles, very fast. Subi, what's your thought? Who's taking this?
Well, just a real quick point to be made that is going to back up who I'm picking. When a team is on a 6-game winning streak and they haven't lost since February 22nd, yeah, I'm probably going to go with the hot hand. So I have to go with Solary here, but I don't think Endpoint, I don't think this is the last we're going to see from them. Obviously, they're going to be in the lower bracket after this, but I think they're going to do okay after that.
Super.
I am also going the way of Solary. You can't look away from that 6-game winning streak. They've been playing extremely well. And on the other side of things, the only 2 wins Endpoint took down were 3-0 sweeps. So unless I thought they were going to sweep Solary, I just can't get behind them. I am going to take Solary. I do think that Endpoint, though, after going down to losers, makes it through.
Yeah, I'm here for the Solary party as well. You guys hit exactly what I was going to. They haven't lost since February, man. It's the 4th month of the year. Got to go Solary all the way. Let us know if you think we're crazy or if you're crazy for this team on Twitter at RL Esports. Use the hashtag RLCS9 and you guys can join the conversation alongside me, Subi, Super, and our commentators as well. Give a warm welcome to Shogun and Johnny Boy.
Yesterday saw both RLCS teams retain their spot. Will we have the same today? Or is it time for the French takeover to continue? I'm Shogun, I'm joined by Johnny Boy. And Johnny, kind of on the point of the French takeover, what is it about that community that has just made them so dominant over these last few years?
It's really hard to say exactly what it is about French Rocket League that really makes, so many teams get to that top level. We've, of course, got a full French roster and Team Vitality dominating. Until recently, they were considered best team in the world by many. You've got a 2/3 French roster on formerly Reciprocity, and now we've got another full French roster of Solary. It's insane. They just keep churning out these full squads of insanely good teams, and like the analyst desk were saying, Solary are on a 6-series win streak. Although I don't know if I would go the same way as they did in terms of predictions for this one, despite that fact.
Well, it is always very difficult to predict the promotion tournament because we are coming in with, both sides in very different levels of form, where we've spent all season watching Solary winning pretty much every game they're a part of, and we've seen almost every single game that Endpoint have been a part of as they've been on the losing side. So it can be very difficult to try and see between the lines on that, especially now that we do have auto promotion it does mean that we've already swapped over the 11th and the 10th spots in the European Rocket League. So now we're taking on a little bit more of a gap than we are used to. So should be very curious to see how today goes down, as we are going to get ourselves into game number 1. Solary and Endpoint going up in a best of 7 to try and secure their spot in the upper finals. Johnny, what are we looking out for in this game 1?
I think game 1 for Solary is all about trying to limit the mistakes. If they can start solid here, if they can just try to get the rotation going, and I think they are going to be a very scary team, and they're going to be difficult for Endpoint to handle offensively, because unlike a lot of the rival series teams that have been coming up recently through the RLRS into RLCS promotions and even into the promotion itself. Well, there we go. That's a 1-0 for Endpoint already. But I was going to say, Solary aren't a one-man offense at all. They really do rely on all 3 players.
That might be the slowest I've ever seen the ball taken across the field for a goal. There was one demo that opened up the entire spot, but that is not how Solary wanted to be beginning this series. We saw yesterday just how important it is to start off as well as possible. Infield pass, that's a great save to keep it out. 2-0 down this early. Never really a death blow to your chances, but certainly not needed, especially when you pumped yourself up so much. This is supposed to be your day. This is supposed to be the day that you crown yourself as a true pro of the scene. To go 2-0 down would certainly be a kick to that. We're going to see Melashisu try and stay back a little bit. Solary trying to escape as Virtuoso finds himself the last one back. It was direct Rocket League, no angles needed, but they still got a goal.
You know, Virtuoso is trying to pressure the ball carrier on his way back to his own half there, but there is also some pressure off the ball being given by Solary, and they have ended up scoring as a result of it. Now, they are going to have to watch out for that. We're all going to have to watch out for today. Virtuoso is extremely well known for his demo plays and his bump plays. Keep an eye out for him. We saw plenty of that yesterday in the North American promotion playoffs, and I expect that will be a big part of today's series as well. Look at this shot by Melashisu, I always get his name wrong. And that is going to be 2-1 for Solary. Very impressive speed off the backboard.
Yeah, Endpoint just had no chance to react, nobody in position that could even respond. And that is how you come back from being 1 goal down. Very early in the game still, as the Solary have taken the lead. They'll look to try and capitalize now. 2 players in the corner from Endpoint. There's a fantastic block though from Virtuoso. He can keep this going. Goes for the net. Kyrian just forced to play the ball to the corner, but pressure is still on from Endpoint as they look for Virtuoso to put the ball in. Bunch of bumps as well from the side. Does mean the Exotic can put it on target. 2-goal lead established, and Solary are rocking and rolling.
This is fantastic counter-attacking by Solary. Very nice pass there by Melashisu. He made it so easy for Exotic to get that shot on target quickly. But this is very strange. I'm not used to seeing Endpoint pushing this far up the field, especially early in a series. They're more of a defensive team. They usually sit back and let the opponents come to them. So this is, you know, an interesting version of Endpoint that I'm not used to seeing. But so far it hasn't been working out too well.
Almost seems like they've been trying to take some notes from what we saw yesterday, where the RLCS teams were outpacing the rival series teams and getting so much success from that. Maybe Endpoint were just trying to replicate those results, but so far Solary have been more than equal, if not faster. Nashital just trying to find something for his team. They've been knocked back. Virtuoso puts it straight down from Melashisu. Infield passing play, it's a little bit too heavy. And we now transition to the other side of the field. It's an open net. And that is an easy one to get back for Endpoint.
This is a very high scoring game 1 because both teams are aggressing so much with all 3 players. We did say earlier that that's something to expect from Solary. They like to use all 3 players in offense, and they like to get goals on all of their members. But that's maybe a bit too risky. Doing an infield pass to your 3rd man often is. And Endpoint are back within 1. They might be tying things up here. Great save by Carrion, and the pressure's still on.
Endpoint looking to try and get themselves back into this game. Put us at 3 each. Exotic can't get the block that he was after. Kyrian looking for a second touch. Saw quite a few of those yesterday. Seems like it's become more and more important just to make sure that you're constantly putting some pressure on the ball, giving just one blocking angle that just sets off where the player can go towards. Shishu just wants to harass Virtuoso on his way back. You can see how Endpoint and Solary have been very preoccupied with trying to steal each other's back boost. They are very late on the rotation. Just trying to establish a boost control game either side, but it's been very difficult for both sides to really implement for consistent periods of time. Virtuoso. It's a good first touch. That's not a great one from Melashishu, but he's actually managed to find a teammate. Very risky. It was going to be all down to who came to that one first. Well, a minute and a half left. We've still got a 1-goal lead. Goals have started to calm down.
Now, this is where the game gets very dangerous for Solary. They're only, like you said, 1 goal ahead, so they need to be extremely careful with their choices in regards to what shots to go for, what passes to go for. Endpoint, in the past, have really liked to play an interception style. Look out for relating wave. You try and get hard reads on those passing plays that the Solary boys tried to get started. And that's, you know, how Endpoint can turn a Solary attack into a goal of their own.
Almost feels like we're going to have to see... We've seen the pace now. We just need to see some of the discipline from Solary as we head into this final minute. Don't overcommit. Don't give Endpoint that opportunity to split the defense in half. That's a huge bump on Exotic. One-on-one. And relating wave almost snatched at the opportunity. Like he had a little bit more time to set something up a bit better. Still have 30 seconds now. Ashito. Still to Exotic. Relating wave now to his own corner. Is Melashishu. Just wants to keep this pressure on. Every single time we see an orange player touch the ball, it is more time wasted off the clock. Nashito. Over to relating wave. That's always going to be a difficult shot to take, though. Johnny, they're running out of time.
Yeah, not a lot of time left for Endpoint. They're, you know, sitting back a bit more now. They're playing the more usual style. They, you know, have to get a counter-attack going pretty soon, or just some pressure. Look out, maybe Virtuoso going to try some demo play on a goalie on a center ball here. It's got to stay up for Endpoint, but it won't. And Solary do take game one. An extremely aggressive start to the game was, I think, an advantage for the full French lineup. Endpoint not so used to playing in that style themselves, and it really showed.
Yeah, it definitely did as we went through the game. I was actually really nervous after the first goal went in, just purely because it seemed almost too easy to give up. It's one that can definitely knock your confidence, but the response was fantastic. There was a minute of just pure Solary. They managed to take control of the game from there, and they didn't really look like giving it up. And what is very interesting to see as well is that when they do have a 2-goal lead, they are still willing to send all 3. It did result in them conceding a goal, but I don't think it was the wrong decision. I think the execution was poor. So I think if they can keep execution levels up, they'll be in a much better spot in the rest of the series.
Well, certainly. I mean, Solary do look capable of, and they've, you know, they've proved all season long in the rival series that they can play that offensive style, getting everybody involved in attacking plays. The danger is if they do it too predictably, and if they start, you know, doing that game after game, and Endpoint start to read them better and better as we go from game to game here. But so far, so good for Solary. Endpoint didn't look as organized as they usually do in defense, and you know, Solary can keep on taking their chances. If they can be clinical with their finishing, then I do think that they've got a great chance to get a good head start in the series. They already have a small one. Let's see if they can now add to it in game 2.
We usually say in these best of 7s that taking game 1 is just a little advantage. Taking game 2 gives you a real shot at just shutting this series out. Will leave so much for the Endpoint boys to try and accomplish. They try and take this one back. Endpoint with early pressure, relating wave. Doesn't get a best challenge out as Kyrian just taps that ball up. Melashishu will leave it. Not going to just go diving in for anything right now. More boost stolen. That's going to be very interesting to watch throughout this series. As both teams seem to be very happy to leave players around. Infield pass to Kyrian. Over to the corner. Relating wave's going to need to save this. And instead he gets the good old help from Mr. Post.
It was a nice assist there by the post on the save, but well done by Relating Wave to react to what happened and get a nice little pop clear. Pinch shot fired towards the orange net, but Arian's going to deal with that without too many issues. Now, already we're seeing a much more defensive Endpoint than we saw in game 1. Look how deep they're sitting. They realize that they conceded a lot of easy goals in the last game. They've decided that the number one thing for them to do right now is to just tighten up these holes at the back, and then after they've done that, they can figure out how to get a goal at the other end.
And this is where, when we see Solary go for the infield pass, it's going to have to be so well timed. They can't just do it on instinct. They've got to know when to time it, where the defensive positioning of Endpoint truly is, because if it's intercepted, that can be so deadly. Nashito will get a challenge, and he does win it. Letting Wave now moves on. He has a couple of passing options. Virtuoso, though, is not that far up, and we talked about infield passing plays being countered. This is not the way we expected it to be.
Yeah, I definitely thought if there was going to be interceptions like this one resulting in easy goals, it would be Endpoint scoring them. But this is not the first time that they have walked into the trap they're usually the ones to set. And they're down again, Shogun. This is not looking good for Endpoint. They're not playing their usual style, and they're walking into Solary counterattacks again and again.
Nashito is not having any of that today. And, well, if there was any situation where I could not blame him, this is certainly going to be it. Careers could very well be on the line today. Kyrian over to his own corner. Don't get too much extra. But we have to worry about where Endpoint are really going to try and strike. They've already been caught out once so far. Nashito straight onto the net. That is going to be a lovely pass over to the side. Exotic's got plenty of time. Ends up leaving it for Kyrian. Looking for free point passing play, but doesn't quite work out. Endpoint, though, on their offense, taking a second or two to really set themselves up. Here's Nashito. Just trying to get some players to commit. He's getting quite a few double commits, though, from Solary. That has been one thing we've seen a lot from them, but the good news is that every time they've done it, they've had players in recoverable positions, so it's not hurt too much. It just means that the transition's a bit late.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world to have two players diving at a ball in opposite directions in defense, as long as, like you said, they can land and get back into the middle as quickly as possible. Solary are not going to have too many issues with recoveries today. The mechanics are definitely at the level of Endpoint, if not higher so far. This is going to be another great opportunity. Look at this shot from Exotic in reverse. Endpoint get the read this time. They're keeping this game closer than game one was, at least.
Relating Wave decides to power the ball long, but Exotic already on the wall. Great transition. That's going to go straight for the net. And have Endpoint been caught out again? Yes, they have.
You know, that's a fantastic hit by Milashisu. Look how much power he gets on that shot. But what is going on in the Endpoint defense? I've never seen them caught out of position with their third man this often, this many times in 2 games. But if they keep doing this, they are going to keep on conceding. The shot quality from the Solary players is just way too high to be giving them this much space and this much time to take this free uncontested shot on an open net from distance. It's another infield from Endpoint. It was almost read by Exotic. This is now turning into a bit of a problem. We said game one, you know, had some errors, but they didn't look like they're going to be too hard to fix. Well, now we're seeing the exact same mistakes in game 2, and that is not what you want to see if you're an Endpoint fan.
Yeah, for Endpoint, they've been conceding from the 6-yard box, but not the one that you would typically expect to see. They have been caught out numerous times. Now 1 minute to try and turn this around. Passes over. It's a very heavy first touch, though, and that backboard has been very well covered so far by Solary. As Kyrian over to Exotic. Can't quite make contact, but they're not the team that really needs to put pressure on. Just got to try and buy themselves some time. Virtuoso did not want Milashisu to really play with that ball. However, what did it really give his team? It's going to bounce into the middle. It's already looking pretty poor at 2-0. A third goal would definitely end it. So I see Virtuoso. He's got Relating Wave in support. Can't beat Exotic, though. They're trying to 1v2, or at least find some way to pull defenders out of the way. But 20 seconds left. This is looking like a wrap.
Solary just far too comfortable in defense at the moment. Endpoint have not done enough to disrupt their defensive positioning. And, you know, well played to Solary. They've made Endpoint look quite normal in this series. And this is an Endpoint roster who have caused problems for several RLCS teams throughout the last season. Yes, it took a lot more losses than wins, but we didn't think that they were just going to fall for such simple counter-attacking goals as they have today. If Solary were going to win this series, I certainly thought they were going to have to, step up and really show us some insane offense. But they haven't had to do that, and that's not to their discredit. They've taken their chances, and Endpoint have hardly even had a realistic chance because what they're doing is so easily dealt with by Solary.
Yeah, it just seems very readable in a way. Solary have done a great job of keeping an eye on the off-ball players, not just the people that are currently trying to control the play, and that's what's helped them so much. Spot where these passes are going to end up going. On the other side, though, that second goal was just a fantastically quick transition, the sort of thing that we expect to see from the Vitalities, from the Dignitas's, where they are so good at transitioning from their backboard onto a wall and just powering it on the half volley. That can be very annoying to deal with, because when you've got players on Solary who can air dribble from their own backboard, or they could just pass it, it makes them very difficult to lock down in their own side of the field.
Yeah, this is that we haven't been able to see, and we haven't had to see the full potential of the Solary offense today. What you're seeing today is just a very quick transition from defense to the goal with simple counter-attacking play, extremely well executed, nonetheless. But I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing Endpoint step up defensively, because then we get to see if Solary can bring their A-game offense to the playoffs and really show us what they can do as well.
So, talking specifics here, what would you like to see more often from the Endpoint backline, especially when they are actually in offense?
I definitely want to see more control of possession. We're seeing, hard clears with no pressure, and there's a difference between hard clearing the ball at your opponents while you have a man driving forward threatening a demo, and simply hard clearing the ball at your opponents with no pressure whatsoever. And we've been seeing a lot of that from Endpoint. They're hitting the ball hard towards the Solary end of the field, but there's nothing else happening alongside it. There's no threats. There's no nothing for Solary to think about. And then look at what Solary are doing on the other side of the field. They've got angles covered. They've got Endpoint scrambling. And once again, Shogun, they do look like the better team. Only 45 seconds into game one. Oh, there's a nice bump though. That is exactly what we're talking about. If Endpoint can start doing that in combination with their clears, maybe they do still have a chance here.
Certainly need to throw off what Solary are trying to do right now, as they do look so comfortable. Relating wave on the ball, but Exotic already around. It's going to be a race to this. Shishu did get there first, but when it comes to blocks, first is typically not where you want to be. Kyrian not looking comfortable, and that's going to give Endpoint a much-needed lead.
And this is much better for Endpoint. We did see a bump play on their previous hard clear. Now this one has a quick follow-up. They're not waiting to see what Solary do with that ball. They're getting in there, and they're making something happen themselves. That is the pressure that's been missing from Endpoint's game. Now we get to see how Solary play when they're one goal down.
Last time they were in this position, they bounced back incredibly quickly. Scored 3 in a row with no response. But will it be a different story this time around? Nashito going for the ceiling. He's still got good control. Very little in the form of challenges right now. Relating way off the follow. And Meloshishu somehow managed to power through, as he did get contact on another player on his way through. They're trying to collect that ball. Now a passing play. And Nashito just keeps it out. Solary now having to display some of that offense that you wanted to see earlier on, Johnny.
And I'm really impressed, Shogun. These are some incredibly threatening passing plays. Solary are so quick to realize where the pass option is, and they're not holding back with these passes. They're really firing the ball at each other, and that's going to test Endpoint's defense. So far, they've passed, but if they don't keep an eye out for the passing plays of Solary, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these flying on target sooner rather than later.
Virtuoso for the flip reset. Needed that to get underneath the player and to really complete the play. Solary forced to play a lot of defense this game, but they haven't managed to find that critical counter-attack that has worked for them previously. On Endpoint's side, though, it seems like bumps has become a strategy now. They are actively targeting these players on their way out of the rotation. As Exotic, the opposing corner, will be taken over off to the backboard, but Virtuoso and Endpoint have already got the rest of their defense set up. It means it's going to be very difficult to attack the backboard, as that's going to be put up high. Follow-up from Exotic, saved by Relating Wave. Kyrian looks to keep pressure on, but was the best of that opportunity now finally gone? Virtuoso attempts to find some way out. Solary do not want to give up possession here, as Exotic gets some contact. Nashito is called off by Virtuoso. Kyrian up high. Here's Meloshishu. Just gets some block. Solary have been stuck in on offense for a long time, trying to scrap away to a goal, and they will find it!
Finally, after battering the ball into the corner several times, Solary have got the goal, and that's a position that Endpoint are usually quite comfortable in. They don't mind sitting behind the ball in their corner, making 50-50s happen, and just waiting for the opposition to run out of boosts and run out of offensive options. But here it didn't happen, and that's a great save, Melashisu already keeping his team in the game. That was, I think, his second fantastic save of the game. He had a pre-jump earlier, and now, under pressure on the kickoff, he answers. Solary still in with a great shot to go 3-up.
This is starting to look more and more like the series we were expecting. Melashisu able to get it up to Virtuoso, but that is good transitional pressure for the Solary team. Melashisu just putting a little bit of pressure up high as Virtuoso finds Relating Wave. Good transition so far. Virtuoso now can control. But he would have liked to try and steal that boost, as it seemed like the offense got a little bit less targeted as the play did develop. 1 minute on the clock. Infield pass to Exotic. He decides to leave that. Probably for the best. We want to leave his last player all by himself. We're seeing a lot more shots this game, actually, Johnny. A lot more shots with the idea of generating pressure to move forward, steal boost, maybe capitalize on a mistake.
Yeah, that's really smart by Solary to mix some shots into their play rather than focusing too much on multiple passes in a row, because the thing that's going to make their passes effective is if they can disguise it as a shot. But look to them to throw a shot on target, even if they do expect it to be saved. Oh, well, I mean, speaking of shots you'd expect to be saved, Melashisu has just bounced one in off the corner.
I mean, for all goals to go in the match that we have said that Endpoint have looked at their very best, that one is going to hurt. And it's going to hurt even more on the scoreline if we go 24 seconds without another goal, because Endpoint will find themselves 3-0 down and requiring one of those all-rare best-of-7 reverse sweeps. They've got to get this done in the next 10. Nashito. Good play from him so far. He's got 2 out, and that is such a crucial touch. Doesn't allow Relating Wave to have a shot, and it's all for Endpoint to do. They've got no time to do it. Solary are on series points.
Wow, well, I didn't think it was going to end like this. Like you said, this was more of what we expected from these two teams. A game where Endpoint are proving to be very difficult to break down defensively, and Solary still managed to step up and apply intense amounts of pressure to do so. But it all fell apart there for Endpoint. I'm not sure if that was a complete whiff on the ball, or if perhaps the Endpoint defender got stuck on the wall, as you do sometimes when you try and jump off a curved surface in Rocket League. The inertia as he jumps might have just glued his car to the wall, and that's maybe prevented him from dodging into the ball as he intended to. Now, it's still a misplay. You can easily correct that problem by just coming up the wall more vertically, or just not rushing into the corner for an uncontested bounce in the first place. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it wasn't a misplay, but there could have been more to that than meets the eye. Unfortunate for Endpoint, certainly, but they are still the ones to blame.
And for Endpoint, there's a major problem of the fact that they now need to win 4 in a row. And it's 4 in a row that need to be won by a team that have looked solid at times, but completely crumble at others. It's just, these mistakes are coming out of nowhere. We can't predict them. We can't expect them. They are just happening.
Yeah, if they had won that last game, or rather, if they had lost that last game in a continued close match like we were seeing, with not many obvious mistakes on either side, then I wouldn't really be counting them out yet, because Endpoint have made comebacks like that in the past, and they're a very solid team playing from behind. That actually should have been a goal there for Virtuoso. He's put his rebound wide. You know, like the fact that there's been so many mistakes for Endpoint in every game that we've seen this series makes it extremely difficult for me to predict a comeback here, on top of the fact that they need to win 4 in a row.
Gonna be Exotic. That's straight on net. Uncontested from him. Is that the goal that puts them into the upper finals?
As simple as you like, Relating Wave often in the right place as the ball crosses the box, gets a bit too far forward, and he mistimes his jump, and that is the easiest 1-0 that you're going to have for Solary all series, probably because we've already seen the other 1-0s, and I doubt there's going to be another one after this if they keep playing like they are. Virtuoso with another chance. That's a better shot. It's saved well by Kyrian, and that was, you know, improved accuracy by Virtuoso. Too far away from the goal this time. A bit too easy for Solary to react to.
And that's maybe the third goal line save that we have seen from Solary. It's been an understated part of their series so far, as a lot of the things have been a little bit more obvious. But they have definitely done a very good job of saving at the very last moment, frustrating Endpoint, who I'm sure do not need any help being frustrated with what's happened in this series. Relating wave. Let's find Nashito, but Kyrian has got it covered. Now he's going to take his time, looking to take as many players out as he possibly can. There's the infield, and Meloshishu, that's not going to be his to try and commit to. If they're going to try and go for those, they're going to be a little bit more close to the midfield. There's Endpoint now, desperately searching for the pressure that can find them a goal. And it doesn't look in this series like it's going to be Solary that are going to just hand them one. They're going to have to work for this. Relating wave, can't find a challenge. Virtuoso's got plenty of time to move on in. Got it pretty clean as well. Nashito looks for a set, but finally Solary get their players back. And look at how quick the transition is. Endpoint have got to work it all again from their own side of the field.
You know, time is going to be running out very, very soon for Endpoint. They're not the sort of team that create countless chances in just a few seconds of gameplay. Nachtow had another opportunity there, and that one's gone away from him as well. Been 2 shots off the post this game for Endpoint. And look at this interplay by Solary. I think Exotics just popped the ball off Melashisu's car here, and it's bounced right over the goalkeeper.
Want to know how your pass is good? The other player doesn't even have to jump. He doesn't even have to move anywhere that he wasn't already going to. Not too sure how intentional it was to be that accurate, but for Solary, looking at the scoreline, looking at the series scoreline as well, they're going to be beaming right now. They are 3 minutes away from booking their spot in the upper bracket finals, and they'd have 2 opportunities at that point to try and secure the RLCS spots. Virtuoso off the backboard, relating wave, looking to try and make a game out of this. Endpoint are not out just yet. They could still yet flip the switch and become the team that we know that they can be. Period.
And you know, this is worrying for Endpoint. The analyst desk were saying earlier, if they do dip down to the lower bracket, they still see them qualifying. Personally, I don't. I think that there's a couple of tough teams on the other side. In particular, Stonkers are coming in today as, I think, the favourites to win this entire upper bracket. But you know, Endpoint, they're not down there just yet. They do have more chances, but it's about time they took one. How many opportunities are they going to get without even putting a shot on target today?
Odashishu bumped off the ball. 2 minutes left, 2 goals needed. Nashito also watches his teammate dives in for a challenge, but it's a challenge that they didn't win. You just see the time ticking away every single time they don't get the challenge that they need. Relating wave looks to set something up, but Exotic just shadows the ball the entire way, guides it safely to Kyrian. As we do have now a minute and a half. Relating wave to Virtuoso, another block from Exotic. He is all over the field right now, and he's all up in the face of his opponents. But I didn't quite know where the defense was from Solary. They managed to get Kyrian in the way just in time. Virtuoso for the backboard. And it looks for a mistake, but Exotic, still calm as you like, plays to the corner. Endpoint running out of chances here, and they keep trying to go high on every single one of these plays. It's not working.
You know, Solary are just playing perfectly right now. They're waiting at the back. They're waiting all the way at their wall, covering all angles, because they know that Endpoint have not really figured out how to get the ball past them. So why bother changing your defensive strategy? They're playing better than Endpoint in almost every aspect of this series. They've been better mechanically. They've been more consistent. I think they've had better team plays, and they've probably gone in here with an overall better strategy for just winning Rocket League in the current meta. They've been the more aggressive team, and they've thoroughly deserved every success that they've had up to this point.
Well, if there is going to be one last twist in the tail, it's going to have to come very soon. Relating wave. And as far as Meloshishu, 1 extra goal would secure that spot 100%. It's already looking incredibly unlikely as it is. Exotic, not a great first touch from him, but it's enough to take out Relating wave, and this has been the story of the series. Solary just so quick to follow up. Kyrian over to Exotic. It seems like even if there is a slight mistake on that defense, it has not ended up mattering at all. Solary decimate and dominate their RLCS opponents. And it's going to be Endpoint heading to the lower bracket as Solary. We are waiting, and now only one more best of 7 away. Johnny, what a performance this has been.
This is incredibly impressive for Solary. They look like the real deal, and you know, based on what we've seen here, I would be surprised if they don't qualify for RLCS today. But obviously they do have to win one more series. That will be more difficult, more pressure in that one than we just saw here. But on the other side, what a disaster for Endpoint, a team that are usually so difficult to score on, a team that are known for being, pretty solid in defense and quite comfortable sitting back under pressure. Did not look like a shadow of themselves today. They were conceding goals left, right, and center that Solary didn't even have to work too hard for. Solary played a very clinical game. I'm really impressed with what I saw from them. Endpoint, though, they're going to have to go straight back to the drawing board and quickly, because they've got to win 2 series in a row if they're going to get back into RLCS.
Well, they do have the one fortunate thing of that they are the first team to play today, so they've got plenty of time to really take a look at what they've got to change. And to be fair, it almost feels like so much went wrong that you can almost just go in almost clean-minded in a way, because there wasn't 1 or 2 things about it. You can just say, we play bad, because that is exactly what happened to Endpoint this series. They did not look like even a shadow of themselves. So I want to see them play better later on. I'm pulling that they'll try and play a little bit better later on, because their RLCS tournament lives for Season 10 are on the line. But when we come back after a short break, we're moving on to the next round of games. It's going to be Karens versus their opponents from the rival series as they take on Stonkers.
I've been letting on warm Summer now, I close my eyes and I feel the sun on my face. Reminds me of the times we had in your warm embrace. Summer now, I close my eyes and I feel the sun on my face. Reminds me of the times we had in your warm embrace.
Welcome back, folks. We're here with the Rocket League European Promotion Tournament. Tom Battinger here next to our boys Subi and Shogun. Fantastic call last match, Shogun. I mean, were you expecting the sweep?
No, not at all, really. I kind of went into this one thinking, yesterday sort of conditioned me to sort of say, okay, maybe we've just seen the worst and the best of certain sides of teams. And, we're going to get caught out. Maybe the RLCS teams will sort of reprove why they are supposed to be the RLCS teams. But Endpoint, man, they did not show anything that we expected from them.
Not at all. Very surprised they dropped the ball. No pun intended there. Watching that one. I mean, Subi, what's your reflection here? We watched Solary. We know how good Solary is. But I expected there to be some resistance.
Well, when a team you're facing is only shooting 10% on the day, it's kind of hard to not beat them, especially in a sweep fashion. Solary, we've seen great things from them all season long. It took them about 30 seconds to wake up. And then after that, it was all them all series long. The passing plays were incredible, and Endpoint had no answer for it. And when the net was open and there were passing lanes available, Endpoint just couldn't connect. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough there for Endpoint. They will have a second shot, though. Keep in mind, this is a double elimination tournament. So the loser of the next match will go head-to-head against them. Speaking of which, let's say hello to the next match. If you're just joining us, these are some new team names, but they are the same old teams. So XTSM is now known as Karen, and that's Remco, Metz, and Lottie. And Stonkers over there, that's the team formerly known as RCD Espanol. Stake, Tox, and Jamwe have taken the league by storm. These guys looked so fantastic. I mean, this is my first season in the Rival Series, but they set a tone that was different than the other squads. Subi, you're a veteran of the Rival Series. I mean, what can you say about this team, Stonkers? How good actually are they?
Hey, it's no easy feat to come in and make it into the promotion tournament your first season in the Rival Series, and 2/3 of RCD Espanol are rookies. So good on them. But with that being said, they went to 7 Game 5s out of 9 total games during the entire season. Now, granted, they got it done. All 7 of those were wins, but when they're going up against RLCS teams, it's going to be hard to get the job done. They aren't just going to give you those Game 5s.
I feel that I do a great philosopher, Vin Diesel, once said, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. Okay? Game 5, game 4, it's a win. Shogun, what have you seen from the old TSM squad, now known as Karen or Stonkers? What are you feeling on this next match?
It's been difficult, the road along them, because it's a frustrating team to watch at times. You know that they're very smart. They've got some of the smartest players in Rocket League, but they almost seemed handcuffed by themselves, by their own fears about what can go wrong on any play. You don't see many passing plays from them. You don't see them opening up the field. You don't see really many dribbles. It's always been sort of the style that we've seen from a lot of Remco teams, which is go for the backboard, wait for the mistake, score the goal. I've always felt like if they just let themselves loose, they would be such a better team. If there's any time to do it, today could be the last chance for it. Please, I just want to see, this team unleashed to their full potential.
All right, so that's what you want to see. Prediction time. Is that what we're going to see? Are you putting your money on Karen?
No. I have been bitten by this far too often. I've been waiting for it far too long. I have to go for Stonkers here. I mean, the rise of the Spanish team, we took so long just to get one Spanish player into the RLCS. Now we've got more Spanish players really starting to show up. I think they're starting to look really good now, and I've got them taking this series.
Subi.
And I got to pull out a wonderful quote right now from our good friend, Strangest Stranger. While they're still working with their coach, Snasky, this team is now without a banner. So if you're a manager for an esports org, Karen wants to speak with you. But right now, Karen's not going to have anything to say. I've got to go with Stonkers in this matchup.
I'm here for it. Stonkers have impressed me throughout the regular season, and I think it would be disingenuous for me to represent anybody else here. Stonkers could be the Stompers here. Along for the ride, we're gonna have our commentators Supersonic and Stacks. Thank you, Analyst Desk. Let's get to the action.
Remco, Magnus, and Metsonoris are no strangers to the promotion tournament. Stakes, Talk, and Chamois are trying to cash in on their debut appearance. Supersonic, it's been a tumultuous week for these two rosters, now playing, as mentioned, under the names Karen and Stonkers. It just feels weird saying that. They could use some good news for a change, though, to close out the weekend. How do they make it happen for themselves?
Oh man, this is an odd one for me because again, like Subi just said, RCD Espanol goes to the final match 7 out of 9 times. Their one loss, they end up getting swept 0-3 by BDS. So it's one of those ones where they're kind of hot cold in a series where they're not typically a team that's just hot all the way through a series. They're grudge matches, they're longer matches, they're battles all the way to the end, which gives me some thoughts towards Karen having a chance here. But once I get down to looking at the nuts and bolts of this and where these teams are in terms of what they're doing in goals per game, number of shots allowed, things like that, like on paper, it looks like we should see what we just saw in the previous match where Solary had a sweep. I'd be surprised if Karen pulls this one out. They're gonna need to clean a lot of things up. They're gonna need to really stop the number of shot opportunities allowed to RCD or to Stonkers. They're the highest shooting team in the EU side of the league. They shoot over 9 times, get over 9 shots per game average. And, well, Karen allows the most shots per team in the RLCS on the EU. So they're going to need to figure out how to stop that mid-game and break those plays up before they occur.
Remco, no stranger to the promotion tournament. This is his 3rd time here coming from the RLCS, but he survived both times before. Magnus getting a shot towards the net. It will be Tox who stops this and sends it downfield for Stake. Now Metsonoris will take over. Took his time, though, and took too much of it. Remco will try coming out now. It's been feast or famine throughout Remco's entire career. When he has looked good, he has been money. But when he has not looked good, which is Basically, the past couple of seasons, it has been ugly. But when he gets to this point, it seems like he just flips the switch again. And we kind of see the Remco of old. Right now, it's Stake trying to link up with Cox. Doesn't work out for a shot. Now Stake will have a look at this, but watch Magnus deflect it off to the side. Stake looking for Shamway here, and it is the former Espanol, now Stonkers, striking first.
First goal going to go in. Stake brings this one down straight onto the nose of Shamway, and he puts that one away clean over on the right side of the goal. Great first shot, and so far the control and speed of this game is going the way of Stonkers. The RLRS teams have been so far today really kind of sticking it to the RLCS guys as they dominate them in speed.
The exact inverse of what we saw yesterday with both RLCS squads retaining their spot in North America. Here's Cox. Around the corner, that's intercepted by Metsinoris. Now Remco after a demo in net. Remco's going to roll this one home.
Yeah, that demo just completely opens up the field here for them. Magnus able to turn back around, get a quick touch to get that ball back to Remco as well. So great touch from him. Opens an easy shot up.
Shamway and Magnus combine on this kickoff. It'll be fielded by Remco as we restart. Brand new start for these two teams after they've conceded a goal each. Loose ball to be claimed by Metsinoris. You know, when Magnus and Metsinoris reunited for the first time in a handful of seasons, they'd certainly hoped for some of that magic that took them to the grand finals back in season 4. Instead, here they are hoping to get to the upper finals of the season 9 promotion tournament. Here's Remco popping one away. That relieves Magnus of his duties in net. And now Stake got a piece of this. He was looking for Tox, but deflected by Metsinoris. It has been ugly at times for Karen on the defensive end. Here's Stake just beating Metsinoris, but Remco was there along the back wall. A lot of offense for Stonkers so far. They almost got another one, if not for Old Ironsides making the stop.
Yeah, they're getting there and getting the shots on net. They're very aggressive, still controlling the pace of this match. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to put that many away. They did get that opening goal. Haven't been able to find anything since, but as long as they can keep this pressure and they have that third man back to stop some of these quick transitional attempts out of Karen, they should eventually break through the defense of Karen.
Metsinoris had a couple opportunities, could not cash in. Now Magnus will try some way, trying to stay in net, and Stake instead is the one who makes the stop. They had Shamway beaten, but two defenders in net. Nobody could take one of them out. Shamway's missed this though, so Remco, soft shot on, popped up by Tox, and Stake will finish the clearance. There's a demo by Remco that doesn't amount to a whole lot. In fact, it could still turn into offense for Stonkers if Stake can get control, but he's got to battle with Remco. Remco looking for Metsinoris. That's taken away by Shamway, and it just seems like Karen wants to play at a much slower pace, and Stonkers are not willing to let them have that pace. They're trying to play much more up-tempo, trying to get right in their face, very similar to like a Pittsburgh Knights play style. Drop down for Tox. This will go back to the corner. More offense for Stonkers. All Metsinoris can do is clear this towards midfield, but they barely get across the center line before Stonkers comes back for more. That's going to be Shamway waiting on the doorstep for a rebound. And Metsinoris had to make a reflex save. Can they make another? No! Stake gives Stonkers the lead with 31 seconds to go.
It's just smothering the defense here, shot after shot. The rotation perfectly spaced out from Stonkers here as they just continue that 1, 2, 3 shot after shot. Eventually, they did find their way through, and they take the lead here with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Cox throwing one over to the corner. Stake is waiting on the weak side. Shamway on the doorstep again. Another rebound opportunity, and Shamway converts.
Great pass here from Stake as he cuts it right onto that bar off of Remco and down to Shamway. finds the hole there right on that right side, and they may have just kind of finalized this match, at least round one.
15 seconds remain for Karen to get back in this. They have to go the length of the field and score very quickly to even have a chance at a kickoff goal to tie things up. Magnus, this is on and in with 3 to go.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel. There is a glimmer of hope remaining here for Karen in game number 1 as Magnus puts that one right on the money. You can't get any more into that upper 90 than that without that ball bouncing back out.
There is a sliver of hope. Metsonoris could not link up with Remco, though, so Magnus does all he can to keep the ball in the air. Magnus downfield. Metsonoris got to get on his horse, and he won't get there in time. The Stonkers hold on behind 2 goals from Shamway and take game 1.
Pacing completely controlled by Stonkers throughout. 12 shots to 5. They are dominating the pacing of this game. It really does look like the speed of Stonkers, where yesterday the RLCS teams clearly had a speed up advantage on the RLRS teams. It seems to be the exact opposite here in the EU side of things. They are just dominating on the offensive pressure, and they're breaking through the defenses of these RLCS squads.
And now the challenge set for Karen as they try to tie up the series. We'll head over to Neo Tokyo in a moment. After a long season like this, obviously 2 teams moving in very different directions. You've got this Stonkers side that had an outstanding season, playing a lot of tight matches, but coming through in those close matches, whereas the former TSM, Karen, going the opposite direction, coming down from the RLCS. How do they mentally get back into this?
Getting an early goal, one, is going to always help. That's my first go-to every single time, is get a goal, get it early. That's what's going to get you going, get some wind in your sails. The other side of this is you can have a little bit of confidence here because RCD Stonkers has gone to game 5s or to that final match the majority of the time. They don't play consistently through series. They do eventually win them out and figure it out at the end, but they tend to go hot cold. They give up one, they win one, they give up one, they win one. So this might be a moment for them to get one under their belts, and once TSM gets going, or Karen, this is going to brutalize me all day with the name changes. Once they can get something going, they might become a problem for Stonkers.
Stake will get kind of a lighthearted shot here. That's easily saved by Magnus. But coming back is Stonkers. Loose in front. Metsonoris has made a mess of things. Shamway couldn't put it through, and Magnus comes to the rescue. Remco off of Stake. So Shamway high off the backboard. Talk saved though by Magnus, who did just enough to stay in position.
Cox needed just a little bit more roll to towards his right side, or roll left, I guess. Needed to bring that left wheel a little forward to get that one around him. Just couldn't get it done.
Here is Cox collecting at midfield, and Metsonoris will intercept. Not a lot of offense, though, in the first minute and a half for Karen. They've struggled to get quality looks throughout the series. Metsonoris. Guess it is still an early series. Here is Tox. Got Stake waiting for a pass. That pass didn't quite get where he wanted to, so he had to go up and get it. Now Shamway against Metsonoris, and Metsonoris will easily clear it away. He's got Remco downfield, looking for a double. Stake in the way. And off to the side it goes to Shamway. Good team defense from Stonkers. Been good team defense for the most part from Karen as well, as Remco will drop one down to Metsonoris. Illustrated perfectly here. That's falling towards the net, and Cox has to flutter all the way back to save it. Stake and Magnus up for this. Magnus up a mile ahead of him. Remco trying to deflect one down to Metsonoris. Double for himself. No, and Cox will just pop this away. Tried to play keep away from Magnus, but instead he actually kind of served it up for him. Now Jamway back the other way, and Remco does have this guided gently to the corner, and Metsanoris makes another stop as well. It hasn't been too dangerous from Stonkers. They've had a couple good looks early on in this game. Since then, it has been just kind of standard run-of-the-mill offense back and forth, waiting for someone to make a mistake, and there have been very few mistakes to capitalize on.
Yeah, there's been very few mistakes, and it's exactly that. It's basic plays. They're doing some of these soft touches on net. They're not putting any power. It's not threatening the defense of Karen in any capacity. They need to get a couple more powerful shots on net, bring the ball downfield, get some infield passes going, or just boom one from midfield as Tox just did and take the 1-0 lead with 1:32 left on the clock. Sometimes these basic throws are just going to make it down there. Sometimes you're going to catch Remco out in the corner looking at a boost, and you're going to get a freebie.
Looking for a boost pad, hoping that it would spawn, and it never did for him. Remco left without boost. If he had any at all, he probably makes that save. It is Stonkers ahead in Game 2. They scored first in Game 1 as well, but Karen did have an answer. They had a couple. Stake gonna take flight. Only Metsanoris to beat, and he beats him.
Stake with the read off the top. That ball is gonna waterfall down. Brings it back to himself. Textbook. Clean.
Yep, and when the backboard is defended like that, might as well be an open net. It is Metsanoris against Stake. As Karen needs a quick answer, they may get one from Remco. No! And Metsanoris couldn't read it coming off the post. And look at this, pinch downfield. Remco will be there for it.
I thought that one was going for a second there too. Those pinches off the post, or those hits off the post, are hard to read. Can't really fault Metsanoris for it, but they really want another look at that ball.
It's one that in seasons past it feels like they couldn't possibly miss, but here they are, the way things have gone the past couple of seasons for all three of these players. Just another mistake that they've been waiting for. Off the corner here, nobody downfield for Stonkers. Now Stake will finally give a little bit of pressure, but they're just interested in maintaining this 0 on the other side of the scoreboard. They've done a pretty good job of it. They only have 11 seconds to hold on. Remco over Jamway. He won't catch up, but Cox is there. And that will likely be the last chance for Karen. They're not going to come back in this game. The only question, will the 0 remain? And the answer seems to be yes, as the ball heads towards the ground. Remco just spinning around, and you know, Supersonic, yes, it is Easter Sunday, but these are not the eggs anybody is looking for. It's going to be a lot of zeros when you look at the bottom half of the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's quite a few. At least 6 zeros on that side, and it might have been that in the previous match as well. It just cannot get the offense going on the side of Karen. They're not getting anything going. They're really getting kind of stuck in their own half by Stonkers. They're getting a lot of Stonkers is doing a great job of getting some creative double touches just to try and keep possession of the ball stuck in the opponent's half. And Karen just hasn't been able to respond to it yet.
But remember, these are best of 7s, and we saw constantly all throughout yesterday 2-0, not an insurmountable lead at all. We've seen teams come back and turn this into a series, and this is a team full of veterans, players that, yes, they're also very familiar with this particular tournament. They've seen all sorts of score lines. They've seen all sorts of adversity. This is just another day at the office for Team Karen. They go into Game 3, however, mentally a must-win, because you're certainly not going to pull off 4 in a row coming back the other way.
No, not going to pull off 4 coming back the other way, but as you were saying, what we saw yesterday is a lot of the times it did go 2 games one way off the start. Another team would bring it back 2, and we got to a lot of Game 7s. Haven't seen a Game 7 yet today, as Solary just kind of brutalized Endpoint. 4-0 swept them out the gate. And so far, this one appears that it would be going the same unless TSM or less Karen can get something figured out here. And they need to figure it out now.
Metsonoris will turn to challenge this. That keeps Stonkers at bay for now. Remco up the side looking for help and said he's going to take this himself, but he's pushed it well wide. Metsonoris on the weak side. Not a whole lot to work with as Shamway will get this downfield. Remco is there, and he does roll this by Shamway, so a chance for Karen, if not for the efforts of Stake defensively.
A lot of the passes coming out of Karen so far have been easily readable passes as well, or soft touches where they're passing them off the underside of their car. There's no speed involved. It's making it really easy for Stonkers to get these reads in the midfield and just break them up. There's no threatening passes coming out of them. They need to figure out a way to speed that part of the game up.
Oh, Stake does speed things up and gets up just ahead of Remco, and Stonkers will score first for the third game in a row.
I want to see more. I want a battle today. I want a game. It's just, it's hurting me in my soul. I want to see this team come alive right now with guys like Remco, Metsonoris, and Magnus. Like, you just expect more based on the name, and we're just not seeing them. We're seeing a shadow of these players right now.
I think you just now echoed the sentiments of the ex-TSM fans all over, wondering when this team's going to come alive. Is there anything left for them? As their spot in the RLCS, not on the line in this match in particular, but dropping down to the lower bracket, it becomes a much tougher journey to retain their spot, especially just with the mental aspect of being swept, if that does indeed come to pass. Metsonoris over to the corner. That gets by Stake, but Shamway is there. Cox waiting as well. Nobody actually at the net, but they could not challenge Cox appropriately as they put that pretty much right on him.
I will say this so far for this match. Right now, Karen does have more shots on net. They are getting more going. They have held Stonkers so far to only the one shot on net. Thought that was going to be a second one there. Held them only to one shot on goal, which has kept this series a bit closer. This match, it's only a 1-0. But they haven't been able to figure out how to put the ball in the net. They're getting the ball down there. They're just not making any threats still.
Stake will climb the wall here, and Shamway could not get up in time for that pass. Cox will center. It is past Stake, and a chance now for Karen if they can break out. Shamway floating all the way over to the corner. Metsonoris can't get there ahead of Stake. And again, Stonkers stave off another attack. And it wasn't much of one from Karen this time. Cox to center again. And this is what we've seen all season long from the former RCD Espanyol. Everything towards the center of the field. Constantly getting opportunities. Shot after shot. Eventually the defense just breaks. They've broken once here. Remco looking for an answer. This is down in front, and Metsonoris shot denied by Stake. Now Shamway back the other way. Has Magnus retreating, but he's thrown that off to the side.
Stake so far has made an argument for me for MVP of this series, as he's been everywhere. Midfield breaking up passes. He's created some passes for goals in the previous round and has a goal so far this match. He's just had a read on the ex-TSM squad since the start.
Remco looking for the read there, trying to dunk one in. Maybe Karen's best opportunity so far, and it's gone by the wayside. Now with only 45 seconds left. Man advantage though. Shamway's out of the picture. 2 miss, and Stake will make an easy save on Magnus. Metsonoris whiffs entirely, and a chance again for Stonkers to get downfield and burn even more precious seconds off the clock.
Yeah, they love this right now. Stonkers has no problem, and we've seen it in the regular season. They have no problem with winning the game 1-0. They're not a team that feels that they have to chase after that second goal. They're still going to play to try and get it, but more so they're going to try and control the clock and control that lead. When they get ahead, that's when they win those series, when they get up early.
Espanol could not do it through league play, but when this ball hits down, they will be 5 minutes away, perhaps, if they can kill it, from being one match away from the RLCS. 3-0 is the lead.
They're looking good so far. I'm honestly impressed with how they're handling this. And maybe this is due to the expectations that I had after watching the matches yesterday, where maybe I was leaning a little heavy into the RLRS teams after watching and becoming such a fan of them throughout the season. I was expecting more of today to be similar to what we saw yesterday in some of these battles and it to be closer. And it really does feel like the EU side of the RLRS is just dominant right now in terms of handling these RLCS boys.
How funny would it be, Supersonic, for this team that it didn't matter who they played, didn't matter how good their opponent was, didn't matter how bad their opponent was, they would always seem to go the distance, go into Game 5. Now they have a chance to finish this series, a best of 7, without even getting to a 5th game against Karen.
That's a great sign for them. This is when you want that stuff to kind of piece together, and through the off season is when you want to figure those out, because you don't want to go in, if you do qualify into the RLCS, having to play Game 5s every single week, because they're not going to go the same way that they did in the RLRS. You will not go through in Game 5s time and time again up in the RLCS. Those teams are not going to allow you to do it. They're not going to feel the same level of pressure that rival series teams do when they get their backs against the wall. The RLCS guys have been through that. They're veterans. They're not going to react the same way.
If Stonkers win this game, we will be guaranteed to have a rival series team promoting up into the RLCS out of this tournament. Karen's got other plans as Magnus has a blistering shot stopped by Tox. And that is how Karen starts this must-win 4th game. Now they'll look for more offense. Remco can't get across midfield. Stake is there, so Remco will try to throw one across just out of the reach of Shamway. Magnus and Shamway, they combine on a challenge. Metsanora stops Tox as well, but this will fall to Stake. And he tried to slow play, and Metsanora was having none of it. Popped over Remco. He backflipped, missed the ball entirely. Got a demo for his efforts as well. Now Magnus left on the back wall, and he does clear this away just ahead of Shamway. Back the other way this goes, and Tox has to make a stop over towards Big Z, but it's Betsanoris who gets there first. Remco doesn't have anything to do with this play. He gets demoed yet again. Now Magnus. Double demo alongside Tox, and it is Stake who makes the stop. It is looking like kind of a new look team here for Karen. They look like they have a lot more life at the start of Game 4. Is it too little too late for them, though?
At the very least, it looks like they're trying to get to the ball a bit more. They are getting after it so far in this match. If they don't end up winning it, they're at least getting a demo, a bump, something. They are creating possible opportunities. I think if it goes another minute or two here without getting scored on, they'll be able to start piecing this together. Whoa, close one there from Remco as he drops down and takes a quick look at the net, puts it just high off the crossbar.
Almost one of those flashes of brilliance that we've seen in the previous 2 trips to the promo tourney from Remco. But almost only counts in horseshoes. This is dropped down, and Tox sends one off to the side. Clever play set up by Stonkers. Execution not quite there. And now Metsanors just throws one away, and Shamway will bring it right back in. And I think Stonkers are very willing to play this kind of tennis-like back and forth game, because it doesn't seem like Karen can keep up with their speed running up and down the field.
Yeah, they have no problem with that at all. Stonkers, that's a play style that benefits them well, trying to do this back and forth. They have the quicker transitional goals or transitional offense from what we can see so far. Stake gonna find one off a pass from Zomway off the back wall. He's gonna put that away, and the XTSM roster right now has gotta be shaking in their boots. This is the end. This is the moment where you need to come alive. You've gotta figure something out here. Get a pass, put some blistering speed on this ball, and get it downfield.
Steak scoring his 4th goal to go with a pair of assists in this series. Steak meets up with Metsonoris. So now it'll be Magnus taking over, trying to get over Tox. But Shamway is back there. Tox still on the side. Shot just off the mark, and Remco will boom it away. Those clears work when you have a lead, but they can't chase it down.
Yeah, the Stonkers offense is, so far for me, of all the teams that we've watched through, well, I guess Solary today as well, through the promotion tournament, the closest look to what I expect out of an RLCS level squad, and it's in those passing plays. They are always looking for them. Times when you think there's no way this guy's not going to take the shot, they'll still make a pass off the back wall or try and drop it down to somebody. They create off-speed attacks, which throws the defense for a loop.
Looked like they had a 1-2 play going with Magnus and Remco, but Remco got demoed. So off the respawn, his shot saved, but only up to the ceiling, and Metsonoris hit the crossbar.
Oh, the story of the ex-TSM roster right now, Karen, is a tale of Karen being really, really angry at the crossbar. The manager is having none of it from Karen at the moment.
Magnus to Metsonoris, and another save by Shamway. The Stonkers defense was all out of sorts. They were running into each other, but Shamway barely got there at the corner of the goal. Another shot that's going to be high. There aren't a lot of saves being made. It's just everything off the crossbar, off the post. And if Karen couldn't score then, they may never score at this point. Metsonoris will try again. Another infield pass. That's blocked away by Steak. Karen has come alive at the tail end of this series, and they still cannot break through. Steak
It's looking like it's going to end
Remco.
here.
It is indeed. Shamway swatted away by Magnus. Last chance for Karen. Magnus downfield. Remco is there. This is still alive off the corner, but Steak is going to pound it down. And the Stonkers join Solary in the upper finals. A pair of 4-0 sweeps for the rival teams.
Steak coming through big for the team that round. RCDS Banyol, or ex-RCDS Banyol Stonkers taking one down in a fashion that is not typical of them. We talked about it a little bit. They're typically hot, cold throughout their series. They pieced that together, and that game plan against TSM worked time and time and time again. And they had a little help from their friend, the crossbar. Defender number 5 was basically a duo there with every player on the Karen side of the field. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing they were able to hit the whole series.
You go back to the closing seconds of game number 1. That's the last time Karen put anything across the goal line. They went the final few seconds there and all of games 2, 3, and 4 without a goal. And now they have to turn around and do it again. So Supersonic, as we get into the next match for Karen, they're going to take on Endpoint. What do they have to do to turn it around?
Endpoint looked a lot cleaner than TSM did so far today. They're going to need to figure out how to get that offense running. They had no offensive pressure. They were held to minimal numbers of shots on goal each round. They need to create some passes for themselves. They need to create some opportunities. There was a lot of times where they were trying to put it off the backboard to themselves or do off the sidewall. Remco was kind of jumping down, trying to make a couple plays on net, doing that solo play. They need to get the speed matching with each other to where that second player is up and they have that option where they're not forced to take these 1-on-2, 1-on-3 looks at the net.
So, 2 rival teams to the upper bracket, 2 RLCS teams down to the lower bracket. It is last call for Karen and Endpoint. The 2 RLCS squads doing battle with their RLCS lives on the line. Coming up next.
fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light, future we will never ride. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede.
And we're back like those dinosaurs. Here we are after 2 of them. And we have put people down into the bottom bracket, unfortunately. Tom Badger here with our guys, Johnny Boy, and of course, Spaceman. Johnny Boy. So we're kind of halfway through. I know it's 5, but we're basically halfway through. How did the first 2 matches go? Did you expect the rival series teams to be this dominant?
I did not expect the Solary versus Endpoint match to go as one-sided as it did, but unfortunately, I can say that I did expect TSM to lose to I've forgotten their
Stonkers.
name now. I'm trying not to say as many else. Stonkers. It's such a great name, but since it's so new, I still need a little bit of practice with that one. But yeah, I did see them beating TSM quite handily. Unfortunately for TSM, they just haven't shown me enough this season to really expect much from them in that matchup. And now they're in a really big trouble because they've got to win 2 in a row, and the teams that are ahead of them are not going to be easy to beat.
Well said, Spaceman over there. I mean, we were in the back room, the back room watching, and the Stonkers kind of blew Karen out of the water here. I mean, I think we expected that, but did we expect the Swift 4-0?
I didn't expect it to be as quick of a 4-0 as the same way as the first series went with Endpoint. It was honestly, it was like watching. It gets a bit crude, but it's like watching 2 teams take out the trash, just one after another. It was not close, and
Yeah.
I expected more of a fight from Karen at the end of the day. I know that they've had issues in the RLCS, but they're playing RCD, one who's notorious for not showing up until late game. RCD had their way with them, and Stonkers will move on. But yeah, man, it was surprising to start the day like this with 2 top RLCS teams, I guess, in terms of perspective, coming down here and finding themselves in the lower bracket?
Well, the teams performed well, 4-0s on both sides, and of course, there were strong players that stood up there as well. At the end of the day, we'll crown a player of the day. These are the two guys that are in our minds right now. Mellow Shisu, not so mellow. This guy absolutely coming out here and performing, getting a bunch of, honestly, just a nice spread of stats for Mellow Shisu. And Steak, well done. Might not be the way you want your Steak to be, but it's kind of rare to see a guy play this well.
Oh, dear.
I think in game one, Jamway kind of killed it, but Steak later on came through and drove it through the hearts of Karen. That's a 2-for-1 special. Y'all like that one? You like that, Johnny?
I'll let you go with that one. It was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy to see these are the rival series teams do well. Because I think this, if nothing else, this style of Rocket League that they play is more exciting to watch, in my opinion. They like to use all three players in offense. None of this defending with last man. Just get him involved. It's not always the most effective way to play because defense is, of course, important. But right now we're seeing a lot of these newer teams come up and really show the RLCS teams that aggression can win games.
Well, coming up next, we've got the two RLCS teams going head-to-head. It's Karen and Endpoint versus each other. Of course, Karen, reminder, X-Team solo mid. So we've got some of the same guys that we just saw play, and they'll be going up against Relating Wave, Nachito, and Virtuoso, who looked really strong in the regular season, kind of getting their 2 wins, the 7 losses. They did exactly look very strong. And if you want my 2 cents before I ask you guys for the in-depth analysis, match number 1, both teams got swept here, 4-0'd, but Endpoint seemed to have a little bit more control. So there was a little bit more there for me from Endpoint than from Karen here. Would you say the same, Johnny?
I would agree. I think in the past, in the last season, Endpoint have shown an ability to bounce back from adversity, where Karen have not. I mean, we've never seen Karen bounce back because this is their first tournament under the name Karen. But this former TSM roster, they've not been able to bounce back in the same way that Endpoint have on some occasions. So I do have more hope for them. They've also had a bit longer to talk about that loss and figure out what they want to do differently in this next series.
How about you, Spaceman? I mean, we've been looking at the rival series teams, but the championship squads, who do you think ekes it out here and why?
I think it's a coin flip. I really think you could make, I guess, an argument for either side, but I'm going right now with Endpoint just for this the sake of the speed, right? I think there is a difference when it comes to that play style. Is it a huge one? Not really, but it's a thread that I'm going to pull on. And at this point, at this part of the tournament, it's going to come down to just who shows up. Endpoint has had about maybe like 30 minutes to an hour to wait. They looked a little bit better against Solary than Karen did against Stonkers, but they both look flat today. And at this point in the tournament, man, you just have to show up.
All right, I'm going to ask you to put down the predictions here. From the sounds of it, we're Team Endpoint. Johnny, is that where the direction you're walking in?
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting Endpoint to walk away with a win in this first series in the lower bracket. I think Relating Wave can definitely bring a lot more to the table than he did in the first series of the day. And Virtuoso should have a bit of an easier time messing up the defense. Looking to see all 3 players really step up and get the win today in the lower bracket.
Spaceman, earlier you said Endpoint was going to be the one. Are you looking at a particular player as you lock in Endpoint?
Not a particular player. I think this comes down to both teams had an issue with controlling accuracy when it came down to good shot taking. They were missing wide open hits. They were missing some of their passing lanes. There were some redirects they weren't able to connect on. You have to fix it. That goes for either side. But I'm taking Endpoint. Yes, they had a couple of crucial misses, but at the end of the day, their defense looked a little better. I'm going with them.
I'm here for it as well. It's going to be tic-tac-toe as I lock in Endpoint. I really like what we saw out of Nachito in the first set. Look, neither of these teams got wins, so you've got to take what little victories we actually did see. And Nachito was able to find some interesting defensive maneuvers. The transition into the offense is where I think Endpoint had an endpoint of their good stuff. So hopefully that turns it around. We'll see if that's the case. Fans out there, join the conversation. Let us know if you think Endpoint is going to be the guy or if Karen is going to take it home and talk to the manager at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. and you guys can be involved just as much as we are. So fantastic stuff coming along the way here. I'm excited for this next one. Is there anything particular that you want to see? Here's the question I want to ask you guys. Do we get another sweep or do we get a 7-game set? Johnny.
If I had to pick between a sweep and a 7-game set, I would go with sweep. I don't think this goes to 7. I think Endpoint will end it before then.
Really? I think we're going to get 7 games because looking at how each one... All right, Spaceman, you got to break it up. Which side are you leading?
If those are our only two options, I think sweep is correct, but I honestly think this might go to game 5, 6. I don't think we're going the whole distance.
All right, well, we're going to go from the desk to the casters. Let's say hello to Supersonic and Stacks.
I feel so sorry for Johnny Boy that he had to sit there and suffer through all of F.Dot's puns. Welcome back, everybody. You know, here's one of those weird stats that I like to bring up every promotion tournament, Supersonic. You go back to the Season 5 World Championship, the combination of Magnus, Metsonoris, and Remco, on different rosters, of course. They combined to play in 8 different matches at that tournament alone. Since then, this will be their 9th different series in the promotion tournament that they have combined to play since then. Here we go. We're going to be guaranteed to see a team out of the RLCS at the end of this. Who you got, Supersonic?
I've got Endpoint. They just looked better throughout their series. This XCSM roster, Karen really didn't give me anything to get my hopes up going into this. Really, if they're gonna get it done, Remco is gonna have to come alive and kind of throw Karen on his back and force this series. But I do expect this to go the way of Endpoint, especially if Relating Wave can get going. If he gets going, I expect this one to end fairly quickly. I would go the same side. If I only had the option of Game 7 or a sweep, I would expect the Endpoint sweep.
Nachito, double tap, and he's got it off the defensive miss.
And so far, that is looking like the option here. Is Endpoint going to take an early lead? 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Nachito with that early goal. I said I wanted to see Relating Wave get involved, but, you know, whoever can put the ball in the net, that will work.
Metsonoris with another defensive miss, and Magnus trying to make up for it now. That's going to be denied, and now it'll be Nachito out of his own corner. It has been a struggle for Metsonoris so far today, but he's still got plenty of time to turn it around. Metsonoris trying here. Now it'll be Remco forced to chase it down in the opposite corner. Magnus on target and right on the money.
There we go. Little quick decision making out of Magnus to get up for this one. He's there quickly. That's what needs to happen for this Karen roster right now. Something that I watched in the previous one, we just casted them in the last series, is Magnus would end up in the midfield a lot where the ball was in the air and he would kind of stall out like he was thinking about going up for the ball and then just eventually drive off. If you're not going to make the commitment, you need to get out to where you're going to be able to be in the play still. And he was kind of out of the play a lot of times, and it was that decision making, not necessarily his speed of play, but his decision of when to go that was the problem for him.
Almost another flash of brilliance from Remco. Now Metsonoris will score his first goal of the day. All set up though there by Remco.
Yeah, Remco up there and so close to making that shot that the defenders had to respect it. And that camera angle just took Metsonoris out of their field of view and left him with a pretty open, wide right side of that net.
That's trying to force his way through Nachito there. By the way, that the earlier goal by Magnus broke up a stretch of 16 minutes and 11 seconds that Karen had gone without scoring a goal. Again, dating back to the tail end of Game 1 of their previous series. Nachito over towards Remco. He was waiting, but well cleared by Endpoint. Nachito again trying to get over Metsonoris. It'll be Magnus lobbing one through, and Relating Wave easily throws one to the side. And they've got all the time in the world to work out of the defensive end, and what they do with it, they just throw the ball downfield, hoping for Karen to make a mistake, which they did plenty in the previous series. I feel like they could have done a lot better with that possession.
They had exactly that. what you said is they had all the time in the world to work that one down. Instead, they just bomb one down into the half where there's 3 defenders eagerly awaiting that delivery. Pick that ball up and bring it back downfield. You don't want to give those away and just add opportunities to your opponent's end. You don't want them to be able to have more shots on net. Control that ball. Take it downfield.
This Endpoint team, of course, discombobulators a season ago, did not go through the promotion tournament last season. They got in through the rival playoffs because, of course, there was the expansion to 10 teams in the RLCS going into this season. So this is their first time in the promotion tournament. Magnus challenging Relating Wave there. Metsonoris coming on as well. And he will run into Nachito. They both blow each other up. And Virtuoso will take over. Now Metsonoris against Nachito. Virtuoso is there. No follow-up in Relating Wave. Had to wait. And a good clearance, but not out of the zone just yet. Relating Wave going to take over again with a full tank of boost. Looking for Vert in front and got no power on that pass. And that is how the Endpoint attack dies here. Relating Wave will let this go. Now Nachito trying to bring one around the boards. Against Remco. Slow going, trying to get to the center line. And now Magnus booms it downfield. Nachito's got to get there to disrupt Remco's effort. So Remco will just go steal some boost. Now Relating Wave. Deep in the Karen corner. And he'll center for Nachito. Nobody back at all for XTSM because of that collision at midfield.
Great touch from Relating Wave to put that one out and beat the defender. Sets it up beautifully for Nachito. Relating Wave is that guy that I was looking for to make a difference in this series. He's that guy on the team. He's 36% of their offensive pressure of their goals. 41% of their pass plays come courtesy of Relating Wave. He is a big part of this offense, and he needs to be involved if they want to take the series.
Oh, another chance as this is given away to Nachito, and this game's been turned on its head.
The duo right now is Relating Wave to Nachito. Back-to-back goals for the duo there. Relating Wave, again, being that assist player. He's coming alive, and he's getting plays and opening up situations for his team to make these goals.
Karen led this game for quite a while. Now they've got to scramble to tie it up again, and another hairline save. Just barely made by Relating Wave. More heartbreak for Karen as this is falling in the general direction of their goal, and more time comes off the clock. A great back pass to Nachito, and that's going to force Karen to go the length of the field again, and they cannot. Endpoint steals game 1.
Man, that series, I really wanted Relating Wave to come alive. I was talking about him here and there throughout the series. At one point, I looked down at 2 minutes left. He had 96 points on the board and zeros all the way across. Those final 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes, he came alive. Opened up 2 goal opportunities for Nachito. A blistering last-second reaction to get a goal save there at the end to keep them alive. Relating Wave really showing up when I wanted and needed him to make a difference for this Endpoint squad.
Nachito with the hat trick, 3 goals on 3 shots, and boy, were they all clutch. As he, wouldn't say single-handedly, because again, Relating Wave had a lot to do with those goals, but he brings Endpoint back from kind of dire straits there in game number 1, and now for Karen on the other side, again, 3-2, the same result as game 1 of their previous series, and then they went 15 minutes without a goal, and this one has to feel especially crushing because they led for so long, and the way they gave up that lead, just not the standard of play that any of these players have set for themselves over their careers.
At 100% agree with you. The play is, unfortunately, not up to their own standards. And teams are basically taking huge advantage of that. It's the speed of play. It's the decision-making. They're accurate. They're getting there. They're making touches on the ball. but it's the decision of where they're placing that ball that seems to be the issue for them.
All three members of this Endpoint squad had at least one hat trick throughout the season. That for Nachito, ultimately his second, ties Virtuoso. What do they have for an encore in Game 2 with all the momentum that comes from, not just the win in Game 1, but the way they got that win? Virtuoso looking to center for a relating wave. Didn't quite get there. So now Metsanoris down for Remco. This will be high off the backboard and well defended by Nachito. No wasted movement on the side of either Endpoint or Karen. They can't afford any right now. The ball whipping around from point to point does finally come to a rest in front of the goal and back the other way towards the Endpoint half. Relating wave with Virtuoso flanking and Magnus sure-handed on the backboard. Redirect is going to be high and wide, and the follow-up belongs to Metsanoris. Deflects that over towards Remco and doesn't have a lot to work with, so all he'll do is bring it to the corner. Very patient on the offensive end. Will it work out? No. Relating wave gets back in time.
The patience isn't really what they need on that offensive end. They need patience when they're on the defensive end, bringing it out, not just bombing it back to the other team. But they need to get something going. They need some speed. They need to start moving. The patience isn't going to get this thing done for them.
Metsanoris, Remco to his left, and Remco no longer to his left. He'll be respawning right about now. Metsa for Magnus, longtime duo once upon a time, does not connect here. Now Magnus redirect's going to be wide, and no mistake made by the Endpoint defense as Virtuoso plays that off to the side. Metsanoris up a little late, and Nachito will bomb it away again. Relating wave challenged by Magnus, but still stays with the play. No follow-up available for Karen. They have to reset back in their own end. Relating wave trying to jam this through the corner, and Magnus swats another one away. Second save of the game for Magnus, closing in on a savior medal just past the halfway mark. And he may get plenty more opportunities to get that third save. Nachito over to Virtuoso. Bank off the ceiling for Nachito, and that's saved away by Metsanoris this time.
It's probably not an award you're looking to get. Typically,
No.
you don't want to have to get that savior medal. It's nice that you did, but the means that something's going wrong elsewhere, that you're allowing these opportunities to occur. And they've got to figure out how to control this ball coming out of their half. They just continually hand it off time and time again to Endpoint.
Metsanoris gets there just ahead of Relating Wave, but Vert plays this past the oncoming Remco, and it even skips by Metsa as well, so Vert can play it downfield, and Metsa does have to play this away, only as far as Relating Wave. Nachito waiting for a rebound. There's none as Vert blows up Remco in the net. Relating Wave gives him Endpoint the lead.
Relating Wave coming up for that flip reset and just gonna barely touch it with the side of the car there to set it off course and get it around that defender. Great heads up play, saw the defense, found the hole, and put the ball on target.
Relating Wave with the first goal for Endpoint not scored by Nachito. Pass over to Remco, but his first touch got away from him. Relating Wave makes the save. Now Virtuoso. As Metsanoris right there to contend with. And despite the demo on Relating Wave, Karen not getting many quality looks as Magnus put nothing behind the shot. Relating Wave makes the save. Metsa taken out by Vert. Nachito looking to score on the other side, and Magnus scrambles back for the save.
Relating Wave actually on that save gets his savior medal, and he's the only one to make a save so far on his side. 3 saves and 1 goal for him. One-man wrecking crew at the moment on the side of Endpoint.
A side flip from Vert, you thought that might have killed off the attack, but the ball wasn't cleared away, so he still got a shot off. Metsa for Remco looking for the tie. No, still floating towards the net, but Relating Wave will just pop one up. That's well read by Magnus, but he couldn't get the touch he was looking for, so Metsanoris just has to play one off to the side. It is not looking good defensively. It's not looking good on either side of the field for Karen as they come down to the final countdown in game 2. One last chance to tie this game. Otherwise, they're looking at their 4th shutout of the day, and it has come to pass. Endpoint with a 1-0 victory in game 2.
Just looking for something to happen on that side for them to piece it together, but they continually go to this clear out play style. They're playing for big clears, which isn't working. They have to change this. At some point, you need to recognize that what you're doing is not working. It's not getting the job done, and change that up. They typically are clearing this either off the sidewall into the mid or straight down the middle of the field. Very rarely are they just taking it down the sideline or trying to create an opportunity. And this is just giving shot after shot after shot to Endpoint. And you can't do that, especially when you're not succeeding defensively, and that's one of your issues. If you're not going to fix that, at least speed your offense up to a point to where you can get pressure. Take it down once and then crank the dial to 12 and just stay in the offensive half, because the defensive half isn't working for you.
Here's just a taste of some of the history that is being written right now. Only one player has ever been relegated out of the RLCS in back-to-back seasons. That, of course, being a lot just a few seasons ago. Still found his way back into the league every time. Now his former teammate Magnus trying to avoid a similar fate. Nobody has been relegated out of the league 3 times in total. Magnus is in jeopardy of having that happen right here. He's down 0-2 alongside Remco and Metsanoris as we kick off game number 3. Remco looking for an early goal for Karen and an opportunity, but nobody there to capitalize after the mistouch on the defensive backboard. Nachito trying to force one through, and Metza will have this. Magnus is there as well, and nobody could get there. Still on the goal line and knocked down by Relating Wave.
Relating Wave coming up off the top here, hits the backboard, jumps back down, doesn't even jump back down, I'm sorry. He just started boosting immediately and nosedives that ball and gets it back in. What a reaction time from Relating Wave.
Just stomping the ball down into the goal, and that is how things start. A very inauspicious start for Karen as they fall down early. Virtuoso stopped by Magnus. Metza popping one up for Remco, but he's whipped on it, so Metza has to play this with Virtuoso demoing Magnus behind him. Remco to pop one up, and there is Nachito there to follow the play. Nachito trying to take this away from Magnus, almost picked his pocket. This will get downfield towards the Endpoint end, but not a whole lot happening for Karen. That shot in the general direction of the net, but that's it. Relating Wave trying to go over Magnus. Virtuoso staying with this play. Metsanoris makes the stop, and now Remco can boom it away. He's got Magnus thinking about going downfield, but Relating Wave got there first. Just a combination of being outpaced by Endpoint, a little bit of indecisiveness as well. Now Remco on an empty net, off the post, this has to go in, and it does.
Close one here for Remco. He had to have just been clinching so hard on this one as it goes in from his angle. It looked like it was probably going to bounce out. He was making a play to try and catch it. Luckily for him, it catches just enough of the inside of that post that it does go in as it crosses the goal line from right to left.
Oh, Magnus almost got another cheap one there off the kickoff. That would have been huge for Karen. But Endpoint staves that off, and now here's Nachito. Wide turn to get around Magnus, and he flicked that way off to the corner. Now Relating Wave up high. Magnus easily deflects to the corner. Remco circling around in the net, looking for boost. He's got some. Now he can use that boost to chase this downfield alongside Metsanoris. I think he got spun out there at midfield. That double commit from Endpoint, not what they're looking for, but it doesn't cost them after yet another whip at midfield. Side angle, almost in from Relating Wave.
It was almost a disgusting shot. Great attempt there from Relating Wave. Just off as it catches the post. Doesn't have the same luck as Remco to get that one to bounce in.
Nachito's picked his spot, but it is well wide. And now Remco just rolling one past Relating Wave off to the corner. Cut out by Metsonoris, but all that does is give possession back to Endpoint, angling down, and Magnus does well to at least get this out of harm's way. This will waterfall down, and Metsonoris is there again. He has struggled on the defensive end at times, but he has been solid in this game. Magnus can't make this save. The crossbar does. Metsonoris from the ceiling of the goal does get a deflection there. Karen hanging on by a thread. That lack of communication, though, for Endpoint will bail out Karen for now. Magnus around one, but relating wave is there. Metso waiting. Ball jammed up in the corner. Remco patiently waiting. Now he can make a challenge, but this goes right to relating wave again, and more offense for Endpoint, trying to make it 3-0 in the series. Down to 90 seconds. Metsa out of his own corner. Look at all the cars jumbled up in that corner for Karen. The spacing significantly better for Endpoint, though it hasn't been this whole game. Relating wave over to Virtuoso, trying to run interference in the net. Nothing doing there. And Nachito will try to drop this off for relating wave, and he can't find it. We're getting to the final minute here, and for Karen, the way that this day is gone, perhaps just wondering when something else is going to go against them. Virtuoso, big drive is high, and Magnus credited with the save nonetheless.
This match is a lot closer than the previous ones that we watched for them so far, but it's only that way because Karen is playing so heavy defensively. They did get the one goal. I think they're just trying to play for another miss opportunity in rotation from Endpoint, and they seem content with just staying and controlling the ball on their end of the field until that opportunity presents itself, which has really caused a slowdown in the pace of this match. Relating wave almost sneaks that one in off the back wall.
Remco cut out by Nachito, and a chance now for Karen. Of course, they may have seen Solary earlier scoring on empty nets because of just lack of defensive rotations on the part of Endpoint, trying to take advantage of that. It has not worked out here, and now finally, we will go to overtime. I believe the first overtime of the day.
I believe you are right. I don't think we have seen an overtime yet today. Not one that I can recall. We definitely didn't cast one in the last series.
No.
And I don't remember one from the first series.
This will pop out. Relating wave denied by Metsonoris. Nachito's still there. He will stay with the play, but he runs into Metsa. That'll slow his efforts down, so Vert has to take over. All the way to the opposite corner. Relating wave looking for boost, perhaps. Now Nachito. Decent challenge in midfield. Vert got the demo, but Relating couldn't come up. He had to stop Magnus's effort. Now with the full tank. Back the other way. He's burning all of it. And Metsonoris gets up for the stop. Magnus trying to skip one by Virtuoso. Demoed by Nachito. Physical defense working out for Endpoint. Can Metsa get here first? No. Relating wave does. Virtuoso's there in the corner. They are getting a little clumped up, and there will be nobody there for that pass as a result.
That was Virtuoso's fifth bump and demo, and as he comes in to look for another one, he actually ends up bopping Relating Wave back into the opponent's goal. Missed there from Relating Wave, and that's going to open it up for Remco, and Karen are going to take down the first match of the day for themselves. I guess it's not the first match of the day. First match for them.
Yeah, they get their first win of the day, and it's Remco who comes through. Something had to give eventually. They were so close. They were hovering over the goal line all throughout the day. Finally get one across the line. Remco scoring his third of the day, second of the series, end game. And what a huge lift for Karen. Again, facing relegation here. The loser of this series is out of the RLCS. This is a battle for survival as much as anything else. Karen on the board, still down in the series 2-1 though, and now we kind of turn our attention to Endpoint, because despite all the opportunities they had, Supersonic, including 6 from Virtuoso, he couldn't find the back of the net. And that's a little scary because Vert's the guy you want to see lighting up the scoreboard.
Vert's one of the guys. Relating Wave is that guy typically for their team. He is the one that does he's the highest percentage of goals, highest percentage of assists, and highest percentage of saves. And he's that guy that you never want out. And unfortunately, that match ended due to Virtuoso bumping Relating Wave and causing the entire team to have to try and scamper back as fast as they could to keep up with that ball, and they weren't able to make a clean touch on it. Had that bump not happened, it would have gone the other way, but Virtuoso was just demo hungry that match with 5 of them and was going in for his 6th, and unfortunately took out Relating Wave. That's the guy, if you're going to hit one of them, hit Nachito. Don't take Relating Wave out of the play. He's been the man for you so far today, and he was throughout the season, so make sure you don't take him out.
A fresh 5 minutes on the clock as we head over to Utopia. And a chance for Karen to build off that W and perhaps tie up the series, though they are not going to want to have to play defense, in air quotes, like that. Magnus. Oh, that's a awkward spot for Nachito to be in, but Virtuoso gets back with a save. He can try to find Relating Wave, but Metsanoris is up ahead of him. Vert with another boom downfield, intercepted by Magnus, and he'll have to give way to Metsanoris. The problem is Magnus burned a lot of boost before Metza called him off.
Nice
Relating
touch.
Wave to Virtuoso off the corner. A near miss from Endpoint. This is not the type of defense that Karen wants to be playing throughout this game, but starting to look very shaky like it did in the previous series.
Magnus is ball chasing hard right there, just kind of throwing himself at it at ones that he didn't have a chance of getting back to, and that's not something you want to see. You just got the win. You should be getting more comfortable after that. That should take your nerves level down, but it feels like Magnus might still be on edge just a touch there as he tries to chase the ball around.
Magnus there just ahead of Relating Wave. Now relating downfield for the feed from Vert, and the save made by Remco. There's a demo on Magnus, though. Metza could be next. No, Vert instead going across the way, and Nachito couldn't get a shot on. Now Vert, he'll whiff on this, maybe expecting Magnus to get a touch, as this will drop right down to Remco. He's just about giving it away to Nachito. Relating Wave did get bumped by Magnus, dropped down anyways to Vert, and Endpoint scores first again.
There we go. That's what you want. Relating Wave. Beautiful pass here as he gets it down right on the nose of Virtuoso. He sneaks it over one, under the other 2, and out to the side. And that's got to feel good for Bird after those 2 missed opportunities where he put one into the corner that came out of that upper 90, and then that missed open net opportunity off the back wall where he whiffed on that rebound. Immediately, though, gets to feel great about it as he puts that one away off of Relating Wave.
Endpoint scores first again. Now they have to hold on for at least half a game now. Relating Wave trying to get one under towards Virtuoso, instead rolled one towards Magnus. Magnus can follow this play, but Nachito disrupts. Now Remco, one more touch to get over to Metza, and he's on the board again.
Metsanoris gonna show up. He was definitely somebody that was one of the bigger issues in their opening series against Solary, but he is starting to find a stride here against Team Endpoint as he puts that one beautifully into that upper 90 on that left side.
Well, watch out off the kickoff. Relating Wave just misses, but Virtuoso changed directions on that shot, and barely getting there was Metsanoris. He had one defender beat. Metza got there just in time. Now Nachito over Magnus, but Remco's right there. Vert, follow-up, looking for Relating Wave. I think he might have been between shot and pass, and instead he just put it right at Remco. Downfield is Relating Wave again, but he couldn't get to Magnus in time. Now Magnus, all he can do is drop one down. Lateral pass out to Relating Wave. That's going to float high. Metsanoris swipes it away. Nachito will be there with a full tank of boost, but he won't get to use it. Metsanoris took him out. Remco chasing after this. Burned all his boost, didn't get the ball. Now Metza. Dropped down, Relating Wave, couldn't stop it. Virtuoso does. Nachito gonna score this? No, he came very close, but it's an open net thanks to the big demo in front and Relating Wave gives Endpoint the lead again.
Yeah, Virtuoso going to get that bump. Nachita with a near miss that's just going to drop that ball right out in the open. Easy bucket for Relating Wave.
3 goals each now for Nachito and Relating Wave. Endpoint back on top in game 4. Virtuoso circling around, disrupted by Metza. Now to be Relating Wave up against Remco. Got by him. Metza coming on as well. Virtuoso got a piece of this. Remco missed, but Magnus is right there. He'll roll one up the back wall, kick one out. Remco coming on. It looked like Metza was playing decoy, and the save still made by Virtuoso.
Virtuoso did get the save there, but it seems to be an issue that happens a lot. Virtuoso seems to be that guy on defense that just throws himself at the ball time and time again. There's no calling off. He tends to overcommit, and he goes ahead and causes double commit situations, which luckily they haven't been punished for very much, but he does create these opportunities that may eventually go that way.
Remco waiting for the rebound, almost converted, but he's denied by Virtuoso, and Relating Wave will throw him downfield, testing the transition defense of Karen. Burt trying to get around on a ball to keep it somewhat centered. Remco there to battle with him. Now Relating Wave, he'll just rotate out as Metsanora should have this ball. It does only go as far as Vert, as the final seconds will tick away. A game that is kind of snuck up on us here. The clock has hit 0, and it has reached 3-1 for Endpoint. Seemed like a lot more action in that game, Supersonic, compared to other games in the series, but it is still Endpoint who comes out on top, and now they're 1 win away from prolonging their life in the RLCS, at least through the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely the team kind of came alive here. At least Karen came alive to get up there and match with Endpoint after getting that previous match win in the last round. 8 shots up this time, which is, when you look at the stats for the day for what Karen's been putting up, that's an astronomical difference. They are putting up shots. They're getting offensive pressure going. They're getting down the field, which is really what you have to do. If you're not getting down the field and taking shots, you're never going to put the numbers on the board, and they are finally finding a rhythm and getting down there. They're committing to shots. That second man, Metsanara, coming through and putting that shot beautifully in that top corner. They're involved. They're engaged. They look like they want to play. They're just not quite piecing it all together yet, but it's coming together. I expect them to carry this over into the next match, and hopefully we get a great round out of this next one.
A far cry from their series during league play, which Endpoint won 3-0, and they outscored what was TSM at the time 10-1 in that series. Karen putting up much more of a fight here. They are making Endpoint earn it. So far, they're 1 win away from doing exactly that. Another 5 minutes on the clock. It could be the end of Karen in the RLCS, unless they can come up with 3 in a row. This is banking towards the Endpoint net, and Relating Wave will deflect it away. That is how things start between Endpoint and Karen in Game 5. Nachito has Virtuoso willing to turn around at midfield and chase this to the corner. One more touch needed to center. Relating Wave comes up to play as well, and Metanoris will boom it away. Nachito has Virtuoso coming on after a demo on Metza, looking for Remco as well. Could not get him. This is something the old Discombobulators did all throughout the Rival Series season. It's why they got to the RLCS in the first place. Lots of demos, lots of bumps, and they just forced bad defensive rotations because of it. It has gotten them to this point, up 3-1 in the series. Relating Wave up high, and they are really trying to take advantage of that kind of that waterfall effect with the ball coming straight down from the curvature there near the ceiling. They've seen Metza's misplayed it a couple times. Karen as a whole has had trouble playing that ball. They've scored a couple goals this series off it.
One of the things that you were talking about a moment ago is this demo-heavy play from Discombobulators, and really the guy that leads that charge for them is Virtuoso. 2 demos so far in this round, 5 in the previous, 3 in this round as he takes Magnus off the field. And I actually read something that he had said previously, and people had asked him about why it didn't work the same for him in RLCS. And basically his response was, it's a little bit harder to go and do that to players at the RLCS level when they know it's coming. But he doesn't seem to have that issue here today with Karen, as he has just been removing them from the field time and time and time again. And again.
Vert takes out Metsonoris. Nachito with a drive, and Magnus makes that save. Metsonoris will finish off the clearance attempt and get a little help from Remco as well.
And again.
Yes, another one. Nachito right at Metza. That's easily saved away. Remco in transition. This will be off to the side. Metza cannot get the ball centered as Relating Wave beats him through the punch, and then Virtuoso comes in, and he took over. Don't think he called him off, so this will go off to the corner, and Endpoint be in a bit of a pickle defensively. Magnus shot on, saved by Relating Wave. Here's Remco looking to center for Metsonoris. Magnus is waiting. He'll be called on here, but all he can do is sky one up to the side. Does get the ball in front finally, and Nachito, nobody was actually at the net, but Nachito comes in from midfield to play it away.
Been such a battle so far, back and forth in the midfield and kind of out wide in the corners. None of these shots really ever getting in front of the net. Only 4 shots total between the two teams so far in the opening 3 minutes of this series. Somebody's got to figure out how to get this ball actually in front of the net and get a clean look. Virtuoso
is not that someone on this occasion, but Remco could be. Over to Metsonoris, and Nachito intercepts. Now quickly back the other way. One-on-one, Virtuoso and Magnus got a piece of him, and Virtuoso splits it by.
And of course it comes off of a bump play, because there is no play that Virtuoso's in without making contact with his car on someone else's. Comes through, gets the bump, looking for that demo, knocks him out of the way. Beautiful goal from Virtuoso.
They averaged something silly like 3.5 to 4 demos a game when they were in the rival series a season ago. And a bump play could be what prolongs their life here in the promotion tournament. Magnus trying to challenge Nachito. Does force this through. Metza waiting, and he'll have to scramble all the way across, and Relating Wave still beat him there. 1 minute could be all that's left of Karen in the RLCS unless they can find an answer. Metza. Well, Remco jumped, and Metza played it right by him. Virtuoso keeping this alive on the side. Magnus does force it through, and Relating Wave there to make one save. Nobody home, though. And Magnus is going to get credit for this goal.
They are going to catch the Endpoint kind of slipping there. Relating Wave out in the corner looking for boost. Looks like Nachito was on the other side. Nobody home on net. Forces that quick reaction, reflex instinct kind of save out of Relating Wave, where he didn't have control over where he was putting it, and ends up throwing it right back into Karen.
The last win, often the most difficult by far to get. Just ask E United from yesterday. Magnus open net, and Nachito almost got there. It's a demo play that opens things up for Karen.
Not expected. Karen with the demo bump play to start things, or to kick things off here to get that 2-1 in the final minute. And things have turned around. Immediately out of nowhere, we've got 2-1, and they are up with 30 seconds left on the clock. Finally alive. I like seeing the aggressive play and the bumps come out. Match that pace and that aggression from Endpoint, and you're seeing them get involved here. I don't know if that was instigated there by Metsonoris or Virtuoso, but Virtuoso's going to get his 5th demo of the game out of that one.
Well, there's Vert getting another one on Metza. Will it open things up? This is deflected deep into the Karen zone. Now Metsonoris throwing one downfield. Remco got it by Relating Wave, and Karen still has life.
And they do. They have a bit of life left in them. It seemed like some sort of switch went off and clicked into place there at the end. Magnus getting involved with 2 shots that he puts on net. bump plays to get things open. We saw Metzenaris start colliding with Virtuoso. A couple demos there. They end up trading those, but they're matching that aggression that's working so well for Endpoint and throwing their game right back in their face. And that appears to be working for them. They need to try and bring that level of energy and that level of just wanting to get it done into this next match. They've got another 2 rounds to go here, and they're gonna have to show up. I don't think Endpoint is gonna make this easy on them.
F-Dot asked the question of Johnny Boy and Spaceman before we got into this. Did you see a sweep or a match going the distance? And now we are so much closer, closing in on Game 7. Karen's got to hang on for one more to force that 7th and decisive game. It looked like they were dead in the water with about a minute left, but just like Endpoint came back in Game 1, Karen comes back to steal victory from the jaws of defeat in Game 5. Now we go to Game 6. Still a must-win on Wasteland for Karen. And thus Endpoint can punch their ticket into the lower finals. Nachito denied by Metza. This is the defensive Metzenaris that TSM/Karen has been looking for a while.
So my question to you is now, do you think it's more likely Endpoint ends it here, or are we going to get the Game 7?
Boy, with all the cards on the table, I'd have to imagine Endpoint still the favorite on paper. But never underestimate a player like Remco in this position. He has been a survivor all throughout his career. 3rd time he's been in this promotion tournament. He's yet to relegate yet. Metzenaris looking for Magnus. He got spun out by Relating Wave. Relating Wave in an awkward spot, though. Virtuoso may be called on. No, it'll be Nachito off the backboard, but that goes right to Magnus. Over to Metza, and Virtuoso breaks it up. Relating
There's a
Wave
lot of
lob
times
over
here.
to Magnus. Could be trouble as Nachito couldn't keep the play alive, but Vert could. Didn't get a whole lot behind this, and Remco does have it clear.
There's a lot of moments here, I talked about it earlier, where Relating Wave is getting cut off. It was typically by Virtuoso, and they end up in these kind of odd double commit situations, which is why Relating Wave was in that weird position when you talked about it. That time, it was actually the fault of Nachito coming through to take that one away. That tends to be where they're getting out of pace. Relating Wave tends to get cut off, and it just throws their defensive rotation off, and they don't end up doing that double commit situation to them too often on the offensive end. It only seems to happen to them defensively. They panic to try and get there to stop the ball.
Pinball's out of the corner, and Relating Wave can't clear it yet. Nachito can. Magnus got to get up there above the crossbar, and he does make the stop. Now Metzenaris in a tough spot. He brought that to the middle, and Remco's right there to help him out. Quickly downfield comes Karen. To the ceiling, Remco, but Nachito's there. This could be right at Magnus. He gets around Nachito. Needs some help on the other side. None is there, so Metzenaris will play it at midfield. Karen not getting too aggressive, trying to make sure they don't give up any cheap goals. It has kept them alive to this point. Nachito, though, this kisses the ceiling, and Magnus is right there for it. Now Remco dropped down. Nobody there to help him out, so Virtuoso has a booming clear. Metzenaris gets demoed again. So too does Magnus. It's a chance as Remco and Metza run into each other. And then a bump as well from Vert, and Relating Wave scores.
Virtuoso with that demo straight into a bump on Metzenaris, and then another bump onto Remco as he just removes the entire team from the play. Karen is gone. Manager would have none of it. Virtuoso, the manager, to make sure Karen is kept in check.
And a miss by Remco off that back corner. But it is not trouble, as Karen can get downfield. Magnus from the side can't barrel through and get the ball in front. Now to be Nachito just getting there ahead of Metzenaris. Magnus in a tough spot. Slows the ball down best he can. Virtuoso looking for blood again. Now to be Relating Wave, stuck by Magnus. to
what
go
a
with
pinch.
a pinch. Remco will play that. That is well done on the defensive side by Remco and Karen. So once again, similar spot for Karen. Their RLCS lives flashing before their eyes. About the time where they came alive last game to steal that game. Virtuoso challenged by Metza. It'll be Remco racing against Relating Wave. Vert trying to play one further for Relating, and he does get by Magnus. Metza staying with the play. And in the final minute, Karen does not concede what would have been maybe a back-breaking goal.
Yeah, almost an own goal there. Magnus able to get back there and knock that one away, saves it out of a dangerous position. They need to turn this up. They've got to find something here. 30 seconds remaining in Karen's RLCS lifespan.
Oh, they got a demo on Nachito, though. Relating Wave does get back. The shot was wide. A great opportunity there for the ex-TSM, and now Virtuoso gonna bury the dagger right between the eyes.
Virtuoso, the man that has stepped up to just talk to him the whole series. Bumps, demos, removing players from plays, getting assists, and now putting another bucket up to his name in the final seconds of this match, which may have just sealed the fate of Karen.
Karen's got to go the length of the field. They almost brought one back from this position last series. But Relating Wave has possession, has one more shot. Time has run out on TSM, on Karen. Remco, Metza, and Magnus have relegated out of the RLCS as Endpoint stays alive.
Whew. Got a bit more of a series than we had expected as we got into those matches. Really, TSM really kind of tried to swap back onto their defensive side and hold and wait for opportunities, but Endpoint just not creating that many for them. And then when they did, they were quick to get back and make some of those saves, and then eventually goes the way of Endpoint. And really, I think that it comes courtesy for me of Virtuoso and how aggressive his play was every single match. He was just an irritation and a thorn in the side of Team Karen.
And that's something that either Solary or Stonkers is going to have to worry about, because somebody is still going to have to go through Endpoint if they want to make it up to the RLCS. 10 shots to 2 in that final game as Endpoint hands Karen their 5th shutout loss of the day and drops them out of the RLCS. So that bit of business has been taken care of. Now Endpoint awaits to see who they will have to go through to keep their spot in the RLCS. On the upper half of the bracket, though, 2 rival series teams, Stonkers and Solary, going to play for a spot in the big show. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you
Welcome back, folks, to the desk, and it is the Rival Series versus the Championship Series. Welcome to the promo tournament, European style. Joined here by my fellow rival friends. We've got Subi and, of course, the illustrious Stacks. How are you veterans doing? Stacks, start us off.
I didn't realize that I was actually going to have to suffer next to Subi at any point this season. I thought being with Supersonic the whole time, I thought it was going to be smooth sailing, and here we are. We saved the worst for last. Unreal.
Yeah, I feel you, Stacks. I thought we could go a whole season without having to see each other, and lo and behold, I just sit right next to you. This is probably the worst Easter of my life.
Same.
Well, boys, get wrecked. Some of these teams have been getting wrecked, unfortunately. Let's take a glance at the bracket and see how things have paired up. Good news for our Rival Series teams. The first two matches of the day were absolute stompers, excuse me. Solary looked really clean against Endpoint, and then Stonkers, previously RCD Espanol, looked really strong against Karen, previously known as Team Solo Mid, now known as no longer in the tournament. The lower bracket, Endpoint trounced out and trounced up, let's say, and now Endpoint awaits their opponent. Solary, the Rival Series team, will go up against Stonkers here, and the loser of that faces off against Endpoint. But on the good side of it, the winner of this secures their spot in the RLCS. So definitely something you want to take a look at and keep in mind as far as the game is concerned, because this one's for all the marbles, right? Like, you gotta, I guess the next one's for all the marbles, but this one's for a lot of them. So coming into this one, I don't really know what to expect here. We saw a lot of good stuff out of Solary. We saw a lot of good stuff out of Stonkers. So what happens when they go head to head? I mean, these are the players on the team. We saw them earlier. Let's say hello to them one more time. Melishisu, Exotic, and Kyrian. And then Stonkers is Steak, Tox, and Jamwe. And I have been impressed with kind of all of the individuals on Stonkers. Stacks, which player stands up to you on any of these rosters?
Well, it's Carrion for me. It has been all season, and he wasn't the goal scoring machine that we've seen all season long in that previous series, because of course he didn't need to be. Melishisu stepped up and he took over.
Right.
But Carrion all season long, whenever Solary has needed a clutch goal, he's been there. He has broken so many hearts all throughout the season. There have been times where Solary's been on the brink of getting upset by teams that maybe they shouldn't even be playing close with, and Carrion has bailed them out. And I imagine if he wakes up here for this series, and I bet he will, then it's going to be a long series for Stonkers.
Well, we'll see how that all goes out. These two teams taking the pitch in just a couple of minutes. Let's shift gears into prediction time. All right, Subi, time to use that big brain of yours. Who is going to bring the pain? Who takes it, and why?
Well, I appreciate you for that nice sentiment, but I don't think that's very true. And, as much as I want Stonkers to conquer, I'm not sold on them too much from what we saw. I don't think they faced as tough as an opponent. I was very impressed with Solary this morning. They came to play ball, and I think this is the match where they're punching their ticket into the RLCS. I don't think it's going to be a sweep like they had earlier this morning, but I think they're going to win this matchup. I think we're going to see it go 6 games. I think they're going to win 4-2. But yeah, I'm going with Solary all day long.
All right. Stacks, you were really high on Kyrian. Do you think that's going to be reflective of the match?
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I am as bonkers for Stonkers as the next guy, but I do have Solary here. They went the distance when they played in league play, and it took an epic 5-minute overtime for, at the time, Espanol to survive Solary. And I have to imagine Solary still got that kind of in the back of their minds. That was the last time, I believe, Solary dropped a series. I don't think they plan on dropping this one this time to those guys. I got Solary here going up to the RLCS.
I think normally I would go with Solary here for the trip to the RLCS, but I'm bonkers for Stonkers, dude. I mean, I have been swept up. I have been taken by the court of public opinion. I want to see the graph emojis in the chat. This is about heart, man. I can't point to any stats telling me why I'm picking this team. I just love the attitude. I love the feel. I love the vibe. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to bring it, and I'm here to take it. I'm excited for it. Solary versus Stonkers. That's the one up next. And we've got two of your favorites. Shogun and Johnny Boy are going to be on the horn.
Last time these teams played, it took 5 games and a 5-minute overtime to separate them. But in a best of 7 with an RLCS spot on the line, what sort of difference will that kind of pressure make? And Johnny, immediate question I want to come over to you is, we saw both these teams play earlier on. Which one impressed you more in their series?
You know, it's hard to say today alone which team was more impressive, because I think in both their series, their opponents were underperforming. But I fancied the Stonkers' chances in this series even before they renamed to Stonkers, which is of course one of the best rebrands we've ever seen in the history of Rocket League. At least it's going down pretty well with the analyst desk.
Yeah, it's definitely, it feels weird that Stonkers could have gone 8-1 and didn't auto-qualify, but that was the level of competition at the top of the rival series this season. So they definitely came in this weekend as the team to beat on the rival side. They definitely look like they're going to be incredibly difficult to take down, but, you know, we've seen this a few times that this is, by far, the most difficult game in Rocket League outside of winning a World Championship. You've got to get your head around the idea that you are just one series away from grabbing what you've wanted your entire career, an RLCS spot. Which team is going to be able to step up to the pressure as we do head our way into game number 1 shortly? And I'm very curious throughout this series that sort of the play styles that we get used to. This weekend's been very, you know, almost tactical heavy, which has been very different for the scene.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing two teams go against each other. Two teams who are so focused on offense and really like to get everybody involved in that 3-man offensive play. Now, if Solary are going to get a win here today, I think they'll have to really try and catch the Stonkers off guard. They need to try and hit them fast, hit them hard early in the series. If you let these guys establish the rotation, get comfortable, they've shown us this year that they can already beat and take games and series off RLCS level competition.
We're going to be starting ourselves off with offense. Coming out from Stonkers, that's a great first shot. Pick that one out.
You know, I was a bit worried when I was going against the analyst desk again earlier on. Picked against them, and Solary made me look pretty silly, but so far so good. Stonkers 1-0, and that is way too much space to be given them from that dangerous kind of range.
It's also a little bit of a statement of intent. We've seen so many times that that sort of space has been given, but it hasn't been taken by the offensive team. That is very much just sort of informing the opponent that, you know, you do that, we will take advantage. We are not going to miss our chance at the RLCS spot. Now Stonkers looking out for that second goal. Good bump on the way through. It's going to allow the rest of the Stonkers lineup to start moving up. Now Tox has got a midfield option if he chooses to take it. Goes for stake, but it's just a little bit too high. Opening minute of this game has been all Stonkers. Solary just haven't been able to really establish much of anything. They were very defensive earlier on when we saw them against Endpoint. I don't think that's going to quite work this time around. It seemed like a lot of what they were getting against Endpoint was caused by Endpoint's mistake, but so far in this game, Stonkers not looking too much similar. Now we've got a little bit of Solary offense, but it's very quickly dealt with.
Yeah, Solary earlier on today sat in defense quite a lot against Endpoint because they got early leads in a lot of those games. They were in front and they didn't really have to go hunting for more goals, but now they might have to, because I think they're probably going to be under pressure for the majority of this series, and they already are. Of course, the main issues that you have, oh, that was almost an opportunity for Solary, but I was going to say the main issue you have when you play against this Stonkers lineup is the speed that they attack bounces and reads on pretty much any surface is very, very difficult to deal with. They're incredibly confident in their ability to get those reads and to beat their opponents to the ball, And you can already tell that Solary are aware of that. They're trying to get those reads early as their opponents to make sure that they don't get dominated in that particular part of the matchup.
Solary have got prolonged pressure now. Exotic didn't leave it. He instead lets Meloshishu move forward for the shot. And that is fantastic communication to go on with an even better pass.
A great strike there by Meloshishu, top corner. And just like earlier in the day, they're not holding back when they pass or shoot the ball. They are letting it rip. And we have a tie game. It went to the game 5 when they played each other in league play of the rival series. I wouldn't be surprised to see this series go the distance as well. Already, both teams causing each other problems in game 1. However, it's worth mentioning that the Stonkers goal was more to do with the defensive misplay. Now that would have been as well, but Stake has recovered and got the save. Both teams are feeling the pressure at the back, Shogun.
Yeah, it really does seem like we're waiting to see which team will fully settle down in this series. If either of these teams fully settle down in this series, this has the potential, with the stakes that are on the line, to just be incredibly scrappy, and you would fully understand why it would happen. Exotic gets an open shot. Tox now on the transition. As Kyrian has to try and buy as much time as he possibly can. He's got some teammates back. Meloshishu finally getting himself into the rotation. But a little bit of a scary moment there. You do not want to be facing down a 1v2 with so little time remaining. Stake. He's got Zamu moving up with him. A little bit of offensive time now for Stonkers. They've been pretty, starved of this so far this game. They had a very good period of it in the opening minute. I don't think managed to find quite so much since then, since that opening goal. Stake now to the midfield. Tox. He's got over the top of one player. Still waiting for the first major opportunity to break the deadlock. Tox goes to still boost in the back corner. Now he can be passed to. Has he got anyone else around? No. Recognizes that all of his players are behind him. Instead, he's going to try and take some more resources.
So far, Solary hanging in there mechanically with Stonkers. It doesn't look like there's any real advantage for either team, and that's a wicked pass, well read by Samway. But it's still Solary who have had the better chances towards the end of this game. We're inside the final minute now. That was close for Samway's, came off the ceiling. But the final pass is failing to connect for Stonkers. They're going to need to try and land that one. Or do they? One's just rolled right through, and out of nowhere, they've got 2-1 lead. Samway just dunked it past one, and there's nobody covering the goal.
Yeah, just expected to play for a challenge. Instead, the ball was teed up for a shot on net. 39 seconds remaining. And this one has now been put back into the hand of Stonkers. They haven't had much of the offense, but they've managed to get themselves the lead. Kyrian into the midfield. That's already covered. Zamu is going to now just chase this one down, take as much time on the clock as he possibly can, maybe set up for another goal, but that is way in the back of the minds right now for Stonkers. All they need to do is see this one through and put themselves one step closer to that spot. Meloshishu just going to follow this one down. Solary running out of time here. Need to get that one big opportunity, but they've not got anybody around. Finally, Kyrian moves in. That's a very unorthodox infield pass. Came in from the challenge, and Meloshishu just couldn't react in time. That's game number 1 for Stonkers.
Stonkers get the win off a careless defensive misplay from their opponents. Well, we had a couple, perhaps, simultaneously. First, we had a very risky infield dribble with the player making the dribble on the wrong side of the ball, not covering the goal side 50-50. And at the same time, the entire defensive back line dispersing and making their way into corners to grab boosts. You can't really play that risky strategy against a team like Stonkers, who are so quick in the challenge and who are going to be very solid in the 50-50s as well.
So, game 1 down, and I would say, Johnny, very little to separate the two. Yet Stonkers got the win, but it felt like Solary were the better team in the second half of that. So, a lot of series for us to start figuring out here. Game 2 is going to give us a much clearer picture as to what to expect.
Well, we could definitely see a lot more from both teams. Like you said, we didn't get to see too much from Stonkers at the end there until just a 50-50 went into the net. But, you can expect to see lots of high pressure play when you have them on the field. They like to send the ball into the back wall multiple times in a row, get as much pressure on the other team as possible, and then after they've ran out of boost still. Scored on them with a great mechanical play with precision. Solary, on the other hand, the plays in offense that I've been most impressed by have been their quick passes, followed up by those also precise strikes. So it's really just depending on now who can get their offense rolling. I think there's a lot more in the tank for both teams. What on earth is happening here? Zamway! It's not even a ridiculous goal in the last game.
That is a mistake that cannot be afforded at this level of play. And unfortunately for Solary, they're doing what Endpoint did to them earlier on. They're giving up goals that do not need to be given up. These are the small mistakes that can cost you at this level. And Stonkers have taken another early lead. We're going to see what they can do with that. But Solary will be desperate just to start one of these games without giving up something so early on.
It's just maybe an over amount of respect. Too much respect being shown to the flip reset, and not enough thought being given to just actually hitting the ball in defense. Maybe Solary have to go back to the basics for a while, because that was diabolical defending from them. 1 minute into the game, and they're already down by 1. Unfortunately for them, the goal that lost them last game and the one that's got them in trouble here could have easily been prevented had they just been a bit more careful with their last man on the goal line.
Certainly been caught out more often than they'd like to. Melashishu taking the control of the ball. They're getting caught out so often here whenever they try and dribble their way out of there inside the field. Getting caught in traffic and caught in danger. Oh, we got the ball in the corner. Exotic 0 boost. He'll do well to make something of this, but he almost did. Fox just leaving the ball towards the midfield. Zamu takes his time, but he's giving over to Kyrian. Stake has got to try and find the corner. He's got Tox over there to try and aim for. But Tox didn't take the ball either. Solary have had a few chances now to try and place in the midfield, but all of their passes have been so close to the goal line that the defender can just very easily take control of it. Is this one going to be any different? No, this time around just a little bit higher up. Going to cause some chaos, but maybe they put too many players forward. That is a heavy first touch, though. Counter-attack does dissipate for Stonkers. Maybe they've got a way of continuing this. Zamu puts it down straight through the middle, and they've got 2-0.
Very nice pass by Tox. Now that is more like it offensively. We're not relying on a huge defensive blunder there. I love the position at the back post as well. Zamu's getting over there, away from the line of sight of the opponents. They're maybe not expecting him to be hitting that ball as early as he did. You know, they've not had to do anything too crazy in order to get these goals, but they are getting the goals, and that's reminiscent to Solary's games earlier in the day when they played against Endpoint. They were just winning without having to show off exactly what they can do offensively.
Well, you were talking about line of sight, and if Solary aren't careful right now, this series could get out of their line of sight very quickly. Melashishu tries to make a difference here. He's got his team back up by 1, and he's given his team plenty of time to do it, but this was a careless touch from Zamu.
Tried to get the ball clear there, but ended up passing it straight into the path of, so far in this tournament, the most deadly striker for Solary. To the ball again, and that's going to be another goal. Melashishu gets the second one, and we have a tie game.
And just like that, Solary have announced themselves in the series. They managed to bring it back last time, but they didn't manage to finish the job. As we do put ourselves all even, loads of time still on the clock. I suppose we go into game 2.5 at this point. As we try and see whether or not Solary can get themselves on the board and tie us up at 1 game apiece. That's a good little challenge over to Kyrian. Got a few players to try and beat. But the challenges are now suddenly going very better for Solary. Exotic, this is all of his boost to get into the corner, but Zamu and the rest of Stonkers not going to fall for any tricks. Fox now. The pop-up. Wins the challenge well. It's going to be a race to this one. Stake straight back down, and it's going to be Solary looking to transition. Do they have any passing options around? No, not really. They're going to have to try and focus on defense. But thankfully, they already got 2 players on the backboard. That is a great challenge win from Kyrian. This is a way through now. It's Melashishu to Exotic! And 2 goals down has been changed to a 1-goal lead.
Fantastic team play again by Solary. Saw the win in the midfield by their first aerial player. Now, he didn't need to go for the mind game there, but the ability to pull that one out the bag and set up Melashishu for the pass in field, that was very well done by Solary. They're allowed to have so much time on that play, all because the aerial challenge ended up not being a 50-50. It was Kieran actually managed to make that play happen. He's got his team ahead here. Now he's got his team saved on the goal line. Everybody's stepping up for Solary. Are they going to get another goal here? It's busted left corner. Exotic gets another goal, and they are running away with this one now.
And this is where they were so deadly against Endpoint, when they've got a lead, when their opponents have to come to them, and they can break on the counter-attack. They've got themselves up to 4 goals in less than a minute and a half. It's been an incredible turnaround of their fortunes, and for Stonkers, they'd have to play into a play style that Solary have near perfected so far today. Gonna be over to Exotic. We'll leave it for Kieran. In fact, now Kieran finds himself by himself all alone, but Exotic removes the danger. Shishu takes his time. It's been something that Solary have done very well. They don't panic when they've got the ball, but this has become a little bit more complicated than they needed. Nobody quite knew how to attack that one.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing in the back there. We're seeing effective mind games by Solary in offense, but defensively, they'll need to just start hitting the ball because they have been in trouble a few times this series. That is letting it go through uncontested, but they've still got that 2-goal lead. They're holding on here. This is the spot that Stonkers like to be in. They want to force their opponents into that final third and keep them there. Solary have not panicked yet. They're staying well in control in game 2.
Chance though, and that's a dangerous way to play the ball, but the only way for defense to escape was to put it in the danger zone. Got away with it pretty well. 20 seconds now. Goal needed, and needed soon for Stonkers, but ball being played to their side of the field was the last thing they wanted to see. Kieran fakes the first challenge, buys plenty of time for Shishu, who has been outstanding this game and has sparked a fire that has given Solary game number 2. Johnny boy, we're going to head to 1 win apiece as we put in another one for Kieran. He's got himself on the board, and so have Solary.
And I think you said it there, Melashisu, he has been on fire. He, in fact, I think right now might be the player who is playing at the highest level in this tournament. And if he can keep that up, maybe, just maybe, Solary will be the favourites from this point onwards. They've just scored 5 goals in a row against a team who really don't concede this many that often. It's hard to beat Stonkers to the ball this many times in a game, but the mechanics are definitely there for Solary. They look impressive in that aspect of the game, and if you want evidence that Stonkers are an incredibly mechanically gifted team, you don't need to look further than their wins against, current RLCS teams. Well, Endpoint, who are still fighting for their spot. Veloce, Reciprocity, who were obviously in the RLCS last season. Now the organization has left the team. They all lost to this same Stonkers lineup in recent months. They are the real deal, and Solary are proving today that so are they. I think these two teams have to be the favourites to qualify for RLCS Season 10 through this tournament. You've got Endpoint waiting in the lower bracket, but I mean, if you're Endpoint right now, you're looking at them, I don't think you really want to give a go at either one based on how well they've played.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that as well, because at the start of this tournament, I would say if you're Endpoint, you'd prefer to play against Solary, but it was a team that just figured them out earlier on, so neither matchup really looks all that good, but that is a road that we'll cross as and when we get to it, and as we all know, that sort of pressure can do any number of things to these players, so that could be a very different series when we do reach it, but story for this series right now is 1 win apiece. Solary blasting into game 2. They've got themselves into the series, and for Johnny, you had the most amount of time to, take a real look at Stonkers. What is it about their gameplay? If you could nail it on like 1 or 2 things, what is it that they've got to click on for them to start taking over?
It's got to be the quick reads. They have to start playing as fast as humanly possible, because when they're playing their best, they're, I think, playing reads off the sidewalls and the back wall as fast as any other team in the world. But right now they look like they're playing a bit more timid and slowly. They're afraid of making mistakes, and that's understandable when we had a game 1 and a game 2 that did have mistakes on both sides. And there was a bit of an unfortunate one there. Stake trying to take off for an aerial, but Tuck just landed on him. Yeah, for me that's the win condition, the best win condition for Stonkers. They just need to step up the pace. They need to play as fast as they can. As they accelerate, they tend to improve in terms of results.
It's going to be an attempted transition. Exotic needs contact. He's done it. Leaves Zamu all by himself, and he's been removed from the field. A boost steal as well. This is a great position to be sat in if you're Solary. Melashishu looks for the top corner, couldn't find it. And very brave defending to send absolutely nobody for the ball. They all knew it was out. Follow up from Melashishu, and Solary have got their man on fire this series. Melashishu is unstoppable.
Yeah, this guy is just taking over the promotion tournament here. He right now is the player to beat, and he happens to be playing for the team in front, unsurprisingly. Melashishu just dragging Solary into a winning position here. But he's not had the heaviest carry I've ever seen. Exotic and Carrion definitely doing their part as well. How on earth are Stonkers going to handle this guy when he's playing at his best, when it matters most? That was a momentary open net, but no momentum for Melashishu to utilize. Stonkers stuck in defense. They want to find a way out. But this is a really, really tough Solary team who are playing some fantastic Rocket League. You know, like the analyst has said, they are the team on the streak right now. 6 wins in a row to finish off league play. Maybe that is giving them this confidence coming into the tournament today. Great placement by Carrion. 2-0. He had a goalie pre-jump into a void, but he got it past him with ease.
That's a glorious pass over to him. Lovely little tap down on the shot. And I think this is the point I wanted to make after Johnny, is that the good thing about how Melashishu is playing at the moment is that it's 2 forms of carry. There's the one where you have to focus your entire game around the player that is hot. And then you've got this, where Melashishu could have a bad game up next. And realistically, it wouldn't affect the team too much because they're not over-relying on him. He's just performing very well. And this is going to be so crucial to Stonkers. They get a goal, they get it quick.
That's a great pass again. These assists are top tier by both teams. They're picking out the player waiting in the middle and making the shot so much easier as a result. Stonkers now, the team trying to come back from 2 goals down to win. Solary were able to do it in the last game. That whiff from Tox is going to result in another Solary possession momentarily. Where is it? Samui beats Melashishu to the ball. It looked for a moment there, the boost is running out on multiple members of Solary lineup. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to get this ball clear. Another great pass though by Solary. Look at how they're able to connect so quickly with each other in and around the box, and it's making Stonkers' life so difficult. They always have to keep an eye not only on what's happening in front of them, but what's happening to their left, to the right, and behind them as well.
They're doing a great job so far of trying to hide them. That was awkward. Melashishu just taps the ball out of the way of the oncoming attacking player. But on the side of Stonkers right now, it's very dangerous because you've got to try and figure out what is coming at me. Is it a shot? Is it a pass? Is somebody out of my camera angle right now? Got to get all of those answers completely correct, otherwise you are going to be get caught. And you're going to find your team another goal down. It's a great negative angle shot. Exotic looks for the follow, couldn't get it on target. We've got Solary currently on the offense, and they've been very deadly from here previously. If they can secure the mid boosts, heck, even the back boost, they can try and lock this down, but that is a fantastic touch. Enough pressure for Stonkers to move now. This is another pass. These are so dangerous right now, all of them. Laser focused onto the front bumpers of the cars. Right now, the defense's only options have been to just meet them at the point of contact.
And now we've seen this in the past as well. These infield passes, accurate as they are, can be risky if the defense starts to see them coming. We did see Solary there getting in the way of one. Have they identified the plan that Stonkers are trying to come back with? They're just going to try and utilize those direct passes by the looks of things. They've got 55 seconds to try and find one. Solary's still a favorite here. Every now and then we have a Stonkers miss. That's relieving the pressure. They really can't afford to be making these mistakes when Solary already have the lead.
It's going to be just off the post. Follow up from Kyrian. Is 2 goals going to be enough? It should be. But this series has trained me to not take anything for granted right now, and neither should Solary, but they should have this game.
Really nice position in the back post by Carey, and there was no one covering the goal for Stonkers. You know, time was getting away from them. They had to make a move up front. That does sometimes get you caught out of position at the back. and out of players to read these passes and to get in the way of them. A chance maybe for Samway with a big clear. He's going to flick it past one, but it's right into Carrion, who's still able to carry away. But nice challenge. Oh my goodness, it's just bounced in. Samway has annihilated Carrion in this play.
That is just the softest of all touches. Exotic doesn't stand a chance. 20 seconds on the board. 1 goal separates. Whoever takes this will take advantage in this best of 7 series. Stake now over to the corner. They'll look for another touch. Almost went for net, actually. I think the more basic play was to put off the backboard, but on the counter-attack, is it in? No, off the crossbar. We continue to search for this extra goal. Tox for the backboard. Should be Kieran's to clear. He's done exactly that. And now Melashishu on target. Gets the follow! And he's dunked the ball for a 2-goal lead.
That is a monster clear by Carrion, relieving all the pressure. And Melashisu didn't have to dunk it in, but why not? Make it an impossible game for your opponents. But these clears at the end of this game completely relieve the pressure that really could have been on Solary there. They weren't afraid to absolutely slam the ball off the back wall. When you do that, there's always a risk that you're going to hit it straight into the ceiling and it bounces into the middle, even faster for your opponents to utilize. But that's confidence from Solary, and that's the sort of plays that they're going to need in the latter games in this series when the pressure really starts to kick in, because they're one step closer to RLCS now. Just 2 more games needed for them. But yeah, they definitely look like the team on form at the moment. Melashisu still putting in an absolute shift and a half. The Stonkers are the team who've got to step up.
And for Solary, it's one way to describe them is slippery. You can't get them locked down in their own side of the field. The moment you try and commit, they've escaped, you've got no one back, and you are at their offensive mercy. It has been a defensively driven effort over on their side, and this would be an upset if they would go on to win this, I reckon. But they are making this look like they are just not feeling any of the pressure. They've got a plan, and they are executing.
Yeah, like you said earlier, they've got 3 players in their team who can step up and carry on any given day. Today it seems to be Melashisu who's the one who's doing most of the heavy lifting. But I wouldn't be surprised to see either Exotic or Carrion just take over the game as well. When you've got a team full of players who have that mechanical ability and who have that individual skill, you're making your opponent's lives even more difficult, because they don't just have one star player that they're trying to isolate, that they're trying to take out of the game. They've got a team full of them. Now, usually you can say the same thing about Stonkers, but unlike Solary, they don't have one player just really standing out and making their lives a whole lot easier as a result today.
Gonna be an attempted setup. Kyrian gets over to Exotic. Here's those transitions we just talked about. Off the backboard now, Exotic leaves it. Yeah, will thankfully not send all 3, but now we see some transitions from Stonkers up to the wall. Exotic for the backboard, and just so difficult to try and pin them down. Melashishu tries to get a set, but seems like Solary just willing to play the slow game at the moment. They're not going to try and push for this too early. Will they get punished for that, though? Tox with the set. It's going to be the slowest shot of all time. And unfortunately, it's not enough to really set somebody off.
You'd expect these bounces to be read more effectively by Stonkers. That's what they're known for. You'd expect these final shots to be flying on target much faster. And they're not able to make their plays work right now. They're still in an okay position in this game. But somebody has to step up and make an incredible play happen to really lift their spirits, to really change the direction that this series is going. It's 2 games in a row for Solary. 2 games that have been won quite comfortably and well deserved by them. Personally, I'm looking at Tox in particular to really step up, because I've seen it from him in the past. He's often the player who can do something special and then really start to turn the series around in the favor of Stonkers.
It's going to be an attempted setup. Nice little continuation of the play, but do they have the players around? Stake aims for net, couldn't find it. Kyrian might have had it covered, but I suppose we'll never find out. We're still on our search for the first goal of this game. Kyrian now, nice pop-up, but very heavy. Means that Tox now play it to Zamyu. Almost got the second touch. You've got a set here. Kyrian, last player back, but you can always see they've always got somebody loitering around in the midfield. Those passing options always around. There's a shot on target, and how many times can this keep happening?
Well, we saw this exact same play ending game 1 in favor of Stonkers. This time, it's Stonkers who are the team getting caught out of position on the wrong side of a 50-50, and Melashisu is again the player who's finding the back of the net, who's causing problems for Stonkers, and Solary are continuing their rampage.
The challenge game has become so big in this series. We now see Kyrian looking to try and help his team set up a 2-goal lead. That could very well help them on their way to series point and RLCS qualification point at that. Shishu, the star man right now. Over to Zamu, over to Stake. This could be it, the big play that they need, but couldn't drop it down. It was a near impossible shot to take anyway, but it's one that they could just do with, you know, squeezing in for them. Now the follow-up, off the crossbar, and it's in.
And that is the confidence that has been missing from the Stonkers shooting today. Look at the speed that Stake gets up to that shot, and how about that for placement? I mean, it was an open net, but you still love to see it going off the top corner post. And that is then back in the game. Stonkers finally get some kind of offense going that they're used to seeing. Now, here comes another one, and this is exactly what we expected to see from them.
This feels like a Game 1 rerun at this point. We've seen the challenge goal, we've seen a lead given away, and we've seen a team score multiple goals within barely any time at all. Stonkers just throw themselves back into this series, re-announcing their intention to take it. Now with 2 minutes on the clock, it's Solary who have got all the work to do if they want to turn this around. Stake for Zamu, who's going to try and leave that for as long as he possibly can, realizing that no one from Solary was really going to try and chase it down. We've got Kyrian currently on the board. Not a great pass to him originally. Passes it straight back to Exotic. Wants the block. And that's great defending, though. Gets into the corner. Gives plenty of time for Stonkers to reset their defense, get boost, and now start to play it out.
What a step up by Stake. 2 goals, 2 quick reads off a back wall, 2 great shots, confidently struck. And now 2 goals to 1 in favor of Stonkers. They're looking for a third. They're not going to hold back and sit on a 1-goal lead. Tox puts in another one. And have they finally woken up in this series?
And a rare mistake from Melashisu. Tried to pop it, didn't have anyone around that could follow. Well, he did actually, but unfortunately for him, it was on the other team. 2 goals up now. And we are looking to evening up this series. We were after our first big close series today, Johnny. This is starting to look more and more like it.
It absolutely does. And this is looking more and more like the Stonkers that we have come used to seeing in the recent months. Such a quick team and so scary and confident with their reads off pretty much any surface on the field. It doesn't matter where the ball's bouncing. You're going to get beaten to it by these guys because they just jump up 10 times earlier than you do, and they actually get the hits on the ball when they make these early plays on it. And you can see a clear difference as well. Stonkers, they are not holding back when they get in front, like Solary prefer to do, like they did earlier on many times against Endpoint. Those Stonkers, they prefer to just continue attacking and just keep on trying to add to their goal tally. This is another opportunity for Stake. He's going to put that one on target, saved by Kyrian. There's very little time left for Solary if they're going to get anything out of Game 4, sorry.
There was one final shot there. Tox has taken over it. He'll try and waste as much time as he can with this air dribble. But you do make a great point as well, Johnny, about how they are all-out offense. And I think that sort of, you know, links into what we were talking about earlier on about how momentum-based Stonkers are. Because they don't change playstyles at any moment. There's no shift in their momentum, in their pacing, which means if they do start getting running, it is the same playstyle game after game after game, and it's up to their opponents to try and disrupt it.
Yeah, Stonkers are a team who would rather play at breakneck speed. They would rather play basically as if they're in free play as a team with a bunch of opponents on the other side of the field. That's it. They just look like they're in free play when they're playing at their best. Doesn't matter what the score is. Whereas Solary, you know, they're willing to use all 3 players in offense. They're willing to let anybody make a big play on the offensive side of the field. but if they don't have to, they're less inclined to do that. They're more likely to sit back and see if their opponents will overextend in order to add to their lead. And maybe that's not the best play against Stonkers, who have actually looked more uncomfortable when they're forced back into defense and when they're being challenged for these aerial battles.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say because Stonkers, I believe this is what they've been trying to do the whole time. I don't think it's been a case of nerves preventing them, because we've seen so many times them getting caught out with a third man moving up preemptively when they do just lose the challenge. This game just looked like the first time it clicked properly, where you moving of everyone up offensively actually works because you're winning the race to the ball, you're winning the challenges, and therefore you don't have to deal with the counter pressure that comes with losing those situations. So this all now starts to come down to the race to the ball. Can Solary deal with that pressure? Can they get the ball on their side of the field to really work with? Otherwise, Stonkers may have settled into this.
Yeah, like Stonkers in the last few minutes of that game that we just saw looked like they were playing the best. Compared to Solary at any point in the series, they would have beaten them. And look at this. That is another phenomenal pass. Tox with perfect placement puts it in. This level of play from Stonkers has yet to be answered.
And it's the corner yet again. So many plays coming from there. Just been picked up every time and put pixel perfect onto the attacking player's hood. So much of this has come down to the assists. And Stonkers seem to be the team that's doing it better. They've got themselves in their momentum. They've got themselves in their rhythm as they look to try and put themselves onto series point. Played back now to Tox. He'll put that over to Stake. I don't think doing much about the passing play. Is this a mistake now? And Solary have their chance to maybe put some pressure on, but look at how quick Stonkers were to retake control of the ball. As they look for goal number 2, they will be unrelenting under this period of pressure. Exotic tries to get it over the top of the third man, but that is a good little tap down, and Tox immediately races for the challenge. This is going to be the test now for Solary. You're going to be able to get it out of your final third, but can you win the race after that?
That quick brace from Stake in the last game has brought Stonkers to life. They are not holding back at all anymore. They are racing to every single ball, and Solary are having to, deal with it. Oh, well, that's one way to deal with it. It's just bounced in. Now, this might be the case of Stonkers playing too fast. Look at the over-rotation here by Tox. He just got there too early and re-jumps as well. That's the danger. That's the risk you run when you try to play at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You might go too fast for your own good and get into position too early. Still, largely, Solary have not had a good answer for this playstyle that Stonkers are having. They're just waiting for the mistake to maybe happen. That's a good save by Melashisu.
Is waiting for the mistake to happen. The right way of playing this. Stake now takes out 2 players with the challenge. Tox on net. Couldn't quite get it there in time. He did have Zamu moving forward, and it's another push forward on the offense that almost gets caught on the counter. It's the risk right now on Solary. Is that, yes, we are going to see Stonkers press a lot of players forwards. But will Solary be able to take advantage of that? And played over the top again. Tox just trying to find another player on his team. It's going to be a light shot towards Melashisu, who has calmed down now in this series. He had his moment where he was just on fire, on form. Now it might be someone else that needs to step up on this squad.
Indeed, I was going to say, Melashisu definitely did his part today already. We are looking to the whole team to step up and prove that they deserve that first RLCS spot that's being handed out today. Based on what we're seeing today, I think either one of these teams would have to be the favorite going down into the lower bracket against Endpoint. However, we've seen it in the past, and it'd be a heartbreaker to see it again. When you go down to that lower bracket, you don't have momentum on your side, and there's 2-1 now in favor of Solary.
And it's the corner for another goal. These teams are putting on an absolute clinic when it comes to passing out of the corner. Everyone is so accurate, so precise, and so unbelievably deadly. From both squads, here's going to be Kyrian to finish it off the post. I can't tell which way the momentum is going in this series, Johnny, and I absolutely love it.
And this is the exciting Rocket League we're hoping to see today. I mean, this is why you can enjoy watching games at this pace, because if one team is willing to step up the gears all the way to the maximum and the other team has to do likewise, now mistakes are being forced and all the plays have to be perfect, because the smallest miscalculation, the smallest miss hit on the ball will send it flying in the wrong direction.
Exotic in the corner now. 90 seconds on the clock. And it is Stonkers that need the win, but they've got to try and take this off Exotic first. He's managed to get 2 players to move. And the whip is not going to help, but now they've got a chance to counterattack. Passing play with the Tox. The 1-2, give and go! And it's going to be enough, 2 each!
What a shot by Tox. He ran in field here, came out initially from Snake to Samway, but Carrion wasn't even in a bad spot to save this shot. It was just hit so hard and so high that he couldn't reach it in time. That is a brilliant full team equalizer by Stonkers. They got back into the last game with a great solo effort by Snake. Now their whole team combined come back late in game number 5. A win from Tox, but he's got coverage behind him. Still, Solary in a very advantageous position here. There's not a lot of boost on the Stonkers defense, and the entire team commits for the ball there. Luckily, his recovery was immediate.
Samway might try and find the bump here. He's got at least one. And Shishu tries to find someone on the far side. This next goal is so big, Johnny. Whoever gets it, series point. Will it come from this shot? Follow up from Samway. Doesn't go on target. Stake looks to keep it going. 2 players committed, though. Stonkers will have to try and rotate back now. They've got 1 player gone. Melashishu's called off. They're looking to try and keep that pressure, though. But Solary, in a position they've done so well in previously, couldn't quite get the coordination to get all their players out. Now it's like a backboard. Exotic, though. Clears to Kyrian for the net, but Tox will easily push that to the side. Now he looks to continue. 2 players taken out by Tox. Plenty of room to breathe. Samway is his partner in crime up in offense. A Stake looks to keep that pressure on. Now this does look a little bit curious on the defensive side, but Kyrian does just shuffle away from the pressure. Will we get one more opportunity, or is it overtime that we are going to go to? Looks like it's going to be the OT. Game 5 hangs in the balance.
Exotic's put in a great shift here. We're talking a lot earlier about Melashisu and what he's done for his team. Now Exotic getting 1 goal, 1 assist, and a whole pile of great saves to keep Stonkers at bay. They have to do it at least one more time. Where's the goal going to come from? Here is Exotic. He's demoed from behind. Samway. Nice ball pressure on the recovery. I'm loving the strategy by Solary here. They don't want to sit back and let the Stonkers come at them. They're trying to have a fight in the midfield and, you know, accepting the aerial battles with open arms.
Yeah, you get the feeling that if it's a midfield battle that we get, it would favor Stonkers. They've just been the better team so far this series when it comes to those challenges. Well, at least in the midfield and just trying to be that little bit faster. It's going to be off the backboard. Tox looks to try and get up, but Melashishu keeps it away from those players. And there was a couple of players committed as well from Stonkers. It's a powerful clear, though. And this feels all too similar to their regular season game, where it was game 5 and it took a 5-minute overtime. Now we see game 5 and we have another overtime. These teams have just been unable to be separated all season long. Melashishu leaves the ball, realizes he's got no infield passing options, so don't just give that away to your opponents. Now goes for it this time around, but it's only as far as Tox, who powers the ball long.
End-to-end stuff in game 5 overtime. What a game this would be to win for either team. Snake looking for the triple touch. It gets away from him. Melashisu's going to take it clear with control, but loses it to Samway. And now Exotic in an awkward position. Trying to recover, but beat to the ball by Tox. Carrion, keep it in the corner. Definitely looking very much in the balance at the moment. No team attacking with a huge advantage. And I don't think we've seen a clear-cut chance in overtime yet until now. And it's well saved. That was Stonkers starting to hang on for dear life, but what a save it was.
They're still fighting it out here. What a great clear, though. Pinches it off the wall. Melashishu does not have the passing option on the wall that he would like to usually have. Stake. That's a risky pass to go for. Exotic had it read immediately. Samway's by himself. It's this corner that's been so dangerous all series. Exotic couldn't quite find the passing option. Both teams have been happy to give away pressure. Happy to just put all 3 players on the defensive line. Exotic tries to go by himself. It's a well-read challenge, though, from Tox. You Head into the corner yet again. Both these teams have had their opportunities. Neither able to convert just yet.
That way, looking for the scenic route to goal. He's got help from Stake. And just like that, Stonkers take it. You never know when the attack's going to come from these guys. That was one of the easier reads for a player like Stake. He can read just about any bounce. That one is no problem. And Stonkers take 2 games in a row. They have double series point.
So now for Solary, they've got to try and get 2 in a row. And, you know, Johnny, usually I'd be asking right now, you know, what changes they need to make. It really feels to me like both teams have the right ideas as to how to beat each other. This is now all on execution. This is where Rocket League is at its best.
I totally agree. You don't always have to make a gameplay change. If you think your style can beat your opponent if you play it well enough, then why not just keep on doing what you're doing? And looking at what we're seeing here in Game 5, I think you can safely say that both teams were capable and were able to get the win in that game. So for Solary, they just have to play at their best. They have to maybe hope that Stonkers make a couple of misplays here and there to help them out. But really, they can't rely on that. They have to just play their own game as well as possible and rely on their form, rely on their ability to get them those 2 wins in a row. I mean, they did it earlier in the series. They won games 2 and 3 back-to-back. Can they do it again in the most important games of the series?
So we've had a complete rerun, by the way, of what we had during the regular season, where Stonkers have yet again managed to win the Game 5 overtime. But this is the post-credit scene that we head into. Game 6 and 7, your chance to qualify for the RLCS. Can Stonkers manage to turn these around and put themselves into the RLCS, or have Solary got something to say about it? We're going to find out right now. Game 6 is underway.
An incredibly close Game 5. It's finally separated by an assist that was almost impossible for Solary to read. Now, are they going to leave it up to chance like that, try and wait for Stonkers to make a play and react to it? Or are they going to try and play further up the field, get the challenges in before those dangerous touches take place?
It's a dangerous bounce, and it looked like Stake. You said earlier on that you can read almost any bounce. Kind of surprised you managed to get that one, but it seems like you are 100% correct on that analysis. It's going to be awkward, though, for Tox to read. He's missed it. Melashishu skies the shot, followed up by Exotic. It is palmed away from Zamway. And that is a big opportunity for Solary that has gone to the wayside. They've still got pressure, but it looks like they're just too cautious to take advantage of what has been very lackadaisical defensive plays from Stonkers. We're now going to follow it up off the crossbar. No one on the rebound for Stonkers. Both teams looking threatening, but no goals.
Yeah, great chances for both teams. Chances that we might have seen them score earlier in the series, but now the pressure is really on. And we're seeing the exact same play style out of Stonkers as we did in the last 2 games. They're still playing as fast as they can. Zamway forces a fantastic save out of Exotic. Pulled that one back from beyond the grave, but Solary are hanging on.
Tox for net. What another great save by Exotic. He almost had a third, but it doesn't matter. Stake won them the last game, and he might send them to the RLCS.
That is an unbelievable save by Exotic. He almost had the follow-up save as well. Recovered immediately. Did dodge in the right direction, but the shot was just too good. And, you know, we can talk about how well Exotic was playing in defense there. Had to pause for a second there to make sure Stonkers weren't own goaling. We're back to normal. Stonkers, you know, they are piling on the pressure here. They are bringing the best out of Solary in defense. And then they're still managing to get the ball past them.
The good news for Solary is it looks like Exotic has managed to maintain form that he had in the last game. They've just got to get that little extra out from the rest of the team. Exotic over to the ceiling. He's going to take his time. That's a fantastic play, but he can't beat all 3 players. It's going to be Zamway to try and give a 2-goal lead. Solary have unfortunately found themselves too much stuck on the defensive side in a game where they are chasing for a goal. As it looks like Stonkers are outpacing their way to the RLCS.
Stonkers' mechanical ability is definitely up there with the best in the world. Should they make RLCS next season, they're definitely going to be giving a lot of teams in the league headaches as they try to keep up with them. Solary have done overall quite a good job with that today. And I think that speaks a lot to their mechanical ability as well. There really are so many teams coming up through the rival series these days. So many new players as well. And just hopping straight into RLCS rosters and showing off that they can play at the highest level. It's a huge chance for Solary. They've got the pressure on. Lots of passing options available, but giving it straight to the defense on the back wall. There is the infield. Carrion right into stake. Still time left in the game for Solary. And for now, they have Stonkers in the defensive end of the field.
Yeah, but a lot of the passing plays they've gone for have been those infielders, and it's almost in again. Exotic caught into action on defense one more time. It'll be Kyrian now trying to face down another shot from Stake. He already scored 2 in a row now between the last game and this one. This feels like if Solary are going to score, they're going to need to catch out Stonkers or try and find something different, because the infield passing plays, they have been downloaded. They have been read, and that's on target. Exotic again is the man that keeps his team in it. But how much longer can they get away? Kyrian looks to follow, and it's a clear-cut chance to escape. Exotic is now just, I mean, he is stuck. Perma keeper at the moment, and it's the last place they need him.
One stakes up, but he's contested fast by Exotic, and Carrion fires on target when they needed someone to step up and put a shot on target. It's Carrion this time. The whole team's here to play, and we have got a game 6.
So here is the real test for Stonkers. Can they find that extra goal? It's all good doing it with 5 minutes left because you feel like the pressure's not fully on yet. But now they've got to really push through that barrier. Melashishu leaves it. It's cleared. Exotic looks to chase. Can't quite get it. Melashishu will now start rotating back as Stake is challenged. But now it's Zamway. He's got a couple of options. Takes it by himself off the backboard. Tox comes in! And it's put too far to the side. It's no real danger right now for Solary. And it's just so much pressure, though. Will Solary crack? Or will it finally be cleared? It looks like it has been. That was a big opportunity for Stonkers. Will they get one more now? Tox takes his time, realizes Melashishu's by himself. He's got bumped. Tox continues, but Kyrian rotates back. Another shot now on target. Kyrian pops the ball up high, and it's now going to be cleared over to Exotic. He's got to keep it up, and it's going to drop.
Oh my goodness. You saw it coming. You knew as soon as that shot went on target that it wasn't going to make it, but how close can you be to a game 7? Can Solary make up for that with an overtime goal? If not, they're going to lowers, and they've got the first big chances. Carrion testing Stonkers once again. Now Exotic takes a turn. He's bumped from behind. Stonkers really just want to get the ball back in their hands. They're tired of having to defend. They want to attack. They want to show off what they can do. They're going to have to defend. Solary bringing it to them at that end of the field.
Melashishu hasn't really got any passing options there. It's going to be up to Zamway, but it's those little touches where they take a little bit too much time. Stonkers have been caught here a few times this series. Tox, though, takes the ball up high, removed from the field for his troubles. 50 seconds now into the OT. Exotic. Melashishu's got a demo as well. It's an open net. Does game 7 loom? We're on our way to Champions Field.
And there is the play that makes it happen. Melashishu with a huge demo in the back corner. Tox eliminated from the equation. No defense for Stonkers to speak of. And they've made up for that last second failure in regulation time with a huge overtime goal. What a win for Solary. They were completely up against it here. Stonkers were sending so many shots on target, and they were completely out-pressuring them for the majority of the game. But Solary have hung on. They've avoided, these challenges that Stonkers were firing at them. And when they do get the ball out of their half, they are ready to transition every single time and start to apply some pressure of their own.
And that's just not a mental punch to the gut. That is an emotional punch to the gut for Stonkers. They were 1 minute away from the RLCS, and it gets snatched away. Exotic is still on outstanding form. 6 saves to his name. He has held the backline, and he's kept Solary in it. He didn't get a goal that series. He didn't need one to be my MVP of that game.
Well, absolutely. What a defensive performance by him. Even the one goal that Stonkers did score, Exotic had some phenomenal defense on display. But yeah, we had the whole team getting involved there. Melishisu with the last goal off a great demo out of the play. And we had Carrion getting the previous goal to tie the game with a huge redirect in the midfield. This is a matchup where every single player in the field can go home and be proud of how they've performed. And now it's just up to who can play better when it really does matter most. We're in game 7, and is this just going to be another case of Stonkers getting the job done in the ace match? And Solary be the team to secure their RLCS spot. Flip reset shot saved. Melishisu denied by Tox.
Game 7 just hits differently. Everything becomes so much more important as Tox is going to play all the way back. I mean, you've got to remember, you know, we've got a 4-time world champion in the form of Turbopulsar who says that he despises Champions Field because it means that he's in a do-or-die situation. Can only imagine if that's how it feels for him, how it feels for these guys who are still trying to break into the top level of play.
And I mean, based on what we've seen today, it's safe to say that they are competing at a pretty high level. The speed that these teams are going at, that is off target, but not far off. Leading goal for Solary. I'll say the pace of this series has been breathtaking. And RLCS teams watching are going to have to take note. They're going to have to be ready for this because at least one of these teams is coming up to play against them next season.
Tox, plenty of time on the ball, but couldn't quite get it under his own control. It's Exotic. With the setup to Kyrian, it's another huge demo! And they've got themselves the lead!
And the same way that they won the last game puts them ahead in game 7. Exotic takes out the last man, and the ball bounces in swiftly thereafter. 1-0. They're the team out in front now. Can they do what Stonkers could not and hold on to that lead, get the win in the last game of the winners bracket today?
And you know, seen how they've played, it almost feels cruel to ask this, but do Stonkers have another gear? Or is this about as fast as they can go? Because they've now got to try and break down a Solary who will desperately cling on with all they can to this 1-0 lead. As we do see a double demo. Zamway tries to continue a ball on, but Kyrian with a great challenge in the midfield. Tox now by himself. Gets a good challenge as well. That's 2 players out for him. Exotic just slows the pace down. Everybody now from Solary reboosted and repositioned. Stake goes for the backboard. Instead, he puts it on target, and Kyrian had to read it very quickly. And there's a little bit of a kerfuffle in the background as well. It seems like Stonkers are going to be very happy to play the demo game as well, but they need to get the speed to actually get the demo as well.
That was a fantastic shot. Again, Stonkers really not holding back when it comes to their off-the-wall plays. But a great save coming in for Solary. That has been, for me, the highlight for them in this game and the last one. These saves are keeping them in this, keeping them ahead. And that is exactly half the game gone. Not as many chances for Stonkers, who have been slowed down. They've been stifled by the comeback of their opponents. They're running out of time now. Not many chances have fallen their way this game. And with how well Solary have played in defense, they're going to need to take whichever one comes their way.
Exotic. Over to the corner. This has been where so many goals have been set up previously. Tox has to read it. Recognizing the danger. Tries to go straight on the infield, but that has been read incredibly well. Exotic off the backboard. Looks to get a second touch. Could very well be set. Melishisu dives straight in. Now Exotic's going to go back. He'll be low boosted. Didn't turn up in the midfield. It's another great challenge, which now leaves Exotic all by himself. There's another demo as well. Everybody trying to put that pressure on. They do not want to give up this pressure. Tox moves in, and it's another lost challenge, but a huge miss means that Melishisu and the rest of Solary are still stuck on the defensive line. It's absolute pandemonium over there, but they can't find it! Off the crossbar from another outstanding save from Exotic. 1-0 we remain.
I have no idea how Exotic has kept that ball out of the net. We saw a phenomenal double mind game from Samway to set up the uncontested shot for Stonkers. But they are going to need to do even better than that, because this goalkeeping from Exotic is keeping Solary ahead in Game 7.
Still, that pressure is on, though. And it only takes one mistake on the defensive side to let that goal slip. Now Tox, he's going to have to do some defensive duties. He's lost the ball. Zamway over to Tox on the wall, but these challenges constantly going. It's a setup from Exotic to Melishishu, 2-0, and they could be very well RLCS bound.
What a mid-air recovery that is. Exotic realized he could get another touch on that ball, and boy did he make it happen. 2-0. With how well Solary have defended, how on earth do you come back from this position as Stonkers? You've been denied goals for well over 4 minutes of gameplay already. Now you've got to get 2 in less than 30 seconds. That's going to be an easy save for Exotic. He takes it away from danger. And now there's less and less time for Stonkers to play with.
Exotic wins the challenge very well. It's a sentence I've said an awful lot in this game. And with 15 seconds on the clock, it's going to take a miracle for this to turn around. Another challenge win for Exotic. It will be cleared long. We're going to need something right here, right now, but Stake has been demoed. Bounces all the way down. Zamway cannot make contact. Welcome to the RLCS. Solary have done it.
What a performance by Exotic. First in defense and then in the offensive end of the field as well. That is how you qualify for RLCS. They've taken down an incredibly talented and incredibly difficult to beat Stonkers side here, and they've done it coming back from a double match point position. They were down 1 goal on Wasteland as well, and honestly, that is one of the most impressive individual defensive performances that I've ever seen in the entire history of Rocket League esports, and I am absolutely delighted to see that Solary have made it in here, because although Stonkers also look like RLCS quality, we get to see that kind of goalkeeping and that kind of play from Exotic in the RLCS next season for an entire league play.
Yeah, you say you're absolutely delighted. I say I'm absolutely knackered. That was one of the best series we have seen this season, and I hope you guys at home enjoyed it. But we are going to be heading over to a quick break. When we come back, Stonkers are going to look to try and regroup and redeploy. They'll be taking on Endpoint for a spot in RLCS Season 10.
you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. I do. I love you. I do need you. I love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you. I do. I need you. I do. I love you. I do. I need you. I love you. I do. I need you. Ooh, I love you. I do. Need you. Ooh, I love you. I do. Need you. I do. I love you. I do. Need you. I love you. I do. Need you. Ooh, I love you. I do. Need you.
Welcome back to the desk here at our Rocket League rival. Well, it's the rival series versus championship series. This is where we find who goes up. It's the promotion tournament. Tom F. Battinger alongside two of the best in the biz. It's Supersonic and Stacks. Excited to get into this one. Boys, I mean, that last one, we were all sitting in, like I said, in the back room. We were all kind of watching this one. This was an incredible game. Stacks, give us your feelings.
Well, there's not much more you can say. I mean, the Rocket Baguette guys, I especially took a lot of joy hearing their call of the finale as time ran out and Solary promoted up to the RLCS. I mean, Meloshisu played out of his mind all day. There is no player this whole weekend that deserves to be up in the RLCS more, I think, than Meloshisu, the way he played in the two series. You could just about lock up player of the day right now, or as they say in France, I'm going to butcher this, I'm sure, joueur du jour, or something close to that.
It's the thought that counts.
Yes.
Much more than thinking, though. Great play coming out from Solary, and we've got one of their members on the line as well, Carrion, joining us here after his fantastic performance with the rest of Solary. So my first question to you, Carrion, is, first of all, how's it feel?
So good. Like we wanted this all our life. We managed to make it first season of Rival Series, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's exciting. You've been playing competitively for about 2 years now, give or take, in a lot of the tournaments outside. And the first shot you go in to qualify, bang, you're in the rival series. The first season, bang, you're in the promotion tournament. The first shot, bang, you're in the RLCS. Did you expect this type of success?
No, honestly, no, because we started teaming with Meloshizu, and we ended teaming with Exotic, and we managed to qualify for Rival Series. It was awesome. We wanted only that, but when we were Rival Series, we wanted more, and we try out, and we managed to go to the promotion.
Yeah, it certainly paid off. You had a fantastic performance this series, as well as the rest of the day. But obviously, your teammates Exotic and Meloshisu stepping up. What's it like to play with guys like that?
So cool. You have when you have awesome teammates, you can just like win and be happy about teaming with them.
Yeah, it's that chemistry and that culture. You can clearly see it in the way that you guys play. Before I let you go, I want to ask you one last question about Solary. When we look at teams, they generally have an identity. They're offensive, they're defensive. How would you describe Solary to the new fans out there? How do you describe your team?
I think we are really offensive. We are good. We can find each other pretty easily, and like do an awesome pass and top corner and things like that. Just we have some problems in defense sometimes, but that's it.
I'm sure you'll work out those problems as the days go on. Last but not least, I'm going to give you the floor. Feel free to shout out your friends, family, sponsors. It's all you, baby.
Thanks to all the community for the support, and also Solary for trusting us.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations in the ascension to the RLCS, and I wish you well. Thanks again to Carrion, one of the fantastic members of Solary. Let's go back and say hello to my friends at the analyst desk. It's still the same folks. We're going to go say hi to Stacks and Supersonic. That guy clearly knows what it takes to win. But I asked him halfway through, and I want you to touch on this, Super. I mean, this was a team that came, and the first time they get in, the first time they perform well, the first time they hear it, they're going to the RLCS. What do you expect out of Solary here when it comes to season 10?
It's going to be interesting to see. One, I just want to say that interview was awesome. You can see the excitement on Kieran's face. That smirk the whole time just had me. I couldn't help but smile the whole time he was being interviewed. But they are going to need to fix some of the defensive flaws. Every now and then they do leave it completely open. They get so caught up in their aggressive push on offense that they leave themselves open. They'll need to fix that. I imagine that they'll work on that, and they clearly know that that's the issue. Kieran said it himself. So I expect them to fix that through the offseason, and we'll see how they go into their first season in the RLCS. I don't know if I expect them to blow through it. I think that they're going to run into a little bit of resistance with the speed of some of the teams in the RLCS, but I expect them to land somewhere there in the middle of the pack. I don't think we'll see Solary coming back down into the promotion event next season.
Yeah, Solary played real well. And individually, they stood up as well. We've got the player of the day on the docket, and these are the 4 players that have stood up so far to us in the running. We've got so far Mellow Shisu, not so mellow. He was the guy to look at earlier on in the day, and frankly, he still might be. Steak performed in match number 2. Then we saw Virtuoso kind of stand up for his squad, and last but not least, Exotic really came and stood up on his own 2 legs in that last one. Again, kind of doing Mellow Shisu a disservice if we don't, again, nod our head to him, but the team in general has just been lights out. Very impressive stuff coming from the boys on Solary. I honestly, I put my prediction down as Stonkers. For a while, I thought they might take it, but Stonkers do have a second chance here when we move into our 5th and final match of the promotion tournament. Stonkers is going to be going head-to-head versus Endpoint. Relating Wave, Nachito, and Virtuoso will take their field against Steak, Tox, and Jamway. Stacks not quite playing in this one, but he will commentate on the upcoming match. So, Stacks, I would say, I'm not even trying for this, it's just where I'm going, that the deck is stacked against Endpoint looking at the performances here from Stonkers. Would you agree?
Against Endpoint, yeah. I mean, Stonkers, the way they've played all season long, and even the way they played today, I mean, it looks like there is a very clear divide between the Rival Series teams and the RLCS teams in this tournament based on how they've played. With that said, there is still one series, one time, a set of games that's going to determine oh so much, and pressure does something to people, especially when you have to play coming off a loss. There are definitely 2 schools of thought. You could see Stonkers just taking out all their frustrations on Endpoint. Wouldn't surprise me. But there's also the other side of, well, we came oh so close, especially in Game 7, to getting to the RLCS, having that ripped away from them. Now they have to go back to square one, starting a new series against Endpoint. That could linger a bit.
Not untrue. Super, I want you to talk about the individuals here. 6 players on the field. Who's going to be the number 1 guy to stand up?
Oh, I mean, Steak's going to be that guy on the I got to go back to the Stonkers. The team name's going to get me. Well, I guess this is the last time it's going to be able to get me. Stonkers, I think he's going to be that guy on that side of the field for them. And I think the person that they need to worry about on the other side of the field is that demo-hungry player, the aggressive plays of Virtuoso. If they can get out of the way of those, I think they're going to do well. Really, Endpoint wasn't getting anything going without Virtuoso's bumps and demos. He was averaging 4+ a game through the last series that they had, but that was playing against a team that was playing a much slower game and looked a lot sloppier. Stonkers is so quick, like Solary, in those transitional opportunities that they're not there on the ground long enough to get bumped or demoed. And I didn't really see any air bumps, air demos out of Virtuoso. It seemed one-dimensional in the fact that he's on the ground coming for you. If you can get your wheels off the ground, you're going to get away from him, and it's going to be a tough task for Endpoint to step up to this Stonkers squad.
Well, the table is set. Time to put it down. Predictions. Stacks, where are you feeling?
Man, I expect Endpoint to surprise us because that's what Discombobulators did all of last season in the Rival Series. But based on what I've seen, I got Stonkers are way too Stronkers here. I definitely got the Stonkers going up. I think we're going to have this season 3 teams go up from the Rival Series.
Supersonic, you're shaking your head, but do you disagree is the question.
No, I don't disagree. I forgot to have this man roll his dice at the beginning of the day to determine how many puns he got. I'm sure he's well over his limit for the day. But no, I can't go against them or against what he just said. Stonkers is that team for me. I don't think that we're going to see them get upset here. And I think we're going to see we're going to get to send 3 Rival Series teams up to the RLCS this season.
I got to agree
4,
there.
by the way,
Just,
Supersonic.
Oh, you rolled a
just
4?
yeah, and he's not hit it yet. So just a reminder, if you're just joining us, Stonkers is the old RCD Espanol team, same players, and I'm going to have the same prediction as these guys. I think Stonkers takes it and makes their way up to the RLCS. That's what we have to say. Make sure that you get in what you have to say. Add us on Twitter at RL Esports and use the hashtag RLCS9, and that you can be just as loud as us. The players are going to be making the most noise now. Let's say hello to them and our casters, of course. Subi and Spaceman will be in control of the action.
The sun is beginning to set in the European region, and as we hit midnight on the clock, that means that Rocket League Season 10, especially of Rivals, is coming to an end, Subi, and we're ending it the way we began, talking about former RCD Espanol, now under Stonkers, and we have another team coming from the RLCS down. It's Endpoint. Subi, this is the last cast of this season of Rocket League, and it's going to be a good one. For all the marbles, there's a lot to discuss. Let's talk about how we're doing. First of all, how are you doing, Subi?
I'm doing pretty good. I just got some Dino Chicken Nuggets in, so I mean, I'm
Good
full
man.
of energy now, ready for a great series. And I honestly think this is going to be a great series. I think it's going to be very competitive between both teams. We just saw a Game 7, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one. I know that Stonkers are definitely disappointed, but I think they're going to let that loss get out of their head pretty quickly.
I think one of the things that Carrion touched upon with his interview when he said, you know, they have a presence on the field. Everyone knows where everyone is, and they set up these passing plays and just the dynamic, the chemistry they have. That's something that RCD was able to capsulate on, and more importantly, now that Stonkers is here finally in the final form, this is the best I think they've looked in a while. They have that same chemistry, that sixth sense that they know where their teammates are. Yes, they drop in the series, but now they're down here. They have to win one more best of 7. That's all it takes. And I think, honestly, this is the best that Stonkers has looked since the start of the rival series this season, and they're going up against Endpoint, who had a bit of a weak showing today. Subi, I want to know what you're thinking. A quick prediction. Who are you expecting to take this match?
Oh, that's a hard one. Don't do that to me, man. We're not on the desk for a reason. We don't have to make predictions and look silly, but if you're forcing me to, I'm going to go with Stonkers, just given the fact that they lost their first ever, series deciding game at Game 7. And I don't think it's going to happen again if it goes the distance.
Now, when you come into an event like the promotion tournament, when you come into a situation where your job is on the line, all you have to do is just play at the same level. We're not asking you to play even better than how you normally perform. For a team like Stonkers, all they have to do is play at quality pace, continue the play they've had today, and we should expect them to move on given the different types of styles they've thrown at teams like Endpoint that they faced earlier. But for Endpoint on the other side, like you heard our guest talk about, you need Virtuoso to come big with that physicality. The demos have to be in front on the pitch, and Relating Wave needs to start hitting his shots. Accuracy has been an issue for this Endpoint team. It has to be in full force here, or they're going to find themselves back in the rival series.
Yeah, and I'm going to throw out Nachito as well to step up. He's definitely been an underperformer this season for them, only shooting about 15.5%. He's got to pick it up, and there's no better time to do it other than right now.
And if you're starting off for Stonkers, remember they're formerly known as RCD Espanol. They were 8-1 in Rivals, and they come into this weekend and make it all the way to the end of the bracket. They do fall to Solary previously, and now they're here. And as soon as they joined the lobby before this match, they were ready and waiting and said, we want to get going. So you can tell that these boys are ready to go, and they don't want to waste any time losing any possible momentum they might have had given that loss in Game 7.
Yeah, you always wonder who's going to play better. The team that's kind of been sitting and waiting for an hour and a half, 2 hours, they're able to warm up at their leisure, or the team that just got done playing a long 7-game series. Right now, it's looking like neither team is affected. So far, we're through almost one half of gameplay, and neither team have really put on too many dangerous shots on target.
When testing the waters at midfield, that shot's going to clear away off the backboard and into the corner, so Stonkers will be able to at least move back for some boost as Nachito's going to pass it forward, and a bump out from his teammate Could have left the door wide open, but that net's going to close momentarily, and back to Virtuoso. A challenge won again by Endpoint and into their corner. Stake had been the X factor today, setting up some of these crucial passing lanes and executing on the goal line. And Zamwe had been known for bumping players out of the net. And I've just been so impressed by this Stonkers team to start the day, and now they find themselves at the knocking step between RLCS and again in the rival series. This series could go the distance, to be who really knows, but still off the start, we've burned about 3 minutes of game time and no one's really been able to put a shot down yet.
And one thing, in my opinion, that separates good players from great players is the ability to be dynamic. And one thing we've seen from Stake all season long is being a great goal scorer for the Stonkers, formerly RCD Espanola, as we've touched upon all day. But today, he's stepped up on defense big time, and he's actually the lowest savior of this team for the regular season. But when it comes down to this crunch time, he's making those diving saves on the goal line when his teammates are nowhere to be found.
And a good chance coming from Endpoints. They finally find some positive movement past that 50-yard line, and that ball will again remain in the orange half. Controlled by Nachito for now, left up, and relenting Wave will be able to push it to the back of the net as he finds it under one defender, and an awkward commit in the side corner will leave it open, and Endpoint find their first goal of the series.
That's a good cut there from Relating Wave to break rotation. He was about to go out, decides, hey, that ball's coming right towards me. I'm going to turn and put that shot on target. Easy angle for him, and Endpoint take the late lead.
And already Tox wanted to put a shot down. It was a good chance, but just too far to the right of the post. And here comes Stonkers all the way to the other side. The aggression is there. They won the face-off. Now following back in transition, it's a move out of Endpoint. One does miss. Zamwe gets it out from the box. Cannot carry it over another. In traffic, Endpoint will win again. A bump on his own teammate as Nachito recenters himself, and Virtuoso cannot make anything happen. And that leaves it up precariously. Relating Wave moves in, and back the other way we go. Controlling midfield, Endpoint has been able to do so with 30 seconds remaining in game one, which has gone by so quickly, and a great save as Wave moves it to the corner. Zamwe intercepts it. And we continue to burn time. Stonkers still looking for the first goal in game one.
Good pressure here from Stonkers, but they only have one more opportunity. They need to get this ball out of their half right now, and Stake, that's a good steal. Good pass all the way downfield, but Zamwe can't get up in time, and Relating Wave gonna kill time. The clock ticking down, rather, and as this ball touches the ground, no, Nachito just has to hammer it down, and he does. Game one going in favor of Endpoint.
And what seemed like a prediction that Stonkers would be able to control the pace and be able to find teammates on the fly, it was all of Endpoint. They had no problems taking the ball away. You have an assist for Nachito setting up Relating Wave on that pass from the corner, and everywhere else completely quiet for Stonkers. No goals, no assists, a save apiece, and that's about it. Subi, I'm quite surprised with just how quiet Stonkers came out, especially, yes, you've dropped down in Game 7, but you've come off a very long series against one of the better opponents you've faced all season. Now you come down here against a very quiet Endpoint team up until right now. They take you the distance. It's a 1-0. It's not very close. They control the pace throughout. What did you see out of Endpoint that we didn't see earlier today in these series?
A lot of patience. They weren't overextending on plays, and they weren't sending all three members past that midfield line. This game really just felt like two heavyweight fighters in the ring, feeling each other's reach out, trying to figure out where they can stand and still throw blows. Right now, Stonkers still haven't quite figured it out. Endpoint seems to be comfortable and honestly confident playing this slowed down style of Rocket League. This is just perfect for them. And if I'm Stonkers, I'm going to go ahead and try and take a page, out of a lot of Rocket League teams' book right now and go for demos. Bring some aggression to the pitch, try and take players out of the goal.
Do you think it helps Stonkers that they played a team as good as Solary to end the day before falling down into the lower bracket? Or do you think it might have hurt them? Because this is, again, Stonkers is a team that's been known to play down to their opposition, and that's why they've gone to so many Game 5s, even Game 7s like we just saw. Do you think that kind of stigma is going to rear its ugly head here in the series?
It possibly could, absolutely. I'm going to just dodge that question because that's a hard one to answer. Who knows what these kids have. Oh my goodness, what an angle from Nachito, finding the far post all the way from the side wall, and somehow it rolls in.
And that physicality opens up Nachito to have that angle, and they find their first goal here in game 2, again putting Stonkers on the back foot. And with just 30 seconds into game 2, we're already looking at a situation where, yes, you're on the back foot, but you also have to find ways to slow down their momentum and respond. Maybe it's about winning midfield and being able to grab those boosts, but if Virtuoso is getting physical and Nachito is hitting angles like that, it's going to be a very long day for Stonkers, given the momentum they just had. Now you have to reset, hit a quick regain, and find yourself back in the field of play.
No way.
Steak
Watch Steak on this. Just watch him.
You talk about a player needing to step up. Steak is there. Backs
Drives
it
in
over one.
reverse. And
Maybe
gets the
that's the
touch
swing
on
they
the
need.
ball.
That could be the swing they needed. So.
Well, I mean, that's a heck of a way to score the first goal for your team for the series.
Still just a minute into the game. We've already had 2. Make it 3 as Virtuoso bounces it over one, baits the defender right to the right of the net, and wins the challenge in the air.
Yeah, just good pressure right off the kickoff from Endpoint, but Stonkers got to be ready for everything coming their way right now. They hesitated for just a split second, and that's all it took Endpoint to take the lead once again. And right now the spacing very spread out from Stonkers. I'd like to see him tighten it up, and like I was saying in between games, I want to see some aggression from them. I want to see demos, bumps, do something to try and get in the heads of Endpoint.
You heard Johnny Boy talk about it a little bit. This team can get going when they feel confident. When they start closing those spaces down and maybe getting a little bit more aggressive, they do things like this. Zamwe with the perfect setup, serves it for Tox, who puts it where the defense can't get it. And he won that challenge over 2 defenders. This is exactly what you need to see from Stonkers if they want to remain in this series, as it looked like it was slowly getting away from them. Endpoint looking very, very confident off the start.
Good carry all the way around the field there from Zamwe. This is a good opportunity for Endpoint. They kind of have Stonkers discombobulated. Great infield pass over to Zamwe off that post. The 4th defender coming in clutch for Endpoint there. This ball game still remains tied, but a lot of time left here in game number 2.
Endpoint getting very aggressive in the orange half, going for those challenges. They're winning it for now. And relating wave pushes it out to Nachito, who will be sent back to respawn. We'll see you in 2 seconds. And disrupting that passing lane allows Nachito to come back on defense. And now he can begin to move in and go up for the challenge, which he does win. A booming hit to the back of the wall. And it's off the wall and down for Virtuoso, and a beautiful 1-2-3 pinch coming out of Endpoint.
And both defenders rotating back here have no boost in the tank. It's going to be hard to get up in time and beat Virtuoso to that ball. Neither player able to get there, neither player able to get in front of the ball. And just like that, Endpoint once again take the lead.
Stack said it best, you cannot expect Endpoint to disappoint, and you can't expect them just to roll over quietly. They're going to put up a fight, and if you are Stonkers, you're in those comms, you need to start getting a little bit panicky. Yes, you have 2:33 to play. Yes, you're only down 1 goal, but they've had all of the momentum. They've been scoring on you basically at will, winning the fights down long, and you've had no ability to be able to steal boost at midfield. You have to start getting a little more aggressive on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Still low amount of shots coming out. Nice shot downfield, way too high, and Zamwe gets beat to that ball. Good up speed from relating wave there to just put a touch on that and disrupt the offense from Stonkers. But even with that, Stonkers still only 5 shots in this match. They need to really up their volume if they're going to want a chance at standing toe for toe with Endpoint.
A couple of missed defensive hits coming out of Stonkers in the back end, which has left the door open for Endpoint to move on in, grab boost on the side, and you see them setting up that iron curtain at midfield. They have not let much get past them, and when they have, they've won the corner challenge. Now Virtuoso follows in transition just for Zamwe to beat. Could he get over? No. Off target a bit, but the reset will not come in. And back to midfield as is bumped away by Tox, who will carry on his lonesome. Zamwe with the shot, off target again, and the follow-up from Steak puts it in to tie game 2.
Great shot placement here from Steak, and good pressure from the team as a whole, but putting this shot lower left-hand side where no defender is. Good field awareness, and this ball game all tied up. Minute to go. Hey, we said this was going to be a close one.
And that's the only way it should end to end this season of Rocket League. One of these teams, again, will promote right up to the RLCS. The loser will come down to the rivals, where we will see them next season, and we can talk about all the situations in which they have placed themselves in. We just saw Solary relegate up after beating Stonkers in Game 7, and a close one at that. And now we move down here where Endpoint has been ready and waiting for their opponent. And they have looked like they have had time to practice and fix some of their mistakes. As though they are tied up now, they have controlled the pace of this game.
Great dunk from Zamwe, great pass, but his teammates weren't expecting him to win that 50-50 so handedly. And this ball again in front of the box, but Stonkers not expecting these balls to pinch out where they are. It's unexpected, but this one going all the way down to the blue half, 30 seconds remaining. You gotta think next one could possibly take the game.
25 seconds and we're closing in at the ends of Game 2, still tied 3-3. Zamwe sets it up for one. Tox could not connect, and it's one in traffic by Endpoint. Virtuoso moves it to the corner. Relenting Wave tries to center it, but no one was there waiting. Now back in transition. Zamwe gets an unfortunate hit, and that leaves Nachito open for a chance. Back the other way we go. Virtuoso wins it. One more second. We will be looking at overtime of Game 2. If it touches, it should. Still up for anyone. Nachito could not win it on the ceiling. It's going to land. We're going to go to overtime here in Game 2. 1-0 series lead so far for Endpoint, looking to make it 2-0 on the other side. Stonkers trying to slow the bleeding for now. They will lose the face-off, but win the challenge on the other side. Relenting Wave gets it over one. It's down into the corner, and here comes Virtuoso. Not able to connect. The accuracy just wasn't there.
I'm impressed with the offense coming out from Stonkers. Right when I put that call to action, they doubled their shot output. So far, 10. And Steak going to push this one forward, but Virtuoso waiting patiently. Good presence from him. Good pass over to Relating Wave. Relating Wave coming down, looking for Tox. Doesn't need to get the bump as Virtuoso puts that right on target.
You could see him setting it up all the way through. There was so little that Tox could do. Could not get back around in time. And you can't expect anyone to be able to stop that if you don't stack the net. Endpoint go up 2-0. And coming into a decisive Game 3, they are just 2 matches away from going back to the RLCS and sending Stonkers back down to rival series. And I don't think many expected this series to go as quickly as it has, as Endpoint has controlled the pace, the action, the momentum for the majority of these games. And we move into a very, very crucial swing game in Game 3. The momentum is all here. If Endpoint's able to take it and go up 3-0 in the series, Subi, it could be a very hot 4-0. If Stonkers can slow down the bleeding, we could be looking at a Game 6 or 7 series. I want to know what you're seeing out of Stonkers that we haven't seen in the last 2 series they played. Why are they looking flat?
It's just the spacing. They're way too spread out right now, and there's a little bit of hesitation. I think the pressure is starting to get to them. They realize how much is on the line, but one thing is for certain. This match has to be Stonkers. If they do not win this Game 3, there's no way they're winning this series. There's no way they're going to pull a reverse sweep off against Endpoint. I hope that they make me eat my words, but I just don't see it happening. They need to slow down Endpoint, and more importantly, they need to slow down Virtuoso. If you're allowing him to get a hat trick in the game, you're doing something wrong. And again, I'm just going to throw this out into the ether. Get a bump, get a demo, do something to disrupt this Endpoint team. And I promise you, it's going to result in good things.
They had to win the series against Solary. They weren't going to get gifted it. They did. Now they come down here. I don't see this as a situation, like you said, where Endpoint's going to lose it for you. This is a scenario where if you are Stonkers, you have to come out and win this series. You cannot afford to give up Game 3. It is all in your hands. You've played phenomenal today, much, much better than what we've seen out of Endpoint. But right now, when it counts, Endpoint are blowing you off the map in all regards, and they are getting much more physical and finding the net as a result. But for now, again, the challenge face-off won by the team in blue. It is Endpoint. Control the pace. They have it in the orange corner, and they're looking to set up a passing lane. But for now, taken away by Steak, back to the other side.
There we go.
We will go. And the demo's starting to come out from Stonkers.
Well, I saw Zamway just put his head down, take ball cam off, and just go for an endpoint player. That's what I like to see. Take the fight to endpoint. Don't wait for them to come to you. And right now, this is a dangerous situation. Virtuoso, great stall there, but this ball pushed into the corner. Good defense once again from Stake. He's really been holding down that back line for Stonkers, and the shots keep coming. The demos keep coming from endpoint, and another one, but Stake holds on, and he already has a savior medal 1 minute into game 3.
The physicality from Endpoint's been a little too much so far for Stonkers to handle. They haven't been able to find their way out of their own half. Finally, they get a booming hit downfield, but it's relating wave as a third man back, ready and waiting. And they bring it back to the corner. Tox with a challenge. He will not be one, and up to the ceiling we go. Stake could not get a follow-up. The extended play into the corner. It looked great, but execution was poor. A shot's down, but it's saved away by Virtuoso. Again, we go back to midfield. Challenge one in contest so far by Endpoint, as they have stalled out. Following in is relating wave, and off the ceiling from Zamway will extend it forward past the Stake. Off the back wall, it will fall down, but again, Endpoint find ways to disrupt these plays, and they don't give too much room to Stonkers to give them so many times to have a chance. That's right off the right crossbar, but those shots eventually are going to land, Susie.
That was so close to being in. They almost got punished for that over-aggression, but right now I feel like the cards are stacked against them, and over-aggression is absolutely okay right now from the Stonkers. As Tox going up for this ball, puts it towards midfield. Not the greatest touch, but so much space given by Endpoint right now. They're just daring Stonkers to do anything to score on them, and so far Stonkers haven't been able to get the job done.
Well, it's got to be hard when all you have is players ramming you right in the front, and you continue to find yourself demo. That's another one. As Nachito and Virtuoso have been all but physical, and the redirect off the defender has enough touch on the ball to put it towards the end, and Virtuoso in company will help his team get on the board.
Yeah, that Tox was not expecting that shot to come out that hot. He thought he'd be able to get the double jump to get the touch on the ball, but Virtuoso made him pay from cheating up too far forward, and Endpoint with the goal. The demo's coming out, but Tox, good catch there on that back wall and good carry over to that right side, and Stake's gonna bomb that one forward, but Tox elects to rotate back to defense.
It's incredible how quickly Endpoint's been able to fly into these interceptions, grab them, and find ways to remain physical right in the orange half. They're not losing midfield pressure. They've lost their balance on a couple of long booming hits like this one. That ricochets right down, up for Tox. Never mind, still sitting precariously into the corner. Zamway couldn't get a follow-up, and it's carried away. And that bump from Virtuoso leaves the lane open so it can fall back to the orange net. And again, we look at a situation where Endpoint have gone up 1-0 and are daring Stonkers to come out and challenge them on these plays. They haven't been able to do it, and finally Tox gets the touch they needed.
This is a good bounce shot from Tox. So hard to defend when you're sitting on the goal line. Nachito misses that read, and no way Relating Wave is ever going to get to that ball. Good pressure coming out from Stonkers. They tie this ball game up late in game number 3.
It's a huge breather from them, but another big demo will leave a man disadvantage in the front of the box, and this could open a second goal opportunity for Endpoint as Nachito follows in pursuit. It will not connect. Bumped out of the way, Virtuoso. We'll see you later. Relenting Wave underneath, watching everything unfold on the ceiling, and he will fall back before a teammate is there to pass it forward to Nachito, and back to the other side we go. The ball is going to remain at midfield. Relating Wave will cut it off, back into the corner. No problem, no worries. That one's going to hang, though, and they will move it out as Endpoint find themselves back in their base, reeling it in and continuing to move it out. And all of a sudden, Stonkers look much more comfortable past midfield. They've been getting the ball down and getting some pressure at Endpoint's half. We haven't seen this in games 1 and 2. Finally, they're starting to wake up just a bit.
Stake rotates through. Had a good opportunity at a bump on that goal line. Didn't touch anyone, though. And now this ball is in the hands of Endpoint, but right back into the blue half it goes. Good pressure from Stonkers. I love the fact that they're not waiting at all. Zero hesitation on their end. Oh, mama.
Good shot, a great save from Zamway, and a follow-up. It bumps off Zamway's car. It goes to the top of the net, and you can only sit and wonder what might have happened had he not fallen at that specific angle. A devastating goal to put up Endpoint 2-1 in Game 3, and a second unfortunate hit coming out of Stonkers that has left a goal open. You can only feel for the disappointment they must be feeling. And that should do it. 1 second, the ball will touch. 2 unfortunate touches that lead to goals, the only goals that Endpoint needed, and we quickly sit at a very, very fast series. No overtimes, very, very short, 2-1 Endpoint. And now here we are, 3-0 for Endpoint. One more map is all they need to send themselves back to the RLCS. And for Stonkers, they need to bring out the brooms. They need to have the greatest reverse sweep we've seen a rival series team have in quite some time. A complete 4-map win is what is required, Subi. And at this point, I don't see any realm of possibility where they can come out and completely blow Endpoint off the map.
No, I could see them taking 1. I can see them maybe taking 2, but that's about it. It's going to be a hard ask to take 4 straight games off of Endpoint, especially with how Endpoint's been playing. They've been really controlling the pitch up and down. Stonkers looked better that match, but still couldn't get things working offensively. The plays just weren't being set up. They kept trying to force that ball into the corner or up off that backboard, and Endpoint's sitting there waiting for it. They constantly have someone up on that back wall, ready to clear the ball away, ready to push it to a teammate to clear the ball downfield. Stonkers need to pull out the passing plays a little earlier than the last second effort.
2 of their goals in that game came from just a redirect off of a Stonkers defender. It's very, very hard to be able to find mental momentum when all you're able to do is try to slow down these plays to the best of your ability, but you're still giving up goals in the process. It has got to be taxing to know that you are throwing your best at this Endpoint team, and sometimes it doesn't work. And off to start another face-off won by Endpoint. 4:45 is what separates Endpoint from the RLCS and what separates Stonkers from coming back down to the rival series. But the physicality from Zamwe off the start could lead to a possible opportunity, would it not be for Relenting Wave winning that challenge.
A good demo there from Virtuoso. It's going to leave an open net, but Relating Wave, not enough mustard on that one. Dangerous touch from Stake, clearing it right down to the goal line. And Hawks has an opportunity, but elects to rotate out, going for a boost steal in that 4th post. And you see Stake in net looking for a touch, unable to get anyone. And Endpoint's going to have this ball in the orange half.
They look a little less confident than they did in series prior. They're getting a little timid when it comes to finding those long passing lanes. And they're not as physical as we had seen, cutting off with interceptions. Another big demo coming out of Endpoint leaves a man advantage in their half. Not back to full numbers. And that ball will find its way into the blue corners. Relating Wave will meet Tox in that side. Nachito takes it out of all of the confusion and brings it downfield. Zamwe cuts it off. Back to midfield. Tox and Stake now following in pursuit. It looked like an awkward double commit, but they move out of the way. Now begin to spread the pace. And they are looking to create some lane where they can begin to pass 1, 2, 3 back and forth to try to separate these defenders sitting at Endpoint.
And no one there for that pass from Zamwe. And again, the ball sitting in the box, but only one player forward for Stonkers, and that one turned away by Relating Wave. Great defense here, under pressure from Endpoint, and a demo from Virtuoso, gonna lead to a man advantage. This is an opportunity for Endpoint. Up off that backboard, Relating Wave gets turned away by Tox. And now it's Stonkers' turn. Here they come, pushing down the field. The ground pinch under the defender, and just like that, they take the lead.
How do you combat physicality from Endpoint? You get in their face and you bring it to them. You put a shot down that works, and that's what Zamwe did. The ground pinch was perfect. Got 2 defenders out of the box, so if it doesn't connect, you have a hopeful opportunity for a second, and they've won the face-off. They will not elect to follow it in transition, and then actually they'll give it up on the other side as Nachito comes in, takes it over 2, and they took 2 defenders out of the box for Stonkers, and they've left it wide open. A questionable defensive play, and on the other side, Endpoint can sit back and wait as that ball finds its way back to their half.
Good poke here from Endpoint, but they need to get to work soon. Only 3 shots in Relating Wave. Jumps off that wall, spins away, and somehow Nachito able... Oh, the demo comes out, relating wave. What a save put on that ball from Tox.
Second demo. The physicality from Endpoint continues with Virtuoso sending another one to respawn. We'll see you in 2 seconds. A follow-up shot. Relating wave could not connect. The hold so far from Stonkers has been brilliant in net. And another big move out.
Oh!
A follow-up again. Finally, Nachito is able to notch one in. 1-1 as we tie game 4. And the physicality from Endpoint has been too much.
Just demo after demo after demo, disrupting any type of defense Stonkers are trying to put in that orange half, and that net just opened wide up. Endpoint tie this game up. Stonkers not able to get comfortable whatsoever with that lead. And let's see if Endpoint sticks with that strategy, because it seems like it's working.
This has to be 4, 5, or 6 demos in the process for Virtuoso. It has to be at least 10 or 11 for the team combined with how much they've been punishing and bullying Stonkers off the field. It is so hard to get defense set up with a beautiful hit like that from Nachito. 2 goals on 3 shots and an assist from Relating Wave.
And it's just the constant pressure, the fear of demos. Stonkers keep having to look over their shoulders, look behind their back, wondering when the next Endpoint player is swooping through that zone, looking for a hit. And because of that, it just spreads the defense. Then Stake gets bumped out of net again, but Nachito, little too wide on that shot. That could have been the dagger in the hearts of Stonkers.
They are picking up Stonkers and shaking them for their lunch money at this point. Like, it has not been close. Tox able to tie it up 2-2.
I believe a demo came, or a bump came out, yes, from Zamwe on Relating Wave, and then forced Virtuoso to go up as well. So a little dose of Endpoint's own medicine there as this ball game is tied up.
The positive you can take away from Stonkers is that you are making Endpoint work so hard to take you off the field, and yet you've been able to tie the game up. But that also means you have to continue to put insurance goal after insurance goal down. You do not want to get in a situation where you're stuck in your own half and you cannot find a way out. Here comes a follow-up hit. That's going to go off the ceiling, down for Stake, taken away by Relating Wave. Up for Virtuoso, he will grab it. And Stonkers will control it for now. Sitting back on defense, ready and waiting. Tox wins the in-air challenge. Virtuoso on the ground. A player comes back on respawn. That's Zamwe. Hello, how you doing? Nice to see ya. Carried the other way by Stake. 2 defenders there. Make that 3. A bad bounce. Leaves the goal open. But Relating Wave is able to take it away.
Tox. That one's up. All 3 members of Endpoint seem to have gone up for that, but Virtuoso able to get to that back wall, and that shot rifled off the crossbar. Opportunity thrown by the wayside by the Stonkers, but there's still time. The ball's still in the blue half. And Stake trying to get this ball up for Zamwe. Can Zamwe do anything? No, it's off to the side, and this is going to be an opportunity for Endpoint. This ball needs to touch the ground, and it does. Overtime we go. Game 4, everything on the line for Stonkers.
You cannot afford to cheat too much and give up the midfield pressure. It's going to be Stake who does win it. Into the corner, Relating Wave leaves it up for Virtuoso, who misses the hit, and an even better save from Nachito keeps this one in overtime. We're not even 20 seconds in, and we could have been looking at a Game 4 win from Stonkers, but again, we will continue. That one's going to fall down. Relating Wave does get a hit. Virtuoso takes one out of the equation. He will follow in. Will not get the second. Relating Wave now back centered and slow down into the corner. Challenge won by Endpoint up into the ceiling. Stake will go for it. Never mind. Back down from Tox. And every time it looks like Stonkers has been able to get out of their own half, it's all Relating Wave and Virtuoso causing mayhem on the field, taking out players, intercepting these lanes, and leaving Nachito as a third man back to stop for the save.
Oh, Tox needs to put that one right side. It was wide open. He put it right to where the defender was. You gotta think, is that one gonna be what cost them? But they turn this ball back into offense. Zamwe with another shot, but Nachito there to push it to the side. It seems they had Endpoint a little chaotic right there. But as this ball goes back to the orange half, they're going to be able to recollect themselves and gather up some boost pads.
Another big hit. Virtuoso has been able to take 2 or 3 players out of the play each and every minute. it's got to be taxing mentally to know that you're always a man down, especially with how quickly Endpoint has been flying towards these passes. Nachito trying to extend the play, bumped out of position, centered towards midfield, and back the other way we go. It will be Tox underneath. We'll have to watch Stake go up and try to pass it forward. Intercepted, won by Stake, relating wave underneath. Could not get it over one. Nachito is there. We'll have to reel it in for now. The pressure from Stonkers has been bonkers in overtime, but no one's been able to find a decent shot. We had one with Stonkers to start, a big bump in net, but Nachito able to stay alive.
Samway gets that flip on the ball, trying to follow it up there. Stake puts it on target, and he takes us to Game 5.
A perfect serve from Zamwe and an even better touch from Stake. It had to fall eventually, and finally, Stonkers have life. They found themselves back in this series. They're only down 3-1. Anything is possible. It is a cursed number for a reason. We move into Game 5. Nachito was brilliant in Game 4. Virtuoso didn't seem like he did a lot, but demos are not on the stat board, and they should be. Look at this man. Took out player after player after player to open up those 2 goals. And we move into Game 5, and again, we have to look at Stonkers and say, if you continue to get bullied off the field, it will be a very long hike to come back into a Game 7. It will be nearly impossible. You cannot afford to continue to get demoed time after time.
Right, but if they take that fight right back to Endpoint, we see what happens. Endpoint didn't know how to deal with it, and they got completely scrambled on defense. 2 members in the corners, 1 member up on that side wall, leaving that net wide open. If they can stick with that game plan, they can absolutely take this next match, because they're 25% of the way to RLCS. They just can't lose another match. That's pretty simple, right? I mean, you painted your own destiny, but right now you have to follow through. And while you put yourselves back in the corner, I love the gameplay we just saw from them. They looked very dominant there.
Yeah, if you're going to get bullied off the field, man, you just take it back to them. You can't turn over. You're left with 3 games you have to win. So at this point in the series, at this point in your career, you have to fight fire with fire. You have to go all out. And Tox looking to make it a quick goal 1. It will not happen, but I love the aggression off the start, taking it right to Endpoint. But on the other side, you have to fall back in transition. Don't get beat in the back line. And again, Stonkers looking to score early. Not afraid, but here comes Endpoint. The follow-up shot will not connect, and a lucky bounce keeps Zamwe and crew in the 0-0 column.
And while this game's still early, no scoring is going on, just a cool antidote that Supersonic just let us know. That shot very close, but there were 13 demos in that match, 23 on the series so far for Virtuoso alone.
Jeez. You ever wondered what it's like to get that medal that says get 7 demos or more in a series or in a game? Pretty sure Virtuoso has a couple of those at this point. The dude has been on fire. He's been taking players out of the field. Seems like 3 or 4 at a time every couple of minutes. And that's left the door open where Nachito can get comfortable with some of these passes, and Virtuoso can just be a bad man on the bottom of the field. He's like the enforcer for this team, where they hire him to come down and find demos in the air, and Nachito could not get it to land. Relating wave sitting back, and they have to fall back in transition. A missed opportunity for Endpoint.
Oh, that one pinching away, but Zamwe keeping the pressure up, and this one's going to be a shot opportunity for Tox. Saw Virtuoso sliding in there, trying to get a touch either on the ball or the player, was unable to get both, and still pressure for the Stonkers remains. This pass from Zamwe over to Stake, the drop down back to Zamwe on target. What a passing play for the Stonkers to take the first goal here in game number 5.
This is their first lead so far here in the series. They start game 5 with a 1-0 lead. They almost started the first 10 seconds with one, and finally, Stonkers looks like the RCD of old. We're starting to see them wake up just a bit. They're getting more comfortable on the field. They took Solary to 7 games, and it was a close one at that. And now they are starting to find their rhythm, and it's all on Endpoint to continue to dictate that pace.
Oh, and 3 members of Endpoint pushing forward there. And you see Zamwe getting a bump on relating wave there off camera. Tox can't get the touch. And good pass downfield, but look at that read from Steak, seeing that passing lane and cutting it off perfectly.
And the defense so far from Stonkers has led immediately into transitional offense. They have not wasted time in their own half. They have control of midfield. They're spreading their numbers out. Steak is in the back line, gets a booming hit into the corner. He will follow in, and it's a 1-2-3 file man line all the way into the back. They've continued this pressure, winning these challenges, and they are not giving up on the field. And that's what you need when you're down 3-1 with your series on the line, with the stakes on the line. James Bott said it best, it's one thing to be in the championship series, and it's one thing to be in Worlds, but when you're fighting for your spot as a pro, the stakes are so much higher.
Yeah, so much on the line right now, especially for Endpoint. You know, I touched on it briefly yesterday, but when you're backed by a great organization and everything, you don't want to put that, oh, mama, Tox gets up in time, but you don't want to put that, you know, on the line at all. And right now, so much has to be on the line for Endpoint, knowing that that could possibly come to a screeching halt if they come down to the rival series. And a good shot from Zamway, good pressure from Stonkers, and they dealt with that offensive flurry from Endpoint perfectly.
It was vital as a duality with Steak in the last series, and finally he has scored 2 goals to start this game. He has found himself time after time after time coming up big when his team needs him. And all of a sudden, Stonkers looks like the team we saw in the last 7 games. 2-0 up in Game 5. They could make it 3-2 series if they're able to take it. With just 125, Endpoint have not found an answer yet.
They need to get to work soon. You hate trying to find that game-tying goal when the clock is at 0 and you have to try and keep it in the air. Much rather get it right now and have a full minute to work with. That's a good touch from Virtuoso. Here comes Nachito, but good cutoff from Tox. Gonna slow this ball down, number advantage, and he pushes that one through, and Zamway gonna finish it off. This one, all but a victory for Stonkers.
A hat trick on 4 shots. You'll take it every single day of the week. 1 minute left. It's looking like quite a mountain to climb if Endpoint would have any chance of taking this series and taking home an RLCS spot. But right now, we've looked like a completely different team if you're looking at Stonkers. I mean, we criticized them a bit. We said, you guys look sluggish, you look slow. Where have you been? It's been 3 games. You're down 3-0. And all of a sudden, Subi, they're up 3-0 in Game 5. They're down just 2 in the series. They could be making it down 1. They are looking like a very, very different team than the start of this series.
Beautiful pass there from Steak. Zamway just a little bit off target. But if they can keep doing those plays,
4 goals.
I mean, they are going to just keep piling them on. And you said it, Spaceman, 4 goals for Stonkers. Took them a little while to warm up to this Endpoint team, but man, oh man, are they sizzling now.
The sixth sense that this team has mirrors that of Solary. There's a reason that series went the distance. They have it too. They have the ability to know where their teammates are and set up these plays. We just haven't seen that in the first couple of games, and we were waiting for this to unfold. And man, do they look scary. The only issue, Subi, is you have no room for error. You've given up 3 games. You can't afford to drop anymore. So yes, you've woken up, and yes, it looks great. But they have a huge mountain to climb, and Tox puts the icing on the cake in Game 5.
Tox was feeding Zamway all game long, and Zamway decides to return the favor. Tox with a playmaker, Zamway with a hat trick, and Steak with an assist, but he has done so much on that defensive line for this Stonkers team. All 3 members, such an integral part to the success that has been founded late in this series, but the job not done as they head to game number 6. They still need 2 more victories.
The stocks are dropping slowly, Subi. You can feel it in the air. We could be looking at a Game 7 series. I think that's the only real way we want this to end. We want it to go the distance, but 4 goals for Zamway. Tox has 1. 0 for Steak, but he was all over the place. 2 saves, 3 shots, was assisting everywhere. And Tox, you can thank him for that. He helped Zamway on 3 of those goals. And at the end of the day, Stonkers just looks like they have found the momentum they have been reaching for this entire series.
I mean, 13 shots to 4 in that matchup, and it was just non-stop pressure from Stonkers there, and Endpoint still has yet to find an answer to the over-aggression from Stonkers. And it's not just over-aggression, just throwing themselves, trying to go for demos or touching the ball just to touch it. It's calculated aggression. It's so smart. Their gameplay is precise right now. They're playing with a surgical blade right now instead of a hammer. It is just a beautiful thing to watch.
They were picking apart Endpoint the entire game. And then you saw that in the last couple of goals, right? Like the ability for Tux to set up Zomway off the corner passes, allow Zomway to get comfortable in the air. He moves in and it allows the third man back, which has been Steak, to sit there, grab boost, be like, hey, no problem. You guys want to keep doing that? I'll just stay back here. No issue. Virtuoso, not physical at all in that game. And all of a sudden, the less physical Endpoint, now not here. How does that combat all of a sudden a team in Stonkers that has found these passing lanes and found success in that? This has been interesting. Like you said, it's like a surgical knife slowly slicing through the defense, and the aggression continues to start Game 6.
Good challenge there from Steak just to get a touch on the ball, but an awkward touch from Tox. Gonna leave that net open, can't get there in time, and Nachito makes the defense pay.
A much-needed goal. They got outscored 5-0. And now they find themselves back with 1. So 1-0, still a whole game to play. Endpoint just need one game. They were up 3-0 in the series. They needed one in this best of 7 to move to the RLCS again. On the other side, we needed a complete reverse sweep, bring the brooms out. It was about to happen. And right now, Endpoint finally slow things down.
And I mean, that's the best possible outcome for Endpoint. Getting a quick goal. 10, 15 seconds into the match after being shut out, and not only shut out, but just goal after goal after goal. And speaking of goals, Tox narrowly missing that one as it goes off the post, and Virtuoso, big swing and a miss. He was going for the fences with that one, and that's going to lead to a turnover here. Tox pushes it back to midfield, and back and forth these teams go. Relating wave low on boost. Samway gets the demo, but Steak not at a good angle to put a shot on target.
Some of the mistakes we saw from Stonks earlier in the series where they were missing a couple of hits and some of these hits led to goals, they haven't been missing as many intercepts this time. They've been winning the challenges in the air, and they've continued to keep the ball in front of them. They're not getting beat in transition like they had in games 1, 2, and 3, and that has changed things for them. But with 33 to go, you still have to wonder, how much will it take for them to complete the reverse sweep and go the distance? They're still down a goal. They have to start finding some rhythm here in these corners. They've been beaten a couple of times, but for now, they've kept it right in the blue half, and Tox with another big demo. The physicality now shifting tides. That's a great hit, and Steak goes up for another. Here comes Tox. He will not get the follow-up.
It's a good opportunity, and Virtuoso misses his flick on that play, but he gets the demo, and Nachito just electing to just roll that ball on target. Fast break opportunity here, but Zomway pushes that one forward and allow all the members of Stonkers to kind of recollect themselves here.
As the game slows down, you start to wonder how in the world Virtuoso found the top of the net. A pass from Nachito in the most impossible angle.
That's just a beautiful redirect right there. That's hours and hours upon hours of training to be able to ring that one home. And we're just about at halftime, and a bad miss in net. State's gonna want that one back. He's been the defensive wall, but all it takes is one little crack, and the dam collapses.
F in the chat for that unfortunate whiff. 3-0. Now you're looking at all of the backs against the wall. It has just been a relentless fury of goals, one after another. You're down 3. You were down 3-0 in the series. Is it poetic? Sure. Could you come back? We would love to see it, but they need everything to start going right. Tox able to find one.
Got to get one to get that freight train rolling downhill, and right at halftime, Tox puts this ball in, and now is the time to just lay your cards on the table, push your chips all in, because if you lose this match, you are back in the rival series. No time to be patient now.
A great hit off the ceiling, and even better read from Nachito. Keeps it 3-1. But here comes Stonks. You can feel the pressure building. You can feel the momentum starting to swing back to midfield. They win it in the air. Nachito gets bumped out. Relating wave is there. He does get hit in the process.
Great pass.
They bump it down at a big demo, but it goes off the bar. They're not able to connect, and a missed opportunity to make it 3-2.
Talks almost had his second one there. So close, but such a difficult angle, and he had to react so fast to that ball. But Zamway puts it on target, but deep rotation from Nachito was there, covering that net, and Tox finds Stake, but great defense. He pushes this one all the way downfield and on target nonetheless, but time ticking down, and it's running out for Endpoint. Stonkers, I'm sorry. These team names are ridiculous, and I love it in every single way.
The Stonks are going up for Stonkers. You can feel it. It's all coming together. We love Stonks. But Stonkers has to find something with a minute 14. You're running out of time. You're still down 2. That one's going to go back to midfield. Tox with a hit. A beautiful one at that. It's slowed down in front of the net.
No
they have
way.
to commit to this. It has to go in. They miss it, and that could be it. Subi, we could be looking at the end of the series. What could have been a 3-2 is now nothing. 3-1 still we remain.
Oh my goodness, an absolute circus in net there. That one somehow didn't find the back of the net. 40 seconds to go. And a good touch there from Relating Wave to just kill time, but the pass over to Snake. Snake doesn't have the boost followed up, but Virtuoso just has to put this in the corner. And the perfect hit to kill time. Endpoint doing everything in their power to hold on to this 2-goal lead.
This was Stonker's game to win, and they have not. They had a couple of great opportunities, a couple of open shots, and a follow-up they could have landed for 3-2, but they just flat out missed. They gave up an open net goal. They gave up a great angle they could not control. But at the end of the day, this should have been possibly 3-2, 4-2 Stonkers. And with that said, Endpoint, congratulations. You will move back into the RLCS. And unfortunately, we will be seeing Stonkers back down here in the Rivals Series next season. They put up a hell of a fight, but they lost this Game 6. It could have gone the other way. Unfortunately, Subi, sometimes the Stonks just don't keep going up, and you can only run out of them so quickly.
Well, for them, unfortunately, they took way too many games to Game 5 all season long. They went to Game 7 earlier, and it just didn't work out. But that's the way it goes, and the season's over now, Spaceman. It's all said and done.
Long one. It was a long one. It was a very good one. It was an honor being with you and being able to cast with you. And I'm just so impressed with what these teams brought to the table. I'm impressed with how well Endpoint was able to play in the series. I'm impressed with how Stonkers was able to come in with everything riding on their shoulders. Unfortunately, we'll see them again next season, but it was a hell of a ride, man. And it was a hell of a season. I'm excited to see what happens next year.
Yeah, man, it's been an absolute honor and pleasure to get to work with you all season long. Hopefully we get to do it again next season. I would absolutely be your co-commentator again without hesitation. And, during this off season, we'll play some games together, but we've said all we can. For Spaceman, I'm Subi Smash, and thanks to my lovely wife here for everything. Let's throw it back to the desk. We're done, boys.
Always a wholesome note there. Shouts to Subi and the family, and of course Spaceman. And here's my family. It's Stax and Supersonic. Who could? I'm all of a sudden jealous of Subi. How you guys doing, Stax?
Well, what a finish, right? I mean, it looked like we were going to see history in the making. We've never seen a reverse sweep in the promotion tournament, but Endpoint does finally turn it around, and only the third time a team has gone up 3-0 and gone to Game 6, but Endpoint does get it done.
Yeah, impressive stuff here. I mean, we were watching this in the back room together. This was a fun match. I don't think number 4 was clearly like the showstopper, but this had some good action back and forth.
Yeah, there's some great action back and forth the whole way through but the thing that stuck out to me, and they called it out on stream because I was typing in Slack, sending them messages, is Virtuoso once again is just removing people off the field over and over and over and over again. He was at one point, the last time I tracked it, I couldn't get the tool to update again, but the last time I saw it, he was at 23 demos.
Wow.
23! And they still played 2 more rounds after that. So I'm not sure what he ended at, but that man is a bully.
I mean, this is kind of interesting because we were talking about when we came into this season, we were talking about the shift of the meta and how demos were becoming more important. Virtuoso this is right place, right time for him, right, Stacks?
Oh, definitely. I mean, Virtuoso has meant so much to this team too, and what a time to actually come into Rocket League with demos being such a prevalent part of how the game is played. And I mean, he imposed his will all throughout the series, throughout the tournament. I mean, the first series they played, it was not pretty at all. There's no sugarcoating it. They looked awful. Second time around, though, I mean, I think playing against Karen was a huge confidence boost for Endpoint because they were able to get back to what they do best, and then they carried it over against Stonkers.
Truly the discombobulator is here as we throw back to their old team name. Stonkers, though, this was, I was sitting here almost saying, like, all right, Jamway is going to be in the running for player of the day. This team is going to take it. I mean, what led to their collapse here?
I don't think they handled that loss. I think they were expecting to win against Solary, and they didn't handle it well afterwards. I mean, mid-series in this one, after they took a loss or two, Tox is tweeting out about how it was a robbed away game, and you can tell the headspace just isn't there. They weren't in the match. At the point that one of the members of the team starts tweeting that out, you have to assume that the comms and the morale is down. The hype levels are down. The energy levels down, and that will eat away at the team and how well they perform. You're going to perform better when you're feeling good and you're operating well, and then not being able to get anything going to where they would have the 1-0 starts and be able to play from ahead. I think it just slowly ate away at them over the series, where on the other side of the field, Virtuoso is demolishing people. They didn't have, other than his demos in their matchup versus Karen, nothing really stood out as insane, like solid play. It still was sketchy at times, but by the time they got here and they were feeling good, they looked clean. Plus they had Virtuoso going off even more on the demos. So they really figured out what they needed to fix and pieced it back together for this final series.
Well, feeling good. I mean, Endpoint certainly have to be feeling good. One of the guys that's feeling good alongside them is Eclipse, the coach here, the 2-season coach now here for Eclipse as he returns to the championship series. First of all, Eclipse, nice to meet you. Second of all, congratulations. How do you guys feel after the win?
Amazing. It was definitely not the route we planned on taking to stay in the RLCS, to say the least. But we're glad that we did it. We started off poorly, and we know that, and everyone, I think, could see that. And we worked on it in the hour breaks that we had between series, and here we are.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that because that's where I want to go. Talking about the hour breaks in between the series is, can you obviously don't give us all your secrets. We want you to keep your job, but can you peel back the curtain a little bit? What kind of work do you do with the guys in between in a series like this, in a setting like this?
Well, after that first loss, we basically just I made sure we all took a step back, just to reflect on it and realize how it all happened. Because we went out with a game plan, we didn't quite stick to it, we didn't quite keep to it, which has been a problem that we've had throughout this season. We had it in the Invitational, we had it in the RLCS, and so when it happened in this game, as a coach, I was a bit frightened. I was like, oh no. But we stood back, we talked about it individually, we decided how we wanted to go forward, we implemented it then while warming up, and we took it back into that Karen match, and we used that as a stepping stone then to go into this game, and it worked out well.
Yeah, you guys clearly leveled up in between the Karen match and the Stonkers match. I mean, the Stonkers guys, they put up a good fight. What was the key? When you going into that one, obviously, like you said, the Karen game kind of lifted you guys up, but I know there was a key. What was it that you told the team? How did you guys take care of Stonkers there?
Well, so we played them before. We managed to go 3-1 up against them before in the Invitational, and we let them come back in, and we let them beat us 4-3 in the end. I think it was the sheer determination as a team to not let that kind of thing happen again. The determination that we knew that we just didn't feel like we deserved to be in the RLCS. We feel like we did deserve to be in the RLCS. I didn't mean it the other way around. And and like when we were going into it, we knew that we know from experience, when you've just gone through Game 7 overtime loss, yeah, you're going to be tired, you're going to be tilted, and we kind of just played on that because our play style with the demos and the aggression can tilt people when they're not having that happen beforehand, so let alone having it happen after, during it, after that kind of scenario. We were hoping it'd play on them, and we feel like it did, and it worked out well for us.
Yeah, I think it absolutely did. You can check Twitter to see how much you tilted the opposition. Great performance again. Congratulations. So excited to see you and the team back in the RLCS. Before I let you go, any shout outs to your friends, sponsors, family, me? Go ahead. It's all you.
Yeah, I want to shout just to the boys in general and the team. I want to shout Subpar, but in HT's Discord, because they've supported us throughout this entire season, and I got to give it to them. Esports Wales, the Spanish community, the Irish community, Dank Squad. All these Discord communities and all these just different Rocket League communities have been amazing for us this season. They've really kept our heads up, and we can't thank them enough, really.
Hey, man, it's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, for the third time, I think. Congratulations. It's such a big deal for you guys to stay in the RLCS. I'm a fan. I'm excited. I can't wait to see you in Season 10. One more time, that's Coach Eclipse representing Endpoint as they make their way into the RLCS. Let's say goodbye to the coach and hello to my fellow analysts as we reflect on the tournament one more time. So, Stacks, Supersonic, well-spoken young man. Stacks, what can you tell us about Eclipse and the rest of Endpoint here as they make their way back to the RLCS?
There is no substitute for a quality coach, and you can tell when teams have one and when teams don't. You can definitely tell that Eclipse makes a huge difference with the Endpoint boys. It has been awesome seeing what he has done with them over the past couple of seasons. And you heard him say it himself. They were getting away from their game plan. They weren't necessarily buying in. He was starting to get worried about it. Didn't panic. Didn't start talking down anybody, pointing fingers. Just got them all together like, hey, boys, let's go. Let's get this sorted out. Get back on track. Let's have a game plan. They stuck to it. And you see the end result. Endpoint back in the RLCS.
See, that's the key. I don't care what game you're playing. We look at Zonic and Counter-Strike. We look at, Alpha Jackal and Smite. It's the ability to back up, and Eclipse is here to be that fourth perspective, the guy not in the game. Say, you're messing up. We got to pick it up. Don't worry about it. People don't realize that. Once you spend time in the competitive scene, you get that. So absolute hats off, not really, to Eclipse. He was fantastic. Couple of other fantastic performers here throughout the day. We had 4 nominees up there, but ultimately I've got to give it to Melo Shisu. This player looked phenomenal. I know that Endpoint took the last match, but the entire day dominated by this guy. I mean, just look at the numbers. 13 goals on 30 shots, 7 assists with the 22 saves. Supersonic, talk to me a little bit about how Melo Shisu and Solary did today.
They did amazing. They did exactly what we expect from Solary and what we watched them do all season long. Quick passes, solid defense, back into quick transitions, infield passing. They made use of all of the tools available to them. And we see teams that we talk about being somewhat one-dimensional or one game plan. I don't want to say that Endpoint was one-dimensional, but you could clearly see that the game plan was to tilt them off the face of the earth and just demo them into oblivion. Solary is very much the opposite of that, where they try to use everything possible. They're not exactly a team that specializes in one area that's going to try and attack you with that one style over and over again. They will change up the way they do their passes, and they get these creative second touches, all 3 of them being high-skilled mechanically and high-skilled shooters, creates all these opportunities where when they are missing a shot, a lot of times they're up for a double touch anyways, and it's just coming off the backboard into a spot for another teammate to get it anyways. So they just make really good, well-rounded use of all the options available to them.
Yeah, a ton of offensive prowess as well from the Solary guys. So again, congratulations to Meloshisu and the rest of the squad for ascending up to the RLCS. It was an arduous journey. Let's take a look at how Sunday went here in the Rocket League promotion tournament. Endpoint started off the day losing to Solary, believe it or not, and that put them down in the lower bracket, where they ultimately toppled the team formerly known as TSM and the team formerly known as RCD Espanol. So Solary secured their spot a little bit earlier, and then Endpoint wins the last match to bring it on home. Stacks, where does this rank as far as promotion tournaments you've seen?
Oh, this was a ton of fun for us to watch just all weekend long. The crazy finishes we had, we nearly saw history, and there is still plenty of history to go from this promotion tournament as well. It is sad that, I mean, we've probably seen Remco play his last competitive game of Rocket League. You talk about an absolute legend in the scene and the impact he has had throughout his whole career. But, you know, kudos to Endpoint and to Solary. Think about it this way, by the way. I know it was J-Ski pointed this out on Twitter, probably a dozen others by now. 1/3 of the RLCS is going to be French on the European side next season, barring any kind of crazy changes. That is unreal.
Yeah, really incredible stuff coming out from the French community. And you heard Eclipse talk about shouting out so many different international communities. That's the fun side. We see kind of these squads come together and create greatness. Stacks and Supersonic, thank you so much for joining us, and it's been a wonderful season. I bid you guys adieu, and I hope you had a fantastic week here alongside as we watch the promotion tournament. Don't forget, coming up next, we've got the spring series. So that's going to be April 18th. You can join us there and see some Rocket League action during the off season. And just from me to you, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a long season. We've had some changes from the studio over here to the home, and you guys haven't changed at all. Week in, week out, no matter what the studio looks like, you guys look the same. Beautiful, of course. I appreciate every single one of you. Shout outs to my team, shout outs to your team, and shout outs to the teams that actually played. That's it for season 9. We'll catch you next time, Rocket League Nation. Peace and much love to you.
I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I didn't know I was a casualty, but when you're gone, can't find no